You alright?
Some funny shit.
The fuck is wrong with you?
I snorted a little H. I know, but I can't stand the pain. I love dog.
Fucking pain, huh? You think you're alone in this?
Boys, welcome back to the channel. That's White Pill Media. I have a big, not a trough for you this time. Sorry about the delay, and I said there might be some videos before this one, but I don't know. It just kind of worked out this way that we're doing a not a trough. So there are 7 titles for us to discuss this week. It shouldn't go to 10 hours. I'm fairly certain it will not go to 10 hours because some of them are rather short and I don't have the most to say about them. But we have 3 books of poetry. We have 3 noir books. 2 of the noir ones are supernatural. They're set in pretty much the same time period, or they have some overlap in their time periods. One of them is more contemporary and sort of a, I don't know if you would say a postmodern noir, but more of a ironic or tongue-in-cheek noir. And then our last one, well, not the last one that we're covering in the video, but the 7th one is a set of 3 plays. Our works as follows are Carbon Pages, Scenebux, Les Pèvres et les Humeurs, 3 themes in chamber verse. We have the Echolalia review. Okay, that one's a poetry one. The Book of the Void Sun and blah blah blah. Confessions of an Occult Detective and the Return of Patrick Midnight. There will be an outro as well. We're gonna talk about I'm gonna talk about my job. There have been some amusing anecdotes from that, so I'll talk about that. You boys want some Code Geass reviews? That's going in the outro. I don't think I want a separate video on that. And then there'll be some updates about some other stuff, the A thing, but that'll just kind of be the outro. There was going to be an 8th title for this Not a Trough, which was from DMR Publishing. And it's been a very long time since I've reviewed anything from them, but they do like sword and sorcery fantasy stuff, and they had one that was Celtic Adventures, so I thought, oh, that's cool, yeah, that's right up my alley. Well, White Pill Media doesn't read, well, I do read, but I don't read too well, that's apparent, and this one was just republishings from about a century ago, kind of, yeah, in that ballpark. They had some famous authors in there, like Robert E. Howard, but I found myself a bit disappointed opening it up and realizing, oh, there's no contemporary authors here, and those guys are a small indie publisher republishing stories from about a century ago from famous authors. It doesn't quite fit in with what I want with these Not a Troughs, and also I read 2 of them. I wasn't in love with them, so I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it anyway. I haven't finished it either. It's just kind of sitting there. I'll probably finish it at some point, but most likely it won't end up in a review. There will be timestamps down below and in the comments section, so you can skip around if you want. There will be links down below where you can purchase these books. Oh, I didn't say like what I recommended or didn't recommend. So, okay, sorry about that. I don't really like poetry, right? It's not quite my thing, but I was impressed with 3 themes in chamber verse by Christopher Sandbach. He's a OGC guy. He does like that podcast thing with Capitalisimo. I know he's like a bigger name. I don't know if he does like other stuff. That's where I know him from, and it's a smaller book of poems, and I enjoyed it. I don't know if I like fully got everything that someone, who's smarter and really likes poetry would have gotten out of it, but this is still enjoyable. And we're gonna have that one up front. There was Carbon Pages, the set of 3 plays. That's a thumbs up. That's a recommendation. I do have some issues with it, but I will talk about it when we get there later. 2 of the plays are comedic. One of them is supposed to be an epic drama, and the epic drama is the one that I got a blade to sharpen with, but still, there was a lot of craft, there was a lot of care, a lot of effort. This is one of the more interesting things I've read in a while from this, I guess, scene, this thing. So, yeah, Carbon Pages, yes. The Echolalia review, that one is called an anti-poetry collection, and there were several in here that made me smile and laugh. However, I would say it's probably a non-recommendation from me. We'll get into it, but it wasn't devoid of enjoyment. The Book of the Void Sun, blah, 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 Serpent, and the At the Feet of Christ is more poetry. That one is a strong non-recommendation, didn't care for it. Confessions of an Occult Detective is by C.P. Webster, author we've covered many times on this channel. Very solid collection. It follows his one character, Vernon, who steps into the world of the supernatural, and it's, about some cases and stories that he's involved with. I thought this was very strong. And then we have The Return of Patrick Midnight by Arbogast, and this fell a bit short for me. I've definitely read better Arbogast, and I'm still going to read more. There's actually a 3rd installment of Patrick Midnight to read, and I'm going to cover that in the next, not a trough. However, I did not feel that there was enough good in this work for me to recommend it, so that one is a non-recommendation. Oh, all right. Sorry, I forgot. That was 6. We need 7. Scenebux, a novel by Echosmith. So, yeah, this is the contemporary noir one. It's very much in, like, the R scene kind of. I don't know if I would really say, like, alt-right, but, like, right-wing Twitter. Yeah, it's very contemporary and a lot of comedy here. And that one's another solid one. That's an easy recommendation. So I think our introduction's done. Hopefully that wasn't too long. I'm going to start by first reviewing Christopher Sandbach's 3 Themes in Chamber verse. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Got a good boy out there.
Are you going to be able to come through on the thing?
I did my homework.
Yeah? Well, the piece wasn't behind the toilet.
Well, this is real life.
No, it's not. This is it.
So, boys, as I said, first up on the docket is the Book of the Void Sun and the Lion-Serpent at the Feet of Christ. So, this is a book of poems. It is 76 pages. It's $9. It was published by Unreal Press, and our author is Frater Asmlen. Okay. For this, I found, our cover is, it is a lion-headed serpent. There's a sun and a moon, and there's a halo around the lion head. There's some text at the top, which I don't know if you'd call it Arabic or, I don't know. It's old, right? Sumerian. I'm just throwing out names. It's Phoenician. It is dedicated literally to the Lord Jesus Christ. Okay. I felt that there was nothing really interesting said here. Most of it just felt like nonsense. Our table of contents, we have the elements fire, the phantasm of crystal, the elements water, air, earth, the elements ephemera, epilogue, golden rose, red thunder, the alcove, on and on. These are very short little poems. Most of them, I don't think, go beyond a page. And maybe this is how this guy genuinely is in his real life. Maybe he's playing a character here to sell these books. I don't know, but it felt like it's trying to be archaic. It's trying to be esoteric. And it just kind of felt like shit. Reading it was not enjoyable despite how short it was. I'm going to read the back cover for you guys now. Light of the morning descend from Irion glory, heaven unveil soft before me as rose-tinted dawn. Great one, dispel the conceit from old ages. Hori, love with unborn wings, thou arises and death withdrawals. Light of the vastness of incorruptible being. Sight of the endless and innumerable planets filled with the opulence of uncreated splendor, girth with the empyre, eternal and unknown. Praiseful I bow to thee, great one of spirit perfect. Heart be confounded for Deus has thee for dies. Soul be confounded for Deus has thee for days. Dies. Spirit be confounded for Deus has thee for dies. Mighty and terrible one who has void for dwelling, self of myself, mirror of I give to thee this book of praises as an offering. So that's our back cover. Now, boys, that either got you very excited to buy the book and read it for yourself, or it did not. There is no in between, in fact. But if you're not sold or unsold or convinced, I can read the preface for you. I am not gonna read all of this. I'm sorry. It's too many pages. The author states that this little book is nothing but his own meditations and prayers, own contemplations of the nature of God and beauty, etc., etc. Comprehending the Godhead or in soul some aspect of divinity I have dimly seen. Okay. He says something about gematria is the Hebrew art of connecting unrelated concepts and ideas in order to generate connections. This is done by identification of each letter with a number and then calculating the value of complete words. Okay. Almost every poem here is composed with letter and symbol amount considered for the sake of connecting it to some divine mystery, whether Kabbalistic, Tantric, or Christian. Okay. Yeah, and he has some word, and he has winds, S capitalized, softly, Y capitalized, yawning, G, gust, T, tears, S, summits, T, the hidden method of alliteration / consonants, which I name Syndesian, perhaps out of ignorance. With these things explained, I hope at least one person is moved towards contemplation, for if this occurs, then perhaps these acts of senseless vanity will have had some value. Yeah, they didn't. It just screamed not very good to me, just obnoxious. Like, this is going to be a pain in the fucking ass to read. And it kind of was. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to read some excerpts from some of the poems. Some of them are short enough that I'll read them in their entirety. But good God, I did not care for them. I'll do that, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about poetry and why I feel like most poetry just doesn't work for me. Like, just on a structural level, I think that I find poetry kind of just flawed, and it will never be really moving for me. Ancient Belfry 29. Upon an ancient belfry a broken bell hangs brazen rusted, a forgotten necklace, and upon it hanged an arachnid's trellis, forgotten by the spider, an empty cell. Though green with old age, I ranged the bell. And I don't hate that one. I thought, the Belfry one, it's kind of cute. It paints a little picture. I see it. It's nice, but it's also not quite something I would pay money for, if that makes sense. It's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cute, but that's just it. It was just kind of cute. Chaos, this is on 35. Chaos stuff used to Jesus. I wrote in the margins, just bullshit. I can't read all of this. I'm going to skip around. Aurorum infused Malador's cremation, reformation, angelic Michael, behold, old Urizen's emanation, Ezelic gold eld Homer's chain, An dash Sophia, Eureka, Ilion, Panacea, electric magnetic illumination, Shiva's illusions, fill, thrill, kill, Maha, Octonomius, Tetragrammatona, and Affection, Primonominative, blah, 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 blah. Stupid, stupid, stupid. We go in all caps a little bit on 37 in the same poem. We had one which was more of, it kind of had a prose feel to it. It told a little story, the sort of Saknoth, a tribute to Dunsany. I guess we're referring to Lord Dunsany, that Anglo-Irish fantasy author. That one was alright. There's like a little context, there's a little build up to it, that we had something resembling characters here, so that was kind of enjoyable. And then we're almost done with the collection already. Spirit, the Song of Yaldabaoth, which is on 73. Boys, I am in fact gonna read some of this out to you. Actually, no, it's physically impossible. So we have a big block of text here, which has some I's, A's, O's, R, B's, L's, and apostrophes, and that takes about half the page. And then we have translation. He who was afraid and is to come, he who eats his own tail, he who is the double negation, which negates itself as the many-headed Gand Barudnada, who devours the universe, the devouring rest of rest, the devouring of the nature of this world, which is unchangeable transience, the bloody devouring the word, which kills this world in insane gnosis, the birthing of the son of Ain, of righteousness, and we just keep going. And we actually end the little book here, and then we have some like words and then translations. Logo, logos, molo, modified gypsy term meaning death died, loco, crazy in Spanish, bo apostrophe to, righteousness, and enochion. So not so, boys, I have nothing positive to, like at best, I sort of like that one because it was kind of like a short story. I sort of like the one with the little bell because it was short and, it was kind of enjoyable for what it was. There's one about Jesus, and that one actually I had no issue with. I thought that one was pretty good. So we have about 3 that I think are okay to, good, enjoyable out of the whole collection. I think I just don't really like poems in general. Poems have to be something kind of like really special for me to care to sit up for them. It seems that especially short ones, because they can't convey emotion as strongly for me as something like a movie or a song or a book or any other like medium of art. It conveys so much more, so much better, and this is just, I find it to be a pretty weak format overall. Like, they can paint like a little image for me, but it's not too big and it's not too lasting either. It's like flash fiction, and I don't like flash fiction. I think that's also just kind of a terrible format. Very little good can be done with it. At best, it just gives a that was something. A jump scare in a horror game, it can go, but that's it, right? It's not really doing much for you. You're not going to talk like, again, maybe if there's some like infamous jump scare in some like popular video game, then it maybe has a little bit more lasting power, but not really. I mean, maybe a bit. It kind of feels like the TikTok of fiction. I know there are better poems. I know that there's like longer poems that have more going on with them, but poems like this, it feels like TikTok, it just makes like little impressions that just aren't enough for me. Some short poems, like, they work fine on me. They do something for me, but I think longer ones that have more of a narrative, those will have a greater impact for me. But at that point, if we're just doing long poems with narratives, why the hell am I not just reading prose? Would you pay someone to read their kind of obnoxious esoteric tweets? I hope not. I did. I did. Yeah, not a fan of it. I wouldn't recommend it for you boys. And it's just like, why am I supposed to care? You can't really build character when you have 6 lines to work with. Sometimes not even that. You can't have character development. It's just this flash, like a quick feeling. It's not even really a scene. Sometimes it kind of is like a painting, right? It's A picture's worth 1,000 words. True, right? And you can have a painting and it's the scene and there's so much you can say and think and feel about it. Great. But when you have a poem that's 6 fucking lines, what do you want from me other than a, yeah, okay. And I feel songs are a lot stronger too. Even though it's like, I don't know, 3 minutes, right? That's kind of the average length for a song, but it's still powerful. It does a lot more than the average poetry does for me. Songs can take me places. I'll definitely listen to songs on repeat. I do that plenty, but poems, I'm not constantly going back to poems to listen to them on repeat, but I have favorite movies, right? I have favorite TV shows, favorite scenes I'll go back to. I have books where it's like, wow, this was a really great scene, or I loved this dialogue or this description, and that really stands out to me. I've never truly felt that way with a poem. And even the one that I thought was a little better, like the Dunsany tribute, I know for a fact I would have enjoyed it more if you just made it a story and not a poem. If you just made it like a 15-page short story, I think that would have been better. I didn't hate all of them, but I certainly didn't love enough of them. And so I think you can see what I mean. I will not read this author again. Like maybe if I don't know. I don't trust them to write prose. I don't trust them to write anything. So this was a strong non-recommendation. Sorry for that. So our poetry out the gate, we're not doing so hot.
As I went out one evening by a river discontent, I bumped straight into old Tom Paine. As running down the road he went, he said, I can't stop right now, child. King George is after me. He'd have a rope around my throat and hang me on a liberty tree. And I will dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. Now dance in the oldest boots I own to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. Now dance in the oldest boots I own to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. I only talked about freedom and justice for everyone, but since the very first word I spoke, I've been looking down the barrel of a gun. They say I preached a revolution. Let me say in my defense that all I did wherever I went was to talk a lot of common sense. Dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. Now dance in the oldest boots I own to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. Now dance in the oldest boots I own to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. So fast, he left me standing still, and there I was, piece of paper in hand, standing at the top of the hill. It said, this is the age of reason, these are the rights of man. Kick off religion and monarchy, it was written in Tom Paine's plan. And I will dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. Now dance in the oldest boots I own to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. I'll dance in the oldest boots I own to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Well, old Tom Paine, there he lies. Nobody laughs and nobody cries. Where he's gone, how he fares, nobody knows, nobody cares. I will dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. Now dance in the oldest boots I own to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. Now dance in the oldest boots I own to the rhythm of Tom Paine's bones. Dance to Tom Paine's bones, dance to Tom Paine's bones. Now dance in the oldest boots I own to all to the rhythm of Tom Paine's voice.
Alright, boys, so second up on deck, we have 3 themes in chamber verse by Christopher Sandbach, his little book of poetry.
You want to ride up front?
No, Dad, I'm fine.
Kid gets sick in the back seat.
You know, douchebag, I realize I'm dreaming.
I got no opinion, one way or the other.
Anybody mind?
What?
Where are we going?
Driving you to the job.
Okay, boys, as I said, The Return of Patrick Midnight. This is by Arbogast. We have a owl on the front cover. It's in the background. It's really big. And then we have a guy in a trench coat, and it looks like it's raining. So that's our cover. We're back with more Patrick Midnight. This is the second book in the series. The first one was the case book of Patrick Midnight. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. It was like a year ago when that came out, maybe a little longer. I did enjoy that one, the case book of Patrick Midnight. I did have some quibbles with it, and I'm going to read a little bit of the back cover here. This is Neo-Pulp, that's how it's described, and we have Patrick Midnight, who's the special agent for the secret society, and he and his ancient ancestor, who is a ghost, they fight communists, demons, ghosts, and we have a few different little adventure stories that they're a part of. And this was published by 1325 Publishing, which also published Creeping Clues, which I covered in my last Not a Trough, and I did enjoy it. And this one, if you wanted to be supremely favorable, and I'm not going to be I'm not going to be overly favorable, I would put a non-recommendation on this. There just wasn't quite enough good here for me to recommend it, and I'm going to break down the stories and get into it. This was 128 pages, and it was $13.50. So it wasn't like a price issue. It was, I guess you could say, it was a little thin, but just the cases itself, there's a weakness with doing the Monster of the Week storytelling. It wears a little thin after a while, and I think it's overstayed its welcome. There's a lack of stakes. There's a lack of consequences. It's made me reflect on my own writing a little bit, but that's something else. We're not going to get into that. I still like the setting. I like our characters, but the stories overall didn't make much of a splash for me. It's like noir pulp. I like the setting, the idea, and everything. I like this stuff. It reminds me a bit of Hellboy, and yes, the bookshelf that I'm looking at right now, I in fact do own every, and I literally do mean every Hellboy trade paperback. The series doesn't end very well. Also, Mike Mignola is a big fucking leftist, so that's gay, but I do own them, and I am unwilling to get rid of them, so they're there. When the agents of the new state come around to burn contraband, I'm going to be hiding these in my attic, instead of Anne Frank, I'm going to have those up there. I do think that serial stories can work for a bit, but on a long enough timeline, they're just lacking, and it left me wanting a lot more. And these are thoughts that I've had for the previous entry, where we could use some longer cases. There could be some type of more direct antagonist group or rival for Patrick Midnight. The longest chapter here is 22 pages. In fact, the chapters overall are 6, 6, 18, 10, 18, 10, 22, and 8 and 21. There's 4 of them that I found to be of decent size, but the majority of them are frankly a little bit like flash fiction. It's more than flash fiction, but it's not too much of a step up from that. So Patrick McKnight has his ghost ancestor that helps him do battle with the supernatural and everything. Spitballing here, just make an evil guy, give him his own evil ghost ancestor. That could be cool. Patrick McKnight gets a ghost GF. I'm spitballing some, future titles for the series. Patrick McKnight gets his ghost GF. Patrick McKnight gets ghost monkeypox. I'm full of good ideas. You could hire me, just throwing it out there. And there's, also just a lack of a sense of continuity. So it's, some issues overall. It's not that Patrick McKnight, I think character development, it's a bit oversold as every, character, every series needs to have that. But there needs to be a little more intrigue, like a B plot, right? Because there's just the A plot, we fight this monster, communist thing, or mobster, whatever. That is it. There's nothing else going on there. There's no deeper mystery. There's no deeper anything. So, that's how I felt. I'll definitely read more Arbogast, but this was pretty weak. So our first little entry, it's like a little bio. It's a catch-up if it's been some time since you read the first, and I think the first came out in 2024, so I like this. It's a way for the reader to refamiliarize themselves with the series without having to go back and read the first one, so I enjoy that. Patrick McKnight is missing in action. Apparently he went missing in action in World War II. I'm fairly positive that story has not been told yet. And there's a little end note for the bio that his manor got taken over by a relative who says that a ghost haunts the place. So perhaps Patrick McKnight was killed. So maybe that did happen, and we'll get that story eventually. Our first interlude, this is Patrick McKnight leading a company of men in a South American jungle fighting against some communists. Their leader, the guy leading the communists, was in a previous story. I don't remember this too much. I think they were on a boat and going to an island. They said the Isla Mujeres, so there's a connection there, but it feels like a weak one. The antagonist doesn't even have a name. He's just called Bolshevik Agent. Okay, Patrick McKnight kills him, and it's... I don't know. I mean, White Bill, didn't you say that you wanted some continuity? There's some continuity, but it's like, okay, I guess. It's not very strong. And then Reverend Blackstone, that's the ghost, says that the storm clouds gather. They gather and they gather. That excited me at first, because, things are going to get darker. Things are going to get more intense with this, little anthology here. It never lives up to that promise. The stories are just kind of more of the same from the case book of Patrick McKnight, and there's not really additional stakes or, tension like that. Next one is Terror on Plum Island. It's about an island off the east coast of the United States. There's this boxing match going on that's being fixed by this local mobster. McKnight is there watching this mobster, who they know has already fixed a few fights. This boxer doesn't go down like he was supposed to, so the mobster wants him dead. The voice is a little campy between the boxer and his girlfriend, and Patrick is here to defend the boxer from the mobster. Then another mobster shows up. We had an Italian mobster, and then we have an Irish mobster. So there's some gunshots. There's this war between the Irish and the Italians. The boxer gets killed. The girl was taken in the fighting, so Patrick runs off to go save the girl. And we have a standoff on this beach where we have the one mobster who also has an accomplice, this French guy who is hiding his face with a cowl. Like, whoa, that's mysterious. And then, he says that the French are up to something in a place called Orleans. Not New Orleans, but something else on the East Coast. And then they save the girl, they kill the two bad guys, and then the French guy, he had this book of sigils with him. They don't really know what the deal is. They talk about the town that the mobster mentioned, and there was some U-boat raid there in 1918, so they're going there now to investigate. There's this cute, I thought this was enjoyable, this cute bit at the end with them being near Innsmouth, so they hurry along to the next county before nightfall. Our second interlude, this is mere hours after a harrowing escape from the vile, legend-haunted port of Innsmouth. They arrive to a town that feels like it's under siege. No one is out in the town. Everyone's like inside, or yeah, they're the only people there. There's this huge explosion, and they look out at the water, and a depth charge went out. This old man yells at them to get inside before whoever starts another patrol. They say that this town has been occupied. The old guy lets him in on that the leader of this force is called Saint Martin, who is missing half of his face. Like the French guy from the last little story, he had the cowl thing, and that's modeled after his leader. They hang out there until it gets dark, and there's a French patrol, so then Patrick Midnight fights them. Oh, a submarine emerged as well out of the water, and then he is able to catch Martin, and he forces Martin's men to surrender. This was a radical splinter faction from France. They wanted to start War of Germany. They were stealing gear out of this sunken German sub, and there was also something about a marble bust from Atlantis being down there. Case of Churchill haunting. So I've actually read this story before. This has been republished here, so I'm not going to really review it again. Patrick Midnight, he visits an old friend named Carson, who's deathly ill. They banish this demon that he brought back after being in China and, doing a summoning out of curiosity. I enjoyed it. It was decent. I remember that. Third interlude has Patrick Midnight looking after a haunted car, supposedly, because they need someone to look after it until it gets, the guys come to destroy it the next day. Something is wrong with it. It makes these terrible noises. He's staying at a friend's place. We are in 1924, I believe that's right. The friend was in the army, and he wanted to be an artist, but he's now a mechanic. I like their small talk, but I think they have a good back and forth, but if this is just kind of a little one-off where, we met this character, you know what I mean? You need kind of a more stable roster rotation. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. That's what a lot of, pulp stories or whatever. I mean, this is in the vein of I'm sorry to bring up Hellboy again, but it fits the time period and the actions that our main characters get up to and who they fight. So that all kind of fits. Stable amount of secondary characters that helped fill out the story. And I wasn't sure if the case that he mentioned was real or not, but I just looked it up and it is in fact real. It is about two college students, Leopold and Loeb, who were Jewish and also in a homosexual relationship, who kidnapped a young boy, Bobby Franks, and they murdered him. So this is the car that was used in the crime. That's interesting. I didn't think that was going to be in here, but that's apparently true. I made a note of it, look this up to see if it was real, and I finally did it. I forgot to do it earlier. So, okay. Apparently some people called it the crime of the century. It's certainly really heinous, and the duo had committed a lot of smaller crimes leading up to this, and they thought that they were superior, right? So, Jesus. Anyways, Patrick Midnight takes the haunted car and he dumps it into a bog. It's decent. Oh, the mechanic's name was Clarence. The doom that came to Mortlake Hall. So this one was really disappointing to me, and I'll get to it at the end. But we have a college here that has had several unfortunate incidents lately. There have also been a few murders of some co-eds, which is really strange because it's a nice, quiet little town. Nothing like that really happens here. Stanley Hopkins, the society's intelligence arm, who Patrick rescued in Sicily. This was, a case in the first installment. I think I remember that a little bit. But I don't really, you know what I mean? I don't know Stanley Hopkins really. It's just a guy that was rescued, and I kind of remember him. But outside of just a name on a page, I don't really know Stanley Hopkins. So Stanley's the one that sends Patrick midnight here. Oh, and I'm sorry about this, boys, but I'm on midnight shifts this week, and it just kind of sucks where I have to leave home at about 8 to get to work on time, and then I'm like back at 6 in the morning, and unfortunately I can't really record like at 6. One, I'm really tired in the morning after work and I want to go to bed, and then by the time I wake up at around 1 or 2, there's, it's summer, there's people outside, they're mowing and all this shit, so it's just kind of a frustrating week to record. So I'm a little lucky right now. It's about 6, and I've been recording for about an hour before this because it's raining outside. But hopefully the thunder and the rain and such isn't making this a worse recording experience. Hopefully not, sorry. But I have to take advantage of what time I can get. Oh, yeah, but some of the incidents have been dog attacks. One of the murder victims was partially eaten. He meets with a Reverend Wallingford who has done a lot of research into religion and mysticism. He had one student who was Voorhees, and he believes that some entity ended up possessing this student. This hall, Mortlake Hall, was on the grounds of a desanctified church, and the students, Voorhees and a few others, summoned a spirit who spoke of midnight coming and even of Patrick Midnight's society, so that's how this Reverend knows so much. The boy got possessed eventually. The Reverend did try to remove the entity, but he failed, and then the student escaped, and we have the storm going on outside as they're talking in this desanctified church. The doors break open, and then the Reverend is hurt badly, and Midnight is able to kill the attacker who is the student. He came back, and there's no doubt that he's the one who killed the 2 co-eds as well. The Reverend had brought along some stuff to bless the place, but they didn't finish blessing the place. And then we have blood, which is slowly getting sucked up by something, and something is also like stealing the life force of the ghost, right? It's making the ghost weaker as well. Then we have Patrick being attacked by this black hound and then a horde of magpies, and they use up all their holy water. And then it's here. We have this huge, gigantic demon storm in. It is a lion-headed demon, which it also has a monster bear with it, and it has this terrible trumpet, which it blows, and it's driving them to the point of insanity. Oh my god, the stakes have never been higher. This is incredible. Wow, is this the end of Patrick Midnight? I'm not joking, this is cool. The doors open again, and we have 2 cops standing there with some college students. Boys, what do you think happens next? Patrick Midnight and Reverend Blackstone, in their weakened state, are still somehow able to protect these people from this new horrible demon that has arrived. What happens? Well, nothing. Nothing happens. We have the door opening again. The 2 cops are there with some college students. The demon is gone. It is not really mentioned again after this point. There was no battle. There was no banishing of the demon, really. Just these people arriving for some reason made the demon disappear. I've read this passage a few times thinking I must have fucking missed something. I didn't. And it's just such an anticlimactic what the fuck, right? You actually had something like crazy with like really heavy consequences happen, and then this. It sucks. It sucks. It's all this buildup for fucking nothing. It is just objectively bad. It's not satisfying. Why would the arrival of a few humans drive the demon away? And this is apparently like some big demon in demonology. It's King Person. I have no idea. Blackstone explains that desanctified churches are needed to summon powerful demons. Okay. And the story ends with the grounds being blessed here. The Reverend is in a wheelchair now, and it just wraps up way too neat. You had a chance for some real weight, some consequences, but you really had a chance here to have a story with some real weight and consequences. But this is what we're given.
I asked for my piece, but wait, there's nothing.
like a demon, like a major demon gets summoned and then just goes away just as fast. It's okay, like really? Seriously? That's how we fucking conclude this story? God, that sucks. Just feels like a bunch of wasted potential here. It's just, damn, like just not willing to commit to consequences or having a longer plot line. And really, I feel like you're chopping yourself off at the knees here. Fourth interlude, Patrick Midnight is going after a missing wife who left her husband. She ran off with Aleister Crowley type. There's some orgy going on some island with wicker men that's full of dogs and cats that they're going to burn. They're able to scare people off with Blackstone, like projecting himself. So then we have the Transylvania incident. They're going after a professor who is, he's involved in some like crazy nationalist stuff back in Czechoslovakia, whatever. He hates all Germans. He wants Germans out of Bohemia. He's wanted for theft from the university he used to work at. The wife of one of the men who's with Patrick Midnight got taken, and then another member of their posse was killed. And the plan was for the stolen woman to have her be possessed by some Protestant martyr. So they kill him, and that's the end of it. That is the end of this little collection of stories here. So, yeah, I feel strongly that there needs to be some form of B-plot. It doesn't have to be, I don't know. It would help, right? It would definitely help for a bunch of Monster of the Week stories if you had some other plot line going on that was continuous. It would do something. Like a case that didn't go right, a missing person, Patrick Midnight fucked something up in his career. He unleashed some terrible evil and it's doing all this harm and he's trying to fix it. I don't know. We need something. I think I understand why I enjoy these book reviews so much, or I don't know. It's we're not at the book yet, but when I do get to it in this review, I was reading it at work and I just got a big smile on my face because I knew I was going to rip it apart in a review, and it feels like griefing. In a way, it is kind of like griefing. I get it now. Long, shitty day at work. It's hot. It's so fucking hot. And I'm just reading when I can, and I get this big smile because I know I'm going to be able to destroy it later. And it's a similar feeling, this destruction, this joyful destruction. Okay, now we are up for our third entry, and as I said, this is going to be 3 themes in chamber verse. I thought this would be best as the third entry because, it's 3 themes in chamber verse. That made sense to me, by Christopher Sandbach. So I won't waste any more time. We'll just get into the review.
I should go.
You didn't take care of that?
But check this out.
Be careful.
As I said, The Confessions of an Occult Detective by C.P. Webster. That's up next. And this was 187 pages. It was $14. We follow Vernon Smith, who we've seen before in some little short stories here and there published in various anthologies. Our cover is black and white. It's a man like wearing a suit and a hat, and the face is distorted. I think the cover works well. Yeah, I enjoy the cover. So we have 6 stories following Vernon Smith, an occult detective we've met before, and I think the first story was The Girl at the Seance, or it might have been, well, there have been a few, like the Gray Man, that was one of them. Number 42, that's one. The Jackals Will Come for Their Own, that's one. The stories are longer than Patrick Midnight. I am doing a direct comparison because I happen to review them in the same Not a Trough, so it makes sense. There's more meat to them. There's more emotion. I like this one a lot more, and gun to my head, you have to pick one. You have to buy one of these. Confessions of an Occult Detective. I do recommend this one. It's solid. So it's a nice collection of these stories, and I think it's worth it if you have read them before. There's a few that have been republished in this work, which is standard. But if you're brand new to Vernon Smith, then yeah, I recommend it either way, because there's some important follow-ups in this one as well. We open with a small prelude to a story we've already read, and then our first story in the collection is The Girl at the Seance. I'll cover it briefly since I've talked about it before. It's nice. So Vernon, he meets a girl at a party. She can read people quite well. It turns out that she has like a bit of supernatural ability without really understanding it. And they get asked to go to the seance and have her perform there because they're going to try to talk to some malevolent spirit. He doesn't like the idea of it, but he also doesn't say no. And it's something that he deeply regrets later in his life. And something is brought forth at the seance, and she is killed from it. He has failed Eleanor, and it haunts him. She is not avenged at the end of that story. And it's some time goes by. I want to say a year, maybe a little more. And something else happens where the guy who hosted the event, he dies like months later or so. Maybe it's a few years. There's something wrong with him, like something infected him, and he just withers away. We have the Mirror of Ehrlich next, which is a sequel to The Girl at the Seance. So they were trying to bring the spirit of a killer forward, and he can't let it go. He's obsessed. He has to find out, why did Eleanor die? So he starts investigating. He's doing a lot of research. He keeps finding this word over and over again, Thoth, Thoth, Thoth. And he remembers that there was a man at the seance connected to something called the Temple of Thoth. So he follows the lead. So Mr. Humphreys was one of the guys at the seance, and he tries going to this temple to find him. He's not there, but then he gets an invite to go to Mr. Humphreys' estate. So he does go there. This guy answers a bunch of his questions. There is some occult group out there called the Temple of Thoth. The man who previously had the mirror, the guy that they were trying to summon, had kept the mirror secret. He was a part of this occult group as well with Humphreys. And the guy who did the seance, he actually bought the house, and he ended up finding the mirror just by accident. So Humphreys then made people think that Millicent was a killer. Like the guy who owned the mirror was not a killer at all. He wasn't a malevolent or evil dude. But the guy who found the mirror wasn't very bright, so Humphreys was able to make him think that Millicent was a killer. So This made everyone at the seance, because they think that they're summoning this evil guy, it made them think all these dark and evil thoughts. So it made them summon forth something that was evil at the seance. Humphreys was responsible for Eleanor's death. I like Humphreys. He says, "Please don't become overwrought, Mr. Smith." He warned we still have so much to do. The death of the girl was unfortunate, but it did seem the most likely outcome. He shrugged and shook his head. No sacrifice was prepared when I spoke the invocation, so as a result, the mirror took the one whose psychic mind was open and unguarded. I am afraid that Miss Lancaster was the inevitable offering. So Humphreys, Chad, right, and then we have the virgin Vernon Smith, who's like getting all upset about Humphreys, even though he made this like great discovery and he's like a really good guy who did nothing wrong. Humphreys is trying to explain as best as he can to like the cringe Wojak Vernon Smith. "But don't you see, Smith?" he exclaimed. "It worked." So he got the guy who owned the mirror to sell it to him, and now he has been the master. I am now the watcher and the keeper. And he's been consulting the mirror and making a bunch of money from it. Humphreys is going to sacrifice Vernon to whatever being lives inside the mirror. And we have just great action, horror, tension on 45 to 47, where Vernon is like kneeling on the ground before the mirror. Humphreys has a gun pointed at him, and this thing is being summoned forth. A sickly radiance and ethereal throbbing glow was leaching into the room, and it was emanating from the glass of the mirror of Ehrlich. Vernon is able to do like a very desperate play and knock Humphreys down, and he's able to grab another mirror from the other room. So he positions himself in the doorway with the second mirror, and the thing comes out of the mirror with Humphreys trapped in the room with it. Humphreys comes to, and he realizes what's going on. I could not see his face in the gloomy space, but a moment later he had begun to scream. His shrieks quickly became wild and high. I watched, sickened, as the vague outline of his bent form now rose twitching into the air. Something seemed to shake him very violently, like a terrier worrying a rat, and just as quickly his moans dwindled to a distant fading whisper. Then his body fell to the floor with a dull thud, and he did not move again. Very cool death. And whatever was summoned has gone back into the mirror, but he knows it's still there and it's regarding him. So he's not willing to touch the mirror, but he picks up the gun and he aims at his reflection in the mirror of Ehrlich, and he pulls the trigger. Adding those two stories up, The Girl at the Seance and its conclusion, it goes from page 11 to page 47. 36 pages. That's a lot. Well, just for comparison's sake, and I'm not trying to like bully Arbogast or jump down his throat about it, but I'm just saying, like, 36 pages, you can build a much stronger emotional punch with that compared to like 8 pages here, maybe like 16 pages there. It's, I don't know, there has to be a certain length to it, and if you're below that length, it's harder to make you care too much. This is a watcher on the breath of night, so this is after the incident with the mirror. Vernon Smith is in contact with something called the Company, and these guys found the remains of that mirror, and they were able to track down Vernon from that. So they are sending him out to this haunted, like, Neolithic passage tomb in Wales. That's where he's going. He's doing a bunch of research before he heads out there. He, knows about some sigil that you can draw to keep evil at bay, and he makes his way out to Wales. He descends into the tomb. Really good atmosphere here. It turns out it's not just a Neolithic tomb, but it's actually a Roman place, like a Roman burial chamber, where they also have some weird, like, religious offering stuff. And there's something down there with him, and the dread is real. It's, very good at building atmosphere and tension. Always strong with C.P. Webster. The monster is this shambling horror with a yellow skull, and he defeats it. He's able to use like the sigil thing that he researched earlier, and he's able to kill it that way. Oh, and then it turns out that the monster he was fighting was like a Roman soldier who, I don't know what this is, but I'm just trusting CP Webster. They did his research. It sounds cool. The body has this disc of lead, which was undoubtedly a Roman curse tablet. It has his name on him, so I guess this guy, yeah, he died, and then he was like cursed to guard this place forever. So he's given him some form of peace here. Oh, and I think I forgot to mention this. I'm sorry, but they're like, he's going to investigate this place, and he's like looking for something inside the tomb, and he's able to find it, and he's bringing it back for the company. So number 42, I have read this before. I liked it. This is formatted like a shooting script, like for TV, a screenplay, and this is about a family being haunted in England, and turns out the evil old neighbor did it. The old neighbor who is Jewish. I like it. It was good. That Gray Man story where it's Vernon Smith and another guy. That guy is a part of this crew here. And yeah, I don't know. That one was not a part of this collection. No, it wasn't. Where did I read it? It might have been in the Bizarre Archives. Regardless, that's also a good one. Then the Jackals will come for their own. This is another sequel. The first one was the Pimlico vampire, whatever. Vernon Smith, he's in Egypt. He just happens to come across a cop down there who's tracking this guy down. Turns out this guy wasn't killed at the end of the murder. The vampire wasn't dead at the end of the last story, but they're able to kill him here. So, also good. And then we have our climax, Dark Still Waters. This is 47 pages total. It's long. It has a nice conclusion. So it starts by saying that the catastrophic sinking of Governor's Island into New York Bay early on the morning of Saturday the 17th of December 1988 is remembered now as simply a terrible natural disaster caused by an ancient geological fault. This did not really happen. I don't know, like, all right. Patrick Midnight threw me for a loop with that real case, so I thought, did an island sink maybe? And now we're claiming, for this story that it was supernatural. Governor's Island is in New York, but no, it has not sunk, so it's still there. And this incident really got to Vernon, and this led to him leaving the company after it. So there are some consequences to being involved here. Ooh. The story began with Vernon not looking to solve any case or whatever. He was actually in New York for some book signings. And then this cop gets in contact with him who's actually an associate of the company. And he talks about how his partner has gone missing and he could use some backup to try to find him and get to the bottom of whatever the hell's going on. There's some new drug on the market, and there are people disappearing on the subways, so that's where they start their investigation. Oh, there was one thing where the cop says that the company is sending someone from Texas to help us out. No Texan comes. I thought it was going to be the Weird Trails guy. This did subvert my expectations, so spoilers, no Texan arrives to save the day. Which honestly, I'm like, okay, he's going to show up. Next page. Okay, he's going to show up. Next page. Okay, he's going to show up. He does not show up. Which, all right, that was well done. So, again, just all of the senses that get brought up on this journey down into the deep, dark underbelly of New York. They find all the missing people, and there are a bunch of corpse worms there. They find this black fungus. Again, once more, I've probably oversaid it maybe now, but the atmosphere, quite good. Feels like we're really building up to something truly sinister, and I'll talk about the ending. I felt I was a little let down by it, but they end up finding this underground harbor, and there are some mobsters who are doing some business with this kind of occult mad scientist type who is responsible for the new drug, I think it's called Onyx, that's being pumped into New York. They're able to convince the mobsters that this is actually a crazy guy and he is going to poison everyone in New York, so we actually have to work together to stop him because otherwise Vernon and the cop are going to be killed. The mobsters agree to help, scientist type, his plan was to his plan is to make everyone dream, and through their dreaming they will summon this eldritch god. And yeah, that's the big plan here. There's a bit of a heart-to-heart with Vernon and the old cop when they're tied up and they think they're going to be executed. I thought that was well done. When they're fighting the occult guy, whatever he was trying to summon is already coming through. This was nice on 186. In the sudden, watery darkness that followed, we heard Mulder choking and coughing and laughing. Her touch, I feel her, she has come. And then he began to scream. So they're able to escape the underground harbor. It starts to collapse, but they're able to make it out of there. If something did come through, it has to be buried now under tons of rock, but that thing is probably still there and dreaming, and it's waiting in those dark, still waters. But yeah, I'm kind of glad that the Texan doesn't arrive. I thought that was, that was different. I would say, just for the genre, this isn't a shot or a dig at C.P. Webster. It kind of has to go when you're doing Lovecraftian-esque things that this cult group or whatever is trying to summon this eldritch god. We have to stop them before it happens, because otherwise the world ends, right? Basically, you know, after you've read kind of enough of them, you sort of get like, okay, they're going to try to summon this thing. They're not going to summon this thing. The end. I would say on its own, if I hadn't been reading a lot of kind of Lovecraftian stuff, it would have worked a bit better for me. I think it's a good story, I do. And it's the only one of its type in the whole anthology, so it's not a dig against Dark Still Waters, but it just feels familiar. It's done well, it's written well, but it's whatever genre you want, crime, horror, mystery, whatever, you're gonna find like similar tropes and traits, and it's still well written. Confessions of an Occult Detective. If you want something that has, an occult detective, I think this is a very easy recommendation.
Cool
they seem to fit in. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, like the cool kids, faster than my bullet. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. All the other kids with the warmed up kids, you better run, faster than my bullet. I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they seem to get it. I wish that I could be like the kids, like the cool kids.
And as promised, we now have by Christopher Sandbach.
I know you're there, Soprano. Well, come on, you're gonna do it, do it. Well, look at you.
How you doing, Coach Molinaro?
Me, I'm fine. What's that you got there? A bigger dingus than the one God gave you? You dumbass.
You know, you ought to show some respect.
Why?
Because I'm not some kid anymore.
No.
Okay, as I said, we have the Echolalia review by Jasper Ceylon, an anti-poetry collection, which has the cover's a bit hard to see. I don't think these colors are done particularly well. I don't love that for the cover, but it's a guy with a big gun. No, that's not a gun, that's an arm, and he's pointing at a lion. And he has two savages behind him with spears, and there's a guy in the foreground who is looking up at the lion with apprehension. So the colors are not great. And then the back cover is a playing card. It has a snake face for the king. So there's that. So this was $13. It's 165 pages. All of the poems. So it appears at the start, boys, that we have a big list of authors here, right? A bunch of different authors. And we also have some little essays, some interviews, some reviews as well. This is all the work of one man who created many pseudonyms. And he talks at first about how he tried to submit as he is, a straight white male, to a variety, a bunch of different publications, and he got very few, 0 bites on them. And then he created these pseudonyms, and he would submit the same work to them and as a bunch of DEI figures. And these poems would be picked up pretty quick, and they would be published, and it's very funny, it's very amusing, and I found some of these to be quite funny. Now I know what you're thinking, but White Pill, this sounds like an easy recommendation. It sounds like a guy who's, punching, some common enemies in the face. Isn't that funny? Don't we enjoy that? But it's not an easy recommendation. I will get into it towards the end. Maybe you find that I'll be petty at the end, but I think it's I bring up a valid point. We're gonna save that for the end. Some of these, it did make me laugh. I'm not gonna retroactively go back and say I never laughed, dude. I didn't enjoy any of them. I did. I'm gonna go over a few of my standouts, but yeah, this is our second poetry entry, or I guess anti-poetry. Now, some of these poems are a lot longer, so I'm not going to read the entire poem. That would take several minutes per entry, so whatever, we'll make it work. Not our first entry, but our second one is about a guy and his wife. It's to his wife's son. It's about a white guy, and his wife is giving birth, and his wife's lover is named Tyrone. He says he'll show soon. I watched him show in you that night. He paid for Tyrone's haircut. What would your mom say if she could see this be here? Oh, the delicious bite. The zeisty prick of miscegenation, yummier than this latte, than that casual dating app arrangement would yield such forbidden fruit. All I can do is hold your hand, hold it the way matter draws to itself in the most biotic moments. My love, you've multiplied, shed upon my stone in transience. This is love, in the way that it's a girl, in the way that it's just us. Tyrone's at the drive-thru now, and I love you, our baby, you. Right, your baby, he, us, period, period, period. The next one is about a girl who had a lot of body hair growing up, and the boys that bullied her are very successful, and she's not successful. War equals bad, shouldn't have to say it, but I do. Missiles dropping, UAV pulsing, rations being rationed, yellow, blue, red. Think of the damage. Schools, museums, synagogues, crying. Babies, no. So, war, you see, bad, except for when NATO. I don't hate the voice, right? The voice is pretty good. And I'm not covering all of them. We have Dirt Hog Savage Respectfully. This one has a lot of emoticons, and we're kind of talking about Shakespeare. This did make me chuckle. I did enjoy this. To be or not to be, William Shakespeare's little cum slut. Excited, crying, yellow face, some like droplets, and then like a man that is smiling. That is the question. I want Billy Bard, emoticon, pencil and paper, guy with a pencil, Stratford upon Avenue to spank. I'm not gonna, list out every emoticon. What's a good line here? But it's as Daddy always says, why express yourself when you can undress yourself? He, Daddy knows best, so I'll be a good little slutty. And stroke his pen till his ink comes out. And there's an eggplant emoticon. Enough of that. You haven't gotten the jab. What a loser. What a weirdo. What an outsider. We shall ostracize you, heathen super spreader, like King Allah did Constance to test her faith. And you can only come back when you've gotten at least 3 doses. So, of all the pseudonyms, I think the Dirt Hog Savage Respectfully is my favorite of them. And for that last one, you have to imagine about 6 at least emoticons per line, and there's a good amount of lines there. The next one is about like a Chinese immigrant, and it's just a bunch of Chinese script. And then we have like Chinatown, manual labor, long hour, hard work, bad white people, discrimination, perseverance. 18 children, stoic silence, can't fully express my appreciation. My hero, as your granddaughter, fighting prejudice, injustice, understanding change, following your example. Blah, blah, blah. I love you. Baba. This is a fake interview with Dr. Kim Ko and Dr. Dirt Hog. So Ko brings up Schrodinger's cat. You're likely familiar with it, so I won't. Nah, right. Sorry. So I should explain quantum quantum superposition. That's where. Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. I'll assume you remember. ... Sick. Yeah, that's a big topic right now. People are super down on white male poets for real. So this doctor did a psychological experiment where, not to get too technical, but participants were made to watch a demonstration of a white male poet being placed into a box. They were then made to watch a 30-second video clip crafted by my minions with the assistance of the Yale Drama Club of the poet presumably dying inside the box, demonstrated through noises simulating squelching, a crimson filter placed over the camera, and the inclusion of a skull and crossbones graphic superimposed over the box. Followed by another 30-second alternative clip of the poet being placed in the box, this time with the poet entering the box and promptly leaving it after the appearance of a green checkmark graphic. Both video clips may be accessed through contacting me at etc. So, Schrodinger's cat, but with white male poets, BIPOC men, women, and other displayed overwhelming dissatisfaction with the poet's survival. Wrote intense joy at his death. Several wrote in scores of 11 and 12, definitely without our interference, forcing the average score above the predetermined happiness score limit of 10 as shown above. East Indian men and women defied the expected outcomes, and they demonstrated sadness at the poet's death. Admittedly, we were confounded by these results and consider them potential consequences of whitewashing and white brainwashing through fixtures like classical music culture, literary culture, and lingering colonial worship. So, if we're looking at the study, white male poets in question should die, and that it would, in all likelihood, lead to greater net social happiness and welfare. We have one which is called Decolonizing a Stray, and it's about taking a cat and decolonizing it. Another one about a son who's gay, and he's trying to offend his father by being as flamboyant as possible. This one I don't even know what to call. Well, the title is Western Man at Foundation. It's I don't know. It's some weird formula stuff. Some artwork, mixed media, which is, so basically just some memes, essentially. Fee, fi, fo, fum, doesn't matter, with, for, or to whom I come. Note, I'm terrified of physical intimacy, but it's something I'm working out. And then we have the water droplets, and then an eggplant. If every man had a therapist, we'd have a trans president by now. I heart love, I heart democracy, and it's a yellow ball smiling face. This one's just a huge mix mash of whatever. Bottom text, I can has refugees, and it's the guy looking at the woman, and his girlfriend looks pissed off that he's looking. Very hard to read. Yeah, some of these, they didn't translate too well. The text is very difficult to read. It's kind of blended in with the background. It's like a bunch of footnotes here, and like the text itself is incredibly small. It's one sentence. But below we have, for the rest of the entire page, are footnotes for that one sentence. And some of the words are boldened, the others are not, so you can read it twice and get 2 readings out of it. I have a wrestler who is thinking about coming out, and then he does not come out, and it's just a fantasy for him. He's eating ice cream on the couch. We have one where it's just upside down, paper as previous as oxen skin, palimp set editing, writing to draw blood. All right, enough. enough. We have another interview here with Oop and Rancho Marpet. I usually wake up around 2:30, give or take, so my writing doesn't begin before then. AM, that's quite early. PM. Oop is a poet, and he also does some other jobs like delivering artisan weed and mushroom edibles. He does YouTube as well. And his third job is drawing digital porn for online ads, mostly video game and cartoon characters, some Rule 34 stuff for DeviantArt. How many hours would you say you work a week? 10. That's 10 you could be spending on your craft if we lived in a fairer world. Now, once you finished all that and you finally have a chance to dig into your inner vantage point, what's the approach, the process? Going into his process, how many drugs that he takes, what's next after that? Sometimes I'll stare at the dials on the stove and just check that they're off. If they're moving, I'll do this 3, 5, or 7 times. Is that part of the writing process for you? Not really. And then there's a bit more. Do you use these ideas as starting points for new writing projects? Not really. So after all of that is done, do you finally start writing? Depends. I also kind of like to run the hot water in the bathroom and steam up the house so it feels like the music vibe pool I'm lying at the bottom of is actually a hot tub. And then I'm usually starting to come down just a little. So I'll go looking for my pills. And then there's this guy named Waco who sometimes hangs outside of our apartment selling old DVDs and fake Jordans and stolen figurines and stuff. So I like going down to talk to him or to see what new goods he has. So I might do that. Usually by then I'm thinking about an ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend and I'll get hungry again. And we end there. An Orchestrated Love, a modern Hallmark romance, which is written like a screenplay, and it's about a white woman who is in a relationship with an orc, and there's a bunch of emoticons on the side, and this was also amusing. Non-be-god or what deity would be a turf, and this is a teacher who is getting in a very young student's face about God and James, we're going to learn new word now, transphobic. That's when you don't believe in science and decency. Can you repeat that for me? Did I say teacher? I meant like tranny teacher. Sorry. Oh, and then we have a third interview here, which is about a guy interviewing a Native American and... Oh, not a Native American, I'm sorry. We're in Canada. And this is funny as well. When I was teaching poetry, this would come up often. I used to run poetry sessions as a part of the Canada Council-sponsored provincial initiative, and we mainly sought to teach poetry to blind and or deaf, BIPOC, and Indigenous youths. The most common question I got, other than "Where are my parents?" was "Why are we even writing poetry?" And the interviewer is unwilling to push them too far, but they are a white person LARPing as a Native Canadian, whatever. I don't give a fuck. And the humor's there. It definitely, I absolutely have laughed at some of these. Then we have some book reviews, which is great. This is about a protagonist named RK who wakes up and he's no longer... I'm sorry, not he. They are no longer a fleshy human boy, but a female anime rom-com protagonist named R-Chan, MC Energy. I have Opie now, holy what have I done? Yeah, and so this person is trying to, dress up in this book review, a tranny anime fetish work into something deep. The father goes so far as to call them, in no uncertain terms, a fucking weirdo retard American. They're really into Discord and Futaba channel, which is 2chan. I guess that's what 2chan's called. Experts are looking into RK and talking with them. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're not a teenage Asian cartoon girl, but the distress this causes is most evident in CBT Man, where they are trapped in another therapy session after being diagnosed as severely autistic. This fundamental misunderstanding appears to extend to RK's first attempts at romance. Their Tinder conversations and awkward first date mishaps are cataloged with punishing exactitude, from antagonizing over which schoolgirl uniform outfit to wear to forgetting to tell their date that they only speak Japanese now, and then having to write everything down in Spanish on napkins only to later run out of said napkins and to be left there alone at the table when their date has gone to the ladies' room and never comes back, to being catfished by Ahigo-faced e-girls. At one point, they fake having a severe Japanese cold in the hopes that the boy they've been seeing for 1 week comes over and nurses them back to health. The plan fails miserably. Rosearu Koryu is nearly hospitalized. They don't work. Where's Truck-kun when I need him? Just isekai me already. What's more, their family threatens to kick them out. A date calls the cops on them. They get banned from their go-to Discord server for instigating petty fights about subtitles versus dubs. Dubs are better. At their very lowest, they decide to commit ritual seppuku, but fail when the butter knife doesn't break the skin. Conclusion, I fucking bawled my eyes out at this part. But during their hour of need, a user named... Boy Pussy 4, reaches out and offers a lifeline. They are driving in that guy's waifu-covered imported Toyota AE86. Yeah, it ends with RK deciding to embrace their transformation into R-Chan. This resolution feels like a win for both the poet and the reader. The reviewer has some questions about the technical details regarding the metamorphosis, like how do they regard their penis envy as an anime character, what fetishes come along with this conversion, how long can they stand being stuffed in a locker with their crush before fainting from the heat and intrigue. And then that's, we end with that on 92, and not quite the rest of it. There's still like plenty to get into. But we're now into the contributor bios in order of appearance. Devere Carnell cares a lot about women's issues, but cares even more about men's issues. He volunteers with the North American Man-Boy Love Association, NAMBLA, or E-Boy Love Association. Oh, sorry, it's Man-Boy E-Boy Love Association. My apologies. To encourage the acceptance of ethical pedophilia and ethical grooming, usually through popular online games like Minecraft or Roblox, as a legitimate sexual orientation. Yeah, there are some reviews of the Echolalia review, and then how would you submit poetry, and then, you have to select your race. Caucasian, if you selected Caucasian, please explain why. What gender do you identify as? Caucasian was listed last, by the way, in that list. And then male, if you selected male, please explain why. The white poet paradox results. White, the I is replaced by the little star thing. And we have the people who were sad when the poet died and people who were upset when the white poet lived. And then the crucial groups, it's everyone except for white men. This was cute, where they have a contract that you would need to sign, as you submit. You're too stupid and / or poor to get a lawyer to check this over, aren't you? You'd sign even if we offered you a bag of peanuts and a burlap sack as compensation, wouldn't you? You'd thank us for it too. We wouldn't even give you author copies. Author copies are termination, governing law, entire agreement. You identify as a global majority Western minority. Please be specific. I liked this on 146 about artistic movements. As a rule, the more people, style / subject matter incorporated into an artistic movement, the weaker it becomes. Categories and delineations exist for a reason. Toe-stepping on hurts both feet. I've seen attempts at starting new movements, such as neo-decadence, but most of these end up lost in one of the many seas of obscurity for, if nothing else, a lack of genuine zeitgeistal vigor. But even the astroturfed Peter Thiel-funded Dime Square Trust Fund Baby Collective, who received ample attention and resources and appeared to have seized upon the spirit of the times, couldn't produce anything enduring beyond a play and a podcast despite themselves. Given these dismal results, one has to ask, are new artistic movements even possible today? Are there simply too many active poets with too many muddled creative philosophies and too few legitimate concentrating filters in place for us to constitute such things? Oh my god, I think I forgot to talk about, but one of them was, it was about someone not being Jewish, but they dedicate the poem to their Jewish friend. So therefore it was able to get published because of that, like legitimately published. Because many of these, if not all of them, have in fact been published by like actual places. And we have the afterword here. The author says that they don't hate contemporary poetry. They don't see poetry as a dying medium either. I do. This current era might even be classified as something of a high point. So, yeah, the whole thing was fake, right? The whole Echolalia review, it's meant to impersonate the style, subject matter, and personalities you'll see in your average indie poetry journal today. And all told, 30 publications fell for the gag, accepting 47 pieces if you exclude the couple of humor-oriented magazines that accepted pieces clearly framed as works of satire. He would send out poems at first and get numerous rejections for each just to resubmit them under his pseudonym. These were picked up almost immediately when sending them out the second way. In case there was any remaining doubt whatsoever that publications have a vested interest in over-promoting work from desirable groups and are firmly critical of those from less desirable groups. Mine. The Shakespeare's Cum Slut poem, the Emoji Pasta, received 9 rejections under his name and only 2 under BH before being accepted for publication. This is consistent where he's receiving over a dozen or more rejections under his name, but then under a diverse name, he gets picked up after only 1 or 2 rejections. Tic Tac Stoic Man, which received 26 rejections under his name and only 1 under BH before being accepted. As long as agents represent artists based on the number of identificatory criteria these artists satisfy or the likes their clients receive online over the freshness and insight they could offer with the right support and encouragement, as long as publishing houses market works according to trends in politics and orders from boards of directors, never vitality, innovation, or public moralization, people like me will continue to fuck with them and it's poetry that will get caught in the crossfire. And here it's like, okay, he did a funny gag. It's very humorous getting these literary quote-unquote people to accept this work. It's funny, right? But here it feels like he's trying to barter with them. He's trying to plead with the literary scene, the poetry scene, and to get them to accept that, hey, we need to change and maybe accept white male poets again. This is not going to happen. Poetry cannot be saved. There's no big mainstream publisher which is gonna turn the tide. It doesn't matter if they're losing money, and I think some of them definitely are losing money in terms of book publishers. It doesn't matter. They are not going to just turn course. They'll lose everything. They'll waste billions and trillions of dollars because they don't like us, right? It's this weird thing. It feels like it's obviously more intelligent and sophisticated than what I'm gonna say, but the guys online who make the Disney has gone woke, Kathleen Kennedy must be fired. If only they started making the entertainment with just slightly less overt leftist fuck white men propaganda, we would be happy piggies at the trough. Obviously, this is more than that, but it's, a similar vibe where you're trying to plead with these people who really do fucking hate you. I guess they would like your money, right? Sure, but they don't really want you. Definitely not as a artist, creative type, but not even really as a consumer. Participants in this community and appreciators of any kind of poetry who want to see it avoid losing its rebel spirit, its charm, and its relevance, then one primary directive emerges: trying harder and maybe not being such massive fucking pussies. That, or you can start yet another doomed indie magazine about Mexican-American fast food restaurants. Remember, times change, the pendulum swings, bombs drop, vegetables get thrown. Thankfully for us, no matter what happens, poetry resembles more closely the cockroach, grungy, persistent, radiation resistant. Okay, here's some more of the rub. I'm not calling for censorship or the invalidation of personal experiences in what has been a historically boundary-pushing enterprise that create the same issue of predictability and ossification I'm currently trying to combat, just on the other end of the political spectrum. Could you imagine if, instead of every poem being about period blood or micro-racism, every poem was about the joys of farming potash or only doing missionary in the name of our Savior? That shit would suck complete ass. Trans, neurodivergent, etc. voices are here to stay. Whatever your opinion of them might be. Indie poetry, but really all poetry by definition, is about being independent and out there. And that involves voices I, you, and others may disagree with, cheekily mock, or not fully understand. I understand trans people. I hate them, and I don't need to listen to them. The idea that you went on this whole thing where you did this big, huge fake review and you wrote all this poetry, you submitted it around, this must have taken weeks, months, years to do, and still it's, maybe we shouldn't kick out trans people. And okay, sure, right, too far in the other way. There is kind of the guys that want to go back to the 90s or whatever, but I don't agree with that, or trying to like you do get some insane types that think we're going to go back to the 1950s. That's not going to fucking happen. But this is like a hellscape, right? So maybe we should go back a little bit towards like the guys writing about farming and missionary sex or whatever. I don't get the people that want like the all of the nastiness and the degradation of the modern era, but also white men get to be at the top of the pyramid. Those two things are mutually exclusive. They don't fucking work. They don't go together. I don't think we're going to go back to, Andy Griffith's show, but we could go toward, not go back, but go forward towards something better, something more genuine. And here it's just, I felt like the author was a little fucking like bitch, like kind of a cunt. Just, there's no middle ground to reach with a trans person, right? They are severely mentally ill. Many of them do want to harm children and groom them and rape them. I don't care if a trans person goes, water is wet. You know what? I'm going to say water is dry. If a trans person came up to me and said water is wet, I'll say it's dry. I'm not willing to meet them in the middle on anything. These people cannot create good art. These people, they are, right? I mean, they don't even understand themselves. And what can possibly be gained by sharing any type of space with them? Literally fucking nothing. So, strongly disagree with the author. I think, and I'm probably overstating it, but probably he would be very happy if the poetry community came out and said, yes, you're very clever and smart for pulling this trick on us, and now we're going to award you the place that you feel that you deserve in our community. Kinda, that's how it feels like. It doesn't work, right? It simply doesn't work. Overall, some of this was definitely funny for sure, so I'm not gonna go back and pretend that it wasn't. But I probably would not read more by this author. I think we're very different people, and it's just guy opposed to the current state of things doesn't mean that this person is my ally. And I don't need like my ally, quote unquote, to be like crazy schizophrenic guy that's really gung-ho about all the race shit. But like, and actually we shouldn't stop trans voices or other voices from making poetry. No, like we really should. Like legitimately we should. We need to stop them. Does that exist? Would there be like very cringy, bad, like Daily Wire-esque conservative, quote unquote, entertainment? Yeah, that shit's terrible. There's plenty of talented, smart, good people who share values, right? Who are making art on this side of things. To say that there aren't, that's bullshit. They're not very popular. I would say, like, if I had to do a ratio of like good to bad from stuff I've reviewed, the bad probably outweighs the good by a decent margin. But there have been like a few like, this is great, like this is very good. If more people read this, it would be wonderful. I don't like the notes at the end for sure, and that is gonna be it from me. I don't really have anything else to say about it. I don't know. I don't really recommend it. Sorry, I wish I had something a little smarter or better to do with it. All right, 5th entry. It's time for, Christopher Sandbatch's debut work. I am as excited as you are, but here we are, number 5, 3 themes in chamber verse.
You and I know your little secret.
You know, I only told you I wanted to be a coach because I like playing ball. But I was just shining you on because that's what I do with people.
I told you many times, Anthony, you were special. You had smarts, personality, leadership potential, all the perquisites to lead young men onto the field of sport. And now look at the stress you live with. You're not prepared. You'll never shut me up.
Carbon Pages, 3 plays by Daniel Gawilowski. All right, this was published by Unreal Press, and it is $25 for a very nice hardcover. It's 351 pages, and our author is a communist, or perhaps you would call him Nazbol. I'm not sure how he identifies.
Why do you think you're in here, 981?
I am accused of being a traitor, a collaborator, and a counter-revolutionary.
It is not an accusation. You are a traitor, you are a collaborator, and you are a counter-revolutionary. Did you write this?
As I said, the book is in fact a hardcover. It's blue. It's nice. I don't know. I guess Amazon does offer this. I assume that this was print on demand, but maybe it's not. I'm not sure how it would work with Amazon if it isn't. But our dust jacket is got a guy. There's a red background. He's wearing, I guess that's a Soviet uniform. I don't know if this is the author or not, or if it's someone else. If it is the author, he's like a bit older than I imagined, but maybe that is the author. It says Literature of the 21st Century on the front and back, and then on the front it's like a fossil of some dinosaur thing. I'm not sure what animal it's supposed to be, but it's like a dinosaur. I think that's okay. I don't know if that quite goes with the 3 plays, what they are, but all right. Cognito Hazard, which is comedy. It's kind of just absurd comedy about some whores in a whorehouse, and there's this supernatural horror thing. The so-called epic drama No Weapon Formed Against You, and there is Boring and Broke in Buenos Aires, which is about some writers living down there in modern times, and they talk about writing a bit. It's a comedy, and I like the first and third, and I can visualize them as plays. I think they work as plays, and all of these are structured as plays in the book. The second one, which is very, very long, is also structured as a play. I struggle to comprehend how it could ever realistically be done as a play. I'll get into it, but I don't think it works as a play really at all. And for the subject matter, which gets very into Russian, pre-Soviet collapse, and then post-Soviet collapse, and it has all these figures and names who are actual real people. The only one I recognized was Dugan. Dugan is a main character in No Weapon Formed Against You, but it was definitely a struggle, I think, for a non-Russian to fully know what the fuck is going on, who are these fucking people. I don't think it did a perfect job with that, of bringing non-Russians into this sphere. And even for Russians, I would say that these people are probably pretty fucking obscure as well. There are some other reasons why I dislike the second, but this was certainly interesting. I would give this recommendation. I think it's worth checking out. I think better, right? I would definitely read more by this author. I'd be curious if they would do non-plays maybe, or more plays that are like the first and third. Because if the second one is the magnum opus, I don't think that's it. But we'll have something to talk about. So if you don't want spoilers, right, then maybe skip this review. Go check it out. It's not terribly long to read. I mean, reading screenplays is sure as hell a lot faster than reading prose, so you could do that in a reasonable amount of time. Otherwise, we're going to get into it, boys. I forgot to say, before we get into it, there's also some very beautiful black and white artwork inside the book, and they are excellent. Each play has several. The artist for this was Louis Perez Bana. Oh, okay. So the cover image is from some cast of a thing or whatever, blah, blah, blah. The back cover image is Edward Limonov, who is one of the main protagonists in the second play. So, okay, that is not the author. Good. So our author, I don't know. It's just like, damn, our author is like, I don't know, just like the crop top. It's almost like that Zoomer broccoli hair, almost. I hate that haircut. So that's not our author. Hopefully our author did not style himself after that look. That would be embarrassing. There's a part of me that feels that I would say the first one was the best for me. The third one I enjoyed a bit less than the first, but there's still like good stuff there. And the second one, it's not wholly devoid of anything I like about it. There's plenty I liked about it. Overall, I didn't really care for the second one. I do question maybe if these had just been written as short stories or novellas versus writing them as plays. Maybe that would be better. So the first one was staged in Munich under the title Does No One Remember Vanilla? Boring and Broken Buenos Aires has been staged in Dublin. The last play has not been staged at all. Cognito Hazard. We are in a post-war Italian bordello. We're in the foyer. We have a customer here. It's a man in his mid-60s. He's wearing a suit, reading a newspaper. There's a cat here, and then we have the madam show up. Our customer is Rico, and he really wants to see Lola, but Lola isn't in right now, so he has to have another girl. So the entire play, we have the foyer, and then we have this one singular room upstairs. That works. That fits within a play. You only have, you have the one intro scene, and then your next location, and then you stay in that location for the rest of the play. It works. You can visualize that. So the customer went upstairs with Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi is another prostitute there who is a mute. So they go upstairs, and then enters Lola. Lola is talking with the madam, and then Lola goes upstairs to see Crystal. This is a small detail, but I like the little page numbers at the bottom. I don't know what text that is, what script, but it looks nice. Lola is really out of it when she speaks with Crystal. She wants to know how many girls work here, and it's Crystal, Lola, Topaz, and Chi-Chi, right? So it's those four and the madam. Lola is really freaked out. She asks Crystal, hey, did you stay over at my place last night? No, she didn't do that. She knows that someone must have been in her place, but she can't remember. Crystal's also having memory issues, little back and forth about the shoes and how Crystal can't remember that she was wearing flats last night and not heels. So something strange is going on. This is our first image where we have, Crystal, Lola, Topaz all in a room. It's pretty disturbing. I'm not sure who's on the bed. Is that meant to be Chi-Chi? No, Chi-Chi's not in the room yet. But yeah, we got little monster with many eyes reading a newspaper. Maybe that's supposed to be this is the foyer. Isn't it? Oh, okay, yes. I'm sorry, I'm retarded. This must be the foyer, the little thing reading the newspaper that has to be Rico. The smaller one, that's got to be Chi-Chi, and then the kind of big monstrous one, I suppose that's the Madam. The eyes are great. Like the eyes for the one in the foreground, it's great, but it's all deformed and fucked up. It's, I don't know, very good. I don't know how much the artist cost, but money well spent. And then they bring up another girl, Vanilla, and they're talking about Vanilla, right, who's another prostitute that used to work here, but then she left. And then they come to the conclusion that, you know, Vanilla never existed. Why are they remembering this prostitute that used to work here who never was fucking here in the first place? Topaz and Chi-Chi are together, and they're talking, and yeah, Topaz seemingly forgets that Chi-Chi is a mute and cannot participate in the conversation. Topaz also talks about her boyfriend Dino, who they're supposedly saving up to get a boat, but in reality Dino is pimping her out at this place. And then Topaz enters the bathroom. She sees something and she screams. She slams the door shut, she struggles to lock it, and her face is deformed by a traumatized expression. Beyond that door could have been Satan himself. Topaz begs her not to open the door. Chi-Chi is trying to convey to the other two that there's something behind the door, but Topaz is not helping her. Topaz seemingly has forgotten whatever she just saw in the bathroom. Lola shows up, tells them that the madam is dead down in the foyer, so they go to check it out, and she has her neck slashed. Crystal suspects that Lola is the killer. Lola starts to believe it too because she's forgetting things, that she's losing her mind. Also, Lola has done drugs in the past, so that's also why people suspect that maybe that it is her. So Chi-Chi was writing down that she and Topaz were alone in this room right before the madam was killed. Chi-Chi also says that she saw something in the bathroom and just screamed and screamed. Topaz insists that she did not scream. Alright, so I'm a little out of sync. I'm sorry, boys. This is the part where they realize that there was no girl here named Vanilla. So Lola says to Topaz that there's no Vanilla. There never was a Vanilla. Everyone's very confused. They don't know what to do. Obviously, it's a play, so it's very dialogue heavy. I think the dialogue is done well. Lola inches up to the door and gives a little knock. The door slams back, and we have the door slamming every now and then for the rest of the play. They're debating if it could possibly be a gas leak, if it's communists, if it's vampires, if it's a serial killer because the madam was also partially eaten, or what the hell's going on. I'm not a spaz and vampires aren't real. They are so, Topaz mocks her. Alright, Shees, I'm sorry. They look through the keyhole into the powder room, and all they see is that it's smashed up, but they can't see anything else inside there. And they know that whatever this thing is, it still has to be here because the door didn't open, and that door always squeaks. So how is this thing moving around? Well, it is climbing along the ceiling and going through windows, but they know now that it's in the powder room. They talk about what they want later in life, and one wants to open a gelato shop, vineyard, and finally they come up with a plan where Chi-Chi is going to enter the room for only a short amount of time, and she's going to draw whatever she sees in there because you can't remember it, whatever you look at, but you might be able to draw it, right? They get Chi-Chi out of there. She is covered in some black goo. There is nothing on her piece of paper despite all of her drawing. It's blank. Its drawing has disappeared totally. Another good drawing on 56. It's... Okay, so obviously there's Chi-Chi. I'm not sure it's been like a little bit... Well, that's kind of the issue with these videos where you're reading like 7 of them, and some of them are faster, so you can read them in quick succession. But it's been, I guess, 2 weeks or so, maybe a little more since I've gone through Carbon pages. But whoever is the smoker, she looks good. The chin is very, very sharp. I don't know why that... Well, so are her breasts. But Well done to our artist. Whatever's in the room is still slamming on the door. It's screeching. The girls are still talking to each other. They're trying to figure it out by process of elimination. So if you can't remember something, then that means whatever the creature is doesn't have that attribute or that thing, right? So whatever you can't remember means that this creature must have had that. So Lola's cat shows up. Topaz doesn't know what a cat is. And so, okay, is the killer the cat? The killer isn't a cat, but Topaz can't remember what a cat is. And Rico in the foyer had the cat right beside him. I think it has to be Rico. Well, I mean, it has to be Rico, I guess. Or we'll talk about the ending in a minute. But the madam's dead. There's no one else besides Rico, no named characters. I guess it could be something random, but Crystal also doesn't know what a tie is, and Rico wears a three-piece suit. They're getting into their memories, and they realize that Chi-Chi used to be able to speak just a week ago when everyone believes that she's been mute, or, I don't know if since birth, but for a long time, as long as they can remember. The whores are all bitching and yelling at each other still. They're like becoming friendly again, and then they start bitching, and then they're, making up, and they're bitching again. It's all done well. And then the door flings open. There is an insectoid. They turn to look at it before they continue fighting amongst each other. They try to shut the door on the creature after Lola is looking at it and says, "And what are you staring at?" And the door will not shut. The lights go out. There's some noises. The light comes back on. The girls are all lying once where they were standing. Slowly, one by one, they wake up as if from a dream. They look around. The creature is gone. One by one, the girls exit. Lola looks back. Lola to Crystal, "Who are you?" Unforgettable by Nat King Cole plays. The end. This was enjoyable. So I like this one. I can definitely see this staged as a play. It literally was staged as a play. There's good dialogue. It was funny. Yeah, I don't really have any complaints with it. I think this was a nice little comedy here. Now, no weapon formed against you. This is supposed to be an epic. It deals with, as I said, Russia, and specifically the fusion of communism and National Socialism, or Nazbol, if you would like to call it by that term. So Nazbol, it's a fusion of these two ideologies. It's like it's kind of like a chimera. Like, those animals where it's like two animals or more put together. So if you can imagine an animal which has the head of a lion and the body of a goat, you can guess which ideology is which, according to White Pill Media. Then you would have your Nazbolism. I did feel that to have a better time, because there's a lot to navigate, there's a lot of names, a lot of real names, a lot of real people, a lot of real history. You do kind of need some inside knowledge of Russian culture and politics, and these are rather obscure figures as well, so that's also more difficult. I think it needs like a bit of a tighter focus, because it's shot, it's written in a way where it's more like a movie where you're moving around, like scene, and you're all over the fucking place. That cannot and would not work as a play, right? It's simply impossible. It's in no way could this be performed properly in the way that it's written here. Absolutely, that's a really strong weakness, but anyways, I wasn't sure how much of this was real. Some of it is, some of it's fake. We'll get to it. But Edward Limonov, Alexander Dugin, Igor Letov are all three real figures in Russian, contemporary history. They did found the National Bolshevik Party, and I enjoyed it at the start, but it kind of lost me, and this like wish fulfillment kind of power fantasy thing, which, you know, I keep saying we'll get to it, but we will get to it, boys. Was really a turnoff. I just don't like that literature. I don't like that type of stuff, even for like my beliefs. I find it just kind of cringy. Like I got secondhand embarrassment from some of it because I, you know, looking into it, none of that shit fucking happened. But that's for later. It's divided up into 3 sections where the USSR is still going strong, and then we have the, you know, time of the collapse of the USSR, and then when it's going back up. So we begin in 1980, young pioneers. We have a young man and a man in a blue suit. They're in this room. The man is with the KGB. So he's being interrogated because they think he's brought contraband into the USSR, which in reality was like some Walkmans and stuff like that, some like Western music and shit, which is not okay to have in the Soviet Union. He got taken downstairs that night and beaten by 4 soldiers in a small room. Then he gets dumped in a psychiatric hospital. In the psychiatric hospital, Igor meets a young man named Alexander. They're about the same age. So they're just sitting and talking. Igor reveals that he got nabbed for bringing 8 tracks into the country. Alexander says, "Don't confess to me, I could be KGB." What's an 8-track? It plays songs like cassettes. They talk about music a little bit. And they become friends. They're talking about music. They've been here for a bit of time. Igor talks about forming an escape plan. Alexander says he's in on it. And then we have the nurse calling out for the boy, "Alexander Dugin, your father is here." I did write "what the fuck" in the margins because I know very little about Russian politics and such, but I do know the name Alexander Dugin. So I was actually shocked that he was here in this play. That was a big surprise for me. I did take Russian for 4 years in high school, and I am atrocious at it. I could probably say less than 20 words. Ya говорю по-русски язык, я понимаю. That's about it, boys. Not a whole lot. Ya means I. That's all I got. And there's mashina and mushina. One of them means man. The other one means car. Mushina means man? Maybe. All right. What the fuck do you want from me? You know, like you would go take a fucking foreign language class once was it even every day? It might have been every day or every other day, whatever. And then you never practice it outside of that room, and then it turns out you're not fluent in it. No shit. There were other people who were much more skilled than I. I was not one of those people. Dugin's dad gets him out of there while Igor is still in there for some time. And now we cut again. We are in Paris. We have George's Olivier. Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. We are at this party, and then we have a woman, Lady DeLise, come in, and Lady DeLise has an escort with her, which is this boyish gentleman who is Limonov. Limonov is one of the 3 founders of, the National Bolshevik Party. Limonov is not very supportive of his native Russia. He calls it a nation of drunks and potato farmers. I hate mediocrity. Their slavers deserve each other. And in Moscow and Petersburg, all the aristocrats and intellectuals exiled to stoke the brilliance of the West. Thank God for it. I kiss Paris. Payoff, George Washington Bridge, porno films. When I die, I want my grave here under my feet, and for it to say, "Here lived the bastard son of a great mother who did all he could to please her." I think I mentioned it, maybe I didn't, but Limonov, he is a writer, and yeah, he's just with the lady who is an older woman, so he's kind of her... Is paramour the right term? Gigolo? Let's go with gigolo. Yeah, that's a good word. Now we have left the party, and we are at the River Seine, and we have some characters, Kost, Vasha, and Spear, No idea who the fuck these guys are at the start. You know, they're none of the characters we were introduced to earlier. And then on 2 pages later, on 86, Alexander Dugin is on his knees lighting a Kazbek cigarette with the bonfire. And then also Igor Letov is mentioned as being there as well, right below the Dugin introduction. So, not introduction, they were here, like they were part of the scene. I don't know what the point of these other characters is, instead of just, I don't know, keep it to Igor, keep it to Dugin, maybe a third guy, maybe a fourth guy. But it just seems odd to me, right? I get it, it's supposed to be kind of an epic, but I haven't really gone to a play since I was a child. I remember our mother took us to see Cats in the theater, and before the show, as we were getting to our seats, the actors were scurrying around in their costumes, you know, for the kids. I remember being frightened as a boy, but I liked Cats. That was good. Our mom did stuff for us like that. She did that quite a bit. More when we were younger, just kind of, I guess, petered out as we got older. But I just think the book is a bit cluttered, right? I mean, we have these different running narratives. We have a decent amount like protagonists, and we're going to be jumping back and forth. So why do we need this Spear Cost Yasha guy? I think it would just be a lot stronger if we just cut it. Like, cut everyone who's not absolutely necessary. You are already covering 3 different timelines with these characters and these very large cultural, historical moments. So I think there's enough going on that we don't need to have these little side characters. They're not very interesting, and I think they could be removed easily. And the guys do a little ritual. It's like satanic, where they're taking a Eucharist, but it's an evil Eucharist. So yeah, eventually they all do it. I don't know. I don't know about Dugin if he got. I think yeah. See, I don't even know that much about Dugin. Where I don't know if they're involved in like Satanism and shit. With what the fuck is that group? Give me a second. Let me look it up. Order of 9 Angels. Okay, because there are like Nazi occult Satanist things, but don't know if Dugin would be involved in that. Probably not. I think the author's probably just having a laugh. So we're back with Edward and his lady. We're in Paris. He's in a shitty little apartment. Some men show up trying to collect money from Edward. He pretends that he's, going crazy. It doesn't work for Edward, and they beat him a little bit. We're back in Russia with Dugin and Igor. There's a big parade going on. Yeah, we have some more artwork here, and it's still good quality stuff. So them at the parade, they're getting some illegal, smuggled goods in, right? And they have to go get it from some people. They're a little involved with some organized crime guys who threaten them, and then we're back with Limonov in Paris. So the scene with Limonov in Paris is just him being unable to afford some groceries, so he has to run back to his apartment and go get it. Then we cut back to Moscow and Igor and Alexander, and they're talking about this book, and it's about the whites and the reds fighting. I know a little bit about the fighting Always with Honor by Rangel. I've read that, and a little more about the whites and the reds. And he talks about how he feels that the author of this book, who writes from the POV of a white Russian soldier who were with the nationalists, how he gets reformed in the end and becomes a communist, but he felt that the author was actually really sympathetic to the nationalist cause. So we're doing that, but again, what the fuck is the point of this little grocery scene with Limonov? And I'm trying to imagine it being performed as a play. So we have 2 minutes? If that, maybe 2-3 minutes, and then scene ends, new scene. We're back in Russia. It just feels like a mess. So Dugin ended up meeting with the author, and the author says that's all bullshit, and I actually wrote this just to expose people as being fake communists, and you're the guy I wrote against, so fuck you. So there's that little aside. and they decide that they're going to rob basically the Russian Boy Scouts who have a camp nearby and get some money from them. Oh, Dugan also thinks that he can do hypnosis, so he tries that and it never works. It never works for him. It's funny. And they escape the camp. They were being the dogs, literally the hounds were released, but they managed to escape. Yeah, that's a nice piece of artwork with this demonic dog chasing them. The eyes are all crazy, and there's the two of them scurrying away with armloads of stolen gear. I'm not exaggerating here when I say like rapid scene changes for a play, and even for a prose book, just a normal novel, this would be ridiculous. This would be insane. So 111, we end with Dugan and Igor robbing the camp. 112 is a full page of artwork, and then 113 is we're back in Paris with Limonov. And then also on the bottom of 113, it's not even a full page, we're now back in Russia with Dugan. You just kind of get a little like whiplash, you know? It's like, where the fuck are we? Why are we fucking seeing this scene? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing so many transitions back and forth? Just, I feel like if you just picked a few more impactful scenes and we stayed there for quite some time and then we had a scene change, that would work a lot better. I also feel like that's how you would have to do it with the play. You know, you wouldn't have these little temporary bits, right? Just it mixed in. Maybe it's a way for the author to try to balance the POV so we're not far away from any POV for too long, but I don't think that quite works. This scene, okay. Yeah, so Alexander and the guys, they have a goat and they're in the woods. So they tie the goat up, they raise it up into the air. Alexander says, "Wish for something, everyone. Everyone make a wish. Keep cutting. Hold it. Seek Heil. Seek Heil." It's done. The crickets chirp. So it's kind of funny. It's wacky. They sacrificed a goat. I don't know. Maybe this is like a part of Dugan, like the rumor mill around Dugan that he was really into occult shit and sacrificed a goat. Or we just wanted a more comedic scene here, like a dark comedy scene. Okay, I guess that's not kind of the tone I was getting. Right? It's like, okay, we have some rebellious guys. They're kind of anti like the authoritarian part of the state, which is like denying them from exploring other cultures. And then we have this writer in Paris and he's struggling to make a living, and you know, we have that going on with like these two artists and that. But now we're sacrificing a goat. I don't know. Maybe that's a part of like the Nazgul stuff, and someone who's into Nazgul would sort of know if it works. So we're now back in Paris again, and he's going to this guy because he's supposed to be paid for the story that he wrote, and he hasn't been paid yet. So he ends up staying there for like over a day waiting for his money. So he sleeps there and all. He gets offended because this guy says that you're our best Russian author instead of just your best author. The publisher says there's spelling mistakes every second word. The punctuation is lousy. You substitute English and Russian all over the place, and half the sentences are just incoherent. What do you want me to say? That's Henry Miller. You know how long it took the idiot to edit this. So he feels embarrassed by the whole incident. And, we do have a transition, but we are still in Paris, and now he's back with his lady who is packing her bags. But it seems like they've made up. Igor finds himself back in a KGB interrogation room where they accuse him of plotting a coup. He's talking about Marxism. He accuses the KGB of being part of the bourgeois elements, and I promise in the name of Marx, Engels, and whoever the fuck, to fight corruption wherever it persists or die trying. I don't know if the author really believes in this shit or not. Like the communism crap, maybe he does, and Yeah, that would lower my opinion of the author a bit, but I'm not 100% sure. I think he probably has some sympathies with it. That's just, it's a bridge too far for me. Oh yeah, and the KGB were after some manifestos that they created, so inadvertently Igor let on. They sort of know that the manifestos do actually exist, so they're going to be searching for the pamphlets. So they're trying to contact a guy on the outside and burn them before the KGB can get them. And we end this part one with Igor going home to his mother. The narrator lets us know that Igor is 15 years old now and he will die aged 43. He rests his head on his wrists and glances at the TV one last time before dozing off. Slacker and effigy. Portrait of Oblomov skipping school. Part 2. 13 years later, 1993, in Anarchia Deserta. So, this confused me a bit. I'm sorry if I'm retarded and I just don't quite get it, but we have this voice here on 135, and I believe we're talking, maybe it's about the devil. I don't know, so I'm just going to read this section out to you. Now I'm realizing that not once have I told you who I am. Have you heard of me? Are you guessing at who I am? I'm really very popular, or at least I was. Back then they called me Daemon or Lord, but always Alu. And they built awesome facades in my image. That was 6,000 years ago in a very important city called Kirarsh, later called Sasu, and now called Nothing, and known by no one as anything other than an insignificant mound of rocks and desert flora. I'll be the first to admit I took my popularity for granted. There, in what now they call Iran, they cut temples for me, palaces, crowns were dusted in the sand for me. I passed from hand to hand. I was on every coin. Entire enclaves would gather in public to cut the throats of children in my honor. But that was so long ago. To even bring it up breaks my heart. It was so long ago that it makes me emotional. I don't know why we have this like demon perspective. I guess we have some airline passengers here. They're on their way to Moscow. They say the investments are simply unbeatable. Russia's the new land of opportunity. You don't believe Russia can change? I'll believe Russia can change when elephants fly. They look out the window, a Dumbo flies past on massive ears and winks at the flabbergasted entrepreneurs. So this is after, the Soviet Union has collapsed. I know that a lot of Russian industry gets bought up by various non-Russian people. But I thought, the majority of the oligarchs who came in were Jewish. And that's not even me being a rabid anti-Semite. I think that's just factual. A lot of shit got bought up by Jews for pennies on the ruble, I guess. And they ended up controlling a shit ton of things that if it was put up for in fairness, on the market, then they wouldn't have gotten it so cheap. But they, with some assistance from people in the Soviet government, were able to get things and buy up a ton of stuff. Just have this little aside here with the West or demons. I guess Dugan would appreciate that commentary, but again, I really want to ask the author, how does this work in a play, right? I'm just imagining setting up a little fake airplane setting for this 2-second scene for a comedic gag, and then we cut to Dugan in a lecture hall. So that's what Dugan has been up to. Edward is, he's still a writer. He's done well for himself. He's with some young, I think she's a singer, and then Igor is with a band now, right? He's a big star in Russia. This might be a little fourth wall break from our author on 145, where Igor is speaking with an interviewer. Okay, but you have to admit your songs are in and of themselves quite lyrically complex. Do you regret that 99% of listeners are, say, missing the point? There's no point. It's an energy. If they're feeling something, that means they get it. The 99% are exactly who get it. It's the 1% who tried to dissect them that are missing the point. Art is a war. Great art is a war, which is why that's his band, is about anarchism. I've been saying the same thing for how many years? Anarchism is our great war. Limonov has returned to Russia. He is at like a little, I guess, a bar where he's being introduced, and he's speaking here. Limonov's funny. He talks about how he hated the depravity of the West, and the ugliness has always disgusted him. He's very much a anti-Western Russian nationalist. He hates capitalism. Apparently, he was a war correspondent in Serbia, and he talks about Archon's tigers are the bravest men I've had the honor of knowing. I don't know if this is the same guy, but I think there's this famous image of some Serbian mercenaries, or maybe they're not Serbian, but one of the guys like holding a tiger cub by the scruff of its neck, and it's like a very famous picture. So that might be who he's referring to. I know a little bit about Yugoslavia. I don't think the Serbians are completely innocent, mainly because Yugoslavia can't really exist, and well, one, it's a fake country, right? You're forcing all these 6 different ethnicities under one banner. That's clearly not going to work. So Serbia, after Yugoslavia disbands, trying to enforce that amongst the other nations can't really function, right? But I would say that I certainly can't side with the Muslim Bosnians because they're Muslims. So I guess I sort of pseudo give support to Serbia, even though you have to genocide the Bosnians, right? You have to genocide them, or you have to force them to convert to Eastern Orthodoxy. But just having this unwelcome Muslim minority in your nation that are always going to cause problems for you isn't going to work in the long term, right? This we're going to force you under our Serbian banner cannot function. So it's either like genocide, or you convert them, or you just force them out of the land that was Bosnia. So you can certainly respect them for securing their own lands and their nation, but attempting to expand like that, it was never really going to work. Oh, and we finally have Dugan meet Limonov here. They talk about history. They talk about the colonization of America. I don't know if this was real or not, but apparently there was some king King Friedrich of Prussia, who tried to collect all the tallest men of Europe and the tallest women and breed them into like a race of super giant people. That's kind of autistic and maybe is real. Don't know. They appreciate Charles Manson, and he was right about Hollywood. Oh, and then they talk about, I heard about this guy. It was this Russian baron who went south, and it's some shithole, like not quite in Asia, definitely no longer in Russia, not quite the Middle East country, where he slaughters so many people that he kind of becomes his own deity, and the savage Asian natives worship him as a god, and that really happened. We have more POV from the demon, who is very upset with someone. Perhaps we're talking to Dugan. Okay, maybe this is who we're talking to. We had the guys perform the little, I'm not sure what you would call it. They're eating like the like unholy Eucharist, and then the sacrificing the goat for Satan. So perhaps they did get in contact with the demon, and this is it. Oh, that would kind of make sense. Oh no, White Pill Media revealed himself to not be, the sharpest spoon in the drawer. Oh shit. That makes sense. That's not just completely random, but it is fucking strange because Dugan and the others never commentate on it. But yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, I think that kind of works. I don't love it in the play. I don't know how that would really function, because the demon has like no influence or does anything. It's just this voice that pops up now and then and gives some narration. I don't quite see how it functions. It makes more sense now, but I still don't think it's good. Oh, and they're with another guy, Chicken, and they're doing their own like little project together. It's like a pamphlet thing, like a political pamphlet that they're sending out to people and trying to build a movement in that way. We have this comedic bit here with Lemanoff, and he has two women, one's on the side. The main one finds out about the other one. Yeah, we have a little scene there where he's like crying and begging his current girlfriend, oh, please don't send me back to her. I'm so miserable when I'm with her. And he's able to, reverse Uno her into making her into her allowing him to stay with the side piece, thinking that he's miserable because of it. Demon voice again on the bottom of 173 carried over to 174. Just not sure how needed this is. And again, just as a play, like, sure, you can have a narrator come onto the stage and talk in between, like, when they're like changing settings or whatever, but really, I mean, is this necessary? Does this work? What's the point? It could function better in like a novel. I would say it could probably work there, but not as a play. The guys decide that a magazine isn't good enough to force a revolution, so they decide to form a political party instead. They call it the National Bolshevik Party, which embraces both fascistic and communist ideals. I liked this on 181. So they're in this really shitty, horrible building that's falling apart. The floor is hidden under a carpet of rubbish. They all try to imagine what the place would look like as the Politburo or Stalin's office. Nobody quite can. That's good. I like the bits of them working on repairing the place, painting the walls, tearing down the old disgusting wallpaper. One of them is he's working naked throughout the night. He goes outside and washes himself with clumps of snow. It's a good image. Oh, Jesus Christ, did I forget to say it? I think I forgot to say it, but they got Igor. They picked up Igor a bit ago. Dugan went out. Sorry, it's only been a few pages ago, so I'm still sorry, but they went out there. They spoke to Lettoff, who wasn't interested at first, but they ended up convincing him to join them. So it's the three of them together now. My bad. The dialogue is pretty good. The companionship between the guys, that's also done, I think, pretty well. I think if you just cut a good amount of the clutter and just tighten the focus, especially kind of Lemanoff's perspective, right, in Paris, how much of that is truly necessary. I think some of it, okay, but that probably could have been like 2 larger scenes, and then just now he's back in Russia after the fall of the USSR. So they're getting popular. The guy Igor, right, he was a part of a very popular band, so they're able to get a lot of his fans into his ideology. He's using that to promote it. And a bunch of people have now moved into their HQ. It's like a boarding school mixed with a barrack and editorial office. I could see this appealing more to Russians and people that know about this history and such, but I did find myself getting a bit bored here just because, well, one, I know who Dugan is, or I know enough about him to know that I don't like the guy. The other 2 guys are blank slates for me. One's kind of a bitchy, two-faced author, and the other one is a part of some band, and they didn't really quite manage to get me invested in them. But continuing on, they talk about how their HQ got searched, the police, because they're above the police headquarters, and they noticed some guys following them. 2 of their guys got pinched with some hand grenades, and Dugan is kind of a bitch here and says, don't talk about it, we're not going to bail these guys out, even though they're like card-carrying members of their organization. The narrator says on 198, National Bolshevism was on the tongue of the whole country. Reporters and news anchors made their lunch off the group. Legislation was drafted against the formation of the group. On and on. Some of that is true. Later on, National Bolshevism was banned in Russia. I'm pretty sure that's correct. It got like a certain amount of popularity, but I don't think it was ever quite as popular as the author's making it out to be. And we'll keep going. Limonov said, oh, this is Limonov at a band. We are the largest white nation in Europa. Got nothing to say here. I wouldn't post a meme of some character looking at, you with a side eye. Nothing like that. So, continuing on, we will lay the summer's dust with showers of blood and construct the Order of Eurasia, the Order of Apollo, Ormunds, the solar Christ in glory. Long live the Savior of the Almighty. I would say the grammar and such, it's like good most of the time. There are some mistakes. He makes some mistake. The author makes some mistakes that I made in some of my drafts of Duelhan, where reins, like reins for a horse, he writes it as REIGNS, which that just means like the reign of a king or a monarch, something like that, when it should, cut the G for the reins of a horse. But continuing on. And there's a part of me that hopes that these aren't like the author's true beliefs, because I don't know. It's like, would I find it kind of embarrassing to read a book and it's like the Nazis have some like super band that's very popular in America and they're playing to sold out crowds and everyone's cheering and we love Hitler? I think just me being a bit older, me being a lot more cynical and bitter, I just know that nothing like that shit is gonna fucking happen. So I find it just a little, like, oh my god. I didn't finish the Turner Diaries, but just starting the Turner Diaries, and it's this guy's little power fantasy that's not gonna fucking happen. And one, very, very bad writer for the Turner Diaries. And then two, it's just, I don't know, that stuff, it just doesn't appeal to me, right? It's just too wish fulfillment-y. And now at this stage in the second play, that kicks in 100%. Limonov is fighting with Dugan because Dugan is extremely religious and he has the guys doing some baptisms. Limonov calls it a costume party. So maybe there is a little self-awareness from the author, perhaps. But that's where we end part 2, where there's definitely a fracture within the movement. And then part 3, 6 years later, 1999, the seizure of Lapduk. Limonov is alone. He is in the Eagle's Nest. That's what they call their HQ. And time has not been kind to it. The revolutionary is eating baking chocolate. That's a nice detail. Dugan shows up. They talk a little bit about the past. Things are not going great. And then Limonov is walking around. He goes into a place where they host writers and such. I think this is the place where they hosted him when he got back from Paris. Some of the people there are angry at him about his KGB apologism. They say you talk about the CPSU being the greatest thing ever, and you call yourself a dissident. I was never a dissident, just a delinquent. Oh, okay. And then we had this on 2/17, where, Limonov went to visit his mother, whose memory has gone away. She can't remember anything. And it's a sad little scene. They have this bearded man always talking about the gulags. Solstice something. He was in the camps. Have you heard of him? Yes. Solzhenitsyn. He says every Russian, capitalized, knows a family member who was affected by the repressions. Everyone remembers a poor soul who disappeared one night, but I had never heard of no one disappearing. I don't know what the author's legitimate views are on this, and it does kind of bother me. So, Solzhenitsyn, I don't know if the author is saying that he was not in the gulag at all, and that was all just complete fabrication. I believe he was. I think there's more than enough evidence to suggest he really was in the gulag and wrote about his experiences there. But to just like this worship of, like unironic worship of like Soviet communism or just communism in general, it doesn't work, right? It just demonstrably, it doesn't fucking work. Communism was kept afloat at the start and later on by money and aid from the capitalist countries that they hated so very fucking much. It's just real where in Soviet Russia, belief in evolution was illegal, right? It was a big fucking issue where you couldn't believe in evolution. I don't really have anything positive to say. Like, oh, Russia got stronger. Maybe in some ways. Also, if things had gone well and there weren't certain people in charge of the United States, we would have annihilated the Russians together with the Germans in World War II. Russia had a 0% chance of winning World War II if we weren't giving everything in the fucking world to them for them to fight back against the Germans. It's just this weird thing where it's like Russia was so strong, Russia was so great. It was strong because the West gave you a blank check, right? And then when there was at least some opposition, at least on the surface level, some opposition, Russia suddenly not doing very good. I don't know. Just, yeah, the gulags were real. Maybe not as many people died in them as is claimed, but certainly a lot of innocent people got put in them, and certainly a lot of people were killed by a state that didn't really love or respect the Russian people. To pretend otherwise is insulting. I don't have beef with Russians, but this communist crap, yeah. I don't know, maybe it's a way of trying to just justify, like, okay, you had like a really bad century, right? But that century's over now, hopefully. And I'm not like a czarist apologist. I think the czar was a fucking retard and he got his entire family murdered because he wasn't competent enough to, hold on to the reins of power. And it's a very good argument against the whole divine right to rule thing because no, Tsar Nicholas II, he couldn't handle it. So I'm not a czarist. I guess, I would support like Russian nationalism where I don't want to be at war. I don't want them fighting the rest of Europe or anything. Just like a strong Russia that's isolationist and they're not trying to, get their tentacles in any other country. I'm okay with that. Communism failed for a reason. Let it go. I'd say the same thing for National Socialism. It failed, right? I don't know. I don't want to be waving around some insignias and shit from almost a century ago. We're getting close to a century. That ideology, it was there. It's gone now. It failed. We'll do something else. It will probably share some similarities, a lot of similarities, because there's some good points there, but it'll be something else. And no, I don't think it should be some chimera of like failed ideology, and then some crappy other third thing, and we'll just mix it up and do that. Something new, something different. Oh, and Letov, he's no longer with them. He is with the government now, and they're keeping track on the Nazbol guys. And this big happening goes down with the Nazbol people who cross the border into this territory where there's this little place called Lapduk in Kazakhstan. So it's 23 miles from the Russian border, and they had 1,400 Nazbols cross the border and take it over. And they crossed the border on horses. So it's just, now we're at the point where we're in Lapduk and we have Limonov and Dugin, and it's fucking fan fiction, and I don't know, I can't find it like comedic or whatever. I just kind of, I can't stop myself from kind of cringing at it. And Limonov says that Lapduk is now a vassal of Moscow. Some of it's a bit funny, like they initially thought that Lapduk was going to be overwhelmingly Russian. On arriving, they found it was 90% Kazakh, and the Russians that did live there were in no hurry to be inspired by Limonov's rousing speech. Limonov finds a place that he likes, and he's going to make it his base. Excellent. What do you think of Chateau de Siling, which is, Chateau de Siling is the new name of this prismatic fortress. I coined it in the honor of Marquis de Sade. Blah, blah, blah. Sade was a great French writer who was jailed and executed for his originality. I think this probably is the author being genuine here. I don't know. I say edgy shit as well, but Sade was, I don't know, he's a fucking creep and degenerate, and I'm glad he was fucking killed. He should have been tortured a lot sooner and just killed. if anything, the best arguments against like the French monarchy and the Russian monarchy is they didn't torture dissidents quickly enough and just execute them. Don't tolerate communists, just kill them, shoot their children. Don't tolerate Marquis de Sade or these French peasants, just kill them, torture them, and be done with it. Tolerance is death, and just me and the author, we probably strongly do not get along well, but just because we oppose the like current, New World Order doesn't mean like we have to. I don't know. He's a guy that likes communism and Marquis de Sade, which is just let's rape and torture women, and it's funny. So as funny or interesting as it is, you know what's like another like just great argument against like all the Nazi shit in the United States? What have they accomplished in nearly a century of like the far right dissident groups in the US? Not a whole hell of a lot, right? Probably the most famous is Bob Matthews and the Order. That doesn't end well. They, in the end of the day, they don't accomplish too much, and that explodes. And here, I'm going to spoil your boys, but in real life, National Bolshevism, apparently one of the guys was suspected of planning an attack on Lapduk, which never happened. No one crossed any border. Nothing like that occurred in real life. Shocking, I know. They did some protests and stuff, and they were nonviolent protests. They would occupy spaces, and okay, I think they got like more popular than probably any far-right movement in the United States, but they never got really big. And that's it. That's the real story of National Bolshevism. There was this on 237. They say that since Russia doesn't want Lapduk, who are trying to avoid the situation, and Kazakhstan hasn't attacked yet, that they're now going to be a autonomous territory. All imports, exports with the United States or NATO-affiliated nations stops now. All narcotics and drugs are hereby legalized and the age of consent laws disbarred. Each boy must have sex by age 13 since an essential rite of passage into manhood. If one does not have sex by 13, a partner will be provided for them. As far as the Constitution is concerned, music is the supreme article in the ukaz and therefore the nation. And all dwellings now have to have 12-foot tall ceilings. And they're just laying down laws for their new nation, right? After founding their country, a bunch of vagabonds, criminals, extremists, and adventurers arrive by any means possible because there are no laws here, which I suppose is a libertarian paradise, and it's like as LARPy and stupid as it sounds, where you don't have age of consent, you don't have any laws. Naturally, you're going to attract rapists and pedophiles, and they're just going to have the time of their lives here, and then you're going to be forced to implement the law and prevent the rape and killing of children. It's just dumb, right? Like, sure, could a libertarian society of like very little government or no government work if it's high trust and homogenous? To a degree, sure, but eventually you're going to have like someone lay down the law and make decisions and have people go by those decisions. And this just isn't really for me. It's for Nazbuls, I guess, but that's not me. Back with the Russian government, Igor is talking with his boss, and the boss wants to kill Limonov. He says that is necessary and he can bring him in without a drop of blood. A bunch of people have flooded into Lapduk. It's very popular. It's super big. But now they're being blockaded. They're running out of gasoline and things are getting, the noose is tightening for them. Some Italian shows up and he's a fascist and he wants to serve these guys. And yeah, we could cut that. I don't know why it's here exactly. Maybe this is a real guy, Estes, but I'm not sure. And frankly, this is just some like Yukio Mishima crap, which I also don't respect or like, where they decide to charge the blockade on their horses. They leapt over the embankments and circled the siegers, singing and mocking them. Not only were the Siegers given orders not to shoot, letting the raiders get away with highway robbery of all kinds, but many were sympathetic. Not a thing was done to stop them, and it's too much. It's too much for me. I cannot get into it. I cannot get invested. I can't lose myself in the work. No one shoots them. Everyone's just in love with them. They're so masculine and Russian and Nazbolism that, oh my god, these guys are so amazing. What is this shit? The art is still good. There's one of a guy on horseback with a sword in the air. The eyes. The eyes are very good on this horse, where they're just white, not quite ovals, maybe trapezoids, and then there are some scared soldiers hugging each other. So Dugin brings up that they should march on Moscow and take it, since Moscow isn't going to, absorb Lapduk, then they're going to absorb Moscow. The international community has now condemned Lapduk, and they're planning on bombing the city in a few days. There's this controversy with Edward where some of the people got a hold of his writings. What was his book? Let me look it up. It's Me, Eddie. So they have a copy of it, and they're reading it, and Limonov is saying that none of it is real. It has no reflection on reality. But they're saying that in the book that he was sucking nigger dick, and it's a memoir. So Limonov is a real guy, but I have no idea what his actual writings are, and if there's any truth in them, or their memoirs, or there's some controversy there. I don't know. I didn't look it up. I don't feel bad about not looking it up. Letov has shown up, and he is speaking with Igor and with Dugin. I guess this is the demon's voice or the narrator's voice, but we have the three men in silence. He takes the guitar, he's playing it. Guitar's color reminds me of the Henderson twins. Who the fuck is me? Is me the demon? Because if it's not this demon that maybe Dugin summons, then I don't know who the fuck me is. But it's me of the Henderson twins. The voice goes on, there's a colossal prehistoric bird buried under 2.5 sections of the Henderson backyard. There is a giant bird buried under the Henderson yard. What is this? 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 They refuse to give in to Letov, and then Limonov does not surrender, but he also makes no attempt to flee the city. A bunch of people start fleeing. One of the men executes a boy for being a traitor and divulging state information. The government reveals that this was just a ruse. They weren't actually going to bomb them, but it had the desired effect, and people are now fleeing the city, so now they can arrest people as they flee, and there won't be a big conflict over the situation. They're not sure what they're going to do, if they should flee south or go somewhere with the remaining Nazbols, or what the plan is. So, on the day where the city is supposed to be bombed, Limonov does nothing. He just stays inside. 4 days go by, nothing happens, and then 13 days go by, and he hears something, and some Russian soldiers have shown up. So Limonov gets arrested after he tries to flee out the window and he hurts his leg. This was a little hard for me, where everyone just leaves. Limonov is alone. He had all these guys at his command. He did nothing. He literally chose no action, not to flee, not to surrender, not to fight. I don't find him to be very noble or endearing, and I'm just kind of annoyed. I'm just a little frustrated. But White Pill, isn't this less of a fanfic now? We'll get to that, boys. But just choosing to do nothing with it doesn't feel correct, and that's not exactly what happens. But so Limonov, he's in prison. He's been in prison for weeks and weeks. He's not allowed to keep track of time, so he's not sure how long it's really been. He keeps trying to reach Dugin, but he's unable to reach him. And then there's a day when the guards are no longer there, and his cell is open, but he stays for fear that they're going to shoot him for unlawfully leaving his cell, and that this is the setup, so he goes back to his cell. However, Dugin arrives, and Dugin wants to speak with them. He says that everything is fine. What about the Kremlin? There's no need for any weapons. There's no point in contacting our men. Why? Because everything is under control. Moscow has been taken by us. Limonov has been under house arrest for 85 days. In the end, some of their men went south and were arrested. Others went to Moscow. We took them by surprise. How exactly? If the entire nation knows that they're whatever, just let it go. But they know where these people are. There's 1,400 of them. I guess there's some more because some anarchists showed up because, oh, anarchists, those are valuable soldiers. Their numbers are maybe half, probably less, and they're able to march on Moscow. I suppose maybe, the soldiers weren't too eager to shoot on them, but whatever. The previous president has been retired. Oh, and one of their men, Leadhead, has taken it onto himself to represent your interest and the fronts in the presidential seat. So I guess this is our version of Putin, or maybe this is actually Putin. I don't know. I don't know how involved Putin was with Dugin in that. They talk about how there's hardly any foreign investment that hasn't fled with its tail between its legs, and it's getting bigger as we speak. Limonov wants a place in the new government. He wants to be given the presidential seat. That's not going to happen. Leadhead has the seat, and it's fine for now. So Leadhead is sympathetic, and he gives stuff to Limonov, but he won't give him a place in the government at all. So there's no city named after Limonov, no river. The Central Museum is dedicated to the seizure and is adorned with a mosaic depicting Limonov and his cataphracts. The village of Lapduk was made an attraction for pilgrims, historians, and pensioners. Limonov publishes a book, Ours Was a Great Epoch, and all this stuff is being made and produced except for It's Me, Eddie, the one where he's accused of, doing some degenerate stuff. Dugin becomes the brain of the Kremlin, and Letov died years later from a heart condition. Limonov demands that a state funeral be provided for him. And there you go. He lives in very comfortable retirement. Dugin has a child, and he went up to the Arctic, and he cut a cross in the ice, and he baptized his child 3 times in this Arctic water. That made me roll my eyes a bit. And the voice at the end seems to be not demonic, and maybe it's the voice of Russia. I'm not sure, right? And then we just kind of end there. That is in fact it. There's one more piece of art with a cross in the ice and Dugin with a child baptizing it. Not really a fan of this one. It's just, I don't know, kind of Russian Turner Diaries in a way, but Dugin is certainly not a friend. Even before this, he's definitely had some tweets where he talks about how much he hates white people, just white people in general. He hates them. He doesn't like the West. I absolutely have complaints about the West and some behaviors of white people and unfettered capitalism. I have complaints about all that. But from Dugin, it's very much a third worldist position where he fucking hates white people and he wants to raise up non-whites to attack whites. So he can fuck off, right? And he's certainly not as popular or as big as some of the people in Russia claim. He's just not. I don't really like the Russians. I guess just kind of in general. I think some of their history and culture is interesting, but I don't really care for them overall. I would not want to live under a Russian banner. That would be monstrous. And I don't really want to force any banner of mine over them, but I'd rather be allies with them, but I also kind of want them at a distance, especially any Russian that looks upon communism fondly. That's not a good sign. I would say there's probably not any Russians I really kind of give a fuck about. Correction. The only Russian I really want to see again would be Balalaika from Black Lagoon. Boys, if you so desire, there will be no judgment, and you can search her up right now. You're back. Wow, that was fast. No judgment, but that was fast. Okay. recently, or maybe this wasn't recent, I don't pay too much attention, but I heard about it. But Dugan's daughter was killed in a car bombing in Russia. And well, Alexander Dugan made those tweets about fuck white people, so of course I would never wish any wrongdoing to the family of someone who advocates for the death of whites. But I guess we could say dos vidania for Dugan's daughter. Bye bye. And then there was a review I looked at from 1325 Publishing, that's Arbogast Group, and they did a review of Carbon Pages. It's on their Substack. I felt that it was fair, maybe a little more kind in some aspects than I would have been. I don't know, there's a creative spirit, a creative energy there, so I can't fully just dismiss all of the second play, but it 100% does not work as a fucking play, and that's pretty serious. Like, if you wrote a screenplay and your number one takeaway was, wow, this can't be made into a movie, that's not a good thing, right? That's really not a good thing. Maybe this probably works better as a novel, but even then, yeah, I definitely have issues. There's Boring and Broke in Buenos Aires. I don't have a whole hell of a lot to say here. We're in Buenos Aires. We are in modern times. We have a large ensemble of writers, and I'm going to talk about some of their dialogue, which is kind of funny, but I would put this second, right? Number one is number one. It's just, this one's a little hard to talk about because we don't really have a whole lot of, like, there are really, like, no character arcs. It's just characters, they sit, they talk. I'm going to talk about some of the dialogue, right, and read out little sections that I think are worth discussing, but I don't know. I mean, it works. I could see this as a play. It was performed once, so that's good at least, and yeah, it was enjoyable. Yeah, once again, we have some characters talk about the age of consent and, marrying a 14-year-old virgin. You know what? I don't want to know. I don't want to know what the author's genuine beliefs on the subject are, because I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. These are just characters. They're talking. It happened to be brought up in 2 out of 3 of these plays, and I don't want to know. There's one author who's very upset because he misplaced his manuscript. It's notes for a game. So we have a variety. It's not just writers. It's like video game writers as well. And those are writers. We also have a girl, Isabella, in this pawn shop. And Leopold talks about facing off against an Ecuadorian tranny. And at least our author here will say slurs. An author that we may or may not be covering next will not say slurs, and that's the least of the problems with that author. There's some good dialogue on 306. Leopold, he's a bit of a con man and convinces Isabella that he's actually a famous musician, so he just scribbles on a napkin, and at first it's like, oh, you're giving this to me? And then, oh, you're selling this to me? Wow, it's pretty valuable. So that's pretty good. Arturo shows up in the pawn store, and Isabella says that Leopold rapped for her and was pretty good at it. Oh, Arturo sells some of his writings. He has like various stores have copies, and then they sell it, and then they get a percentage of the sale. Isabella really likes his magazine. She says that she can publish his next work, and they're both really excited about the prospect of it. Discussion about Moby Dick being a psyop and how it's an American answer to War and Peace. Pushed during the whole communism versus America thing, and frankly, I don't know. I don't like Moby Dick. I've tried it twice. I never got through it. The author was like literally a faggot, so maybe that's something there where I'm not gay, so no, I don't like Moby Dick. Oh, you like Moby Dick? Oh, that's whatever, and whatever. No judgment here. I'm a judgy fuck. Like, I'm a very judgy fuck. So yeah, I'll fucking judge you if you like that book. What's better for writing Marquis says he has no friends, he doesn't smoke, he just reads. That's all he does is read and write. Parker, then it must be shit. Marquis, shit is... Oh, okay, so I was trying to read this part. There is a mistake here. Shit is the theater you look. It should be shit is the theater you look at. It is... Or whatever, the author fucked up. Is a conjury of autofiction and suicide warnings. I'm so interesting. I killed myself or was a bullfighter. I want to tell everyone. To write about life, you must first live it. Shakespeare wrote The Tempest. He never saw the sea. I think there's some truth here where, okay, like the people that write space stuff like science fiction or blah blah blah, traveling down the center of the earth, or you're in some grand submarine, or you went back in time, you're in the far future. Obviously you can't experience these things truly, but I think there's something there with having a work be emotionally true to the author. You probably can't write emotions you haven't, you know what I mean? Like there's something there's this real human core in the book that will always come through, and that's always going to be representative of the author, and they can't really change that. So I think a work has to at very least be emotionally true. Like if you have never been a police officer, you've probably done a shit ton of research about it, or maybe you haven't, whatever, but probably if someone's writing a book about it, they're doing a lot of research, they're probably interviewing cops. And you're going to have characters that have some emotional arcs or this emotional core that's representative of you, right? So I sort of agree in a way. I don't know. The author has a manager. These guys were looking for the script of their lost friend. They didn't get the manuscript. They got something else. And the manager says, and don't you come back here, you sleazy American faggots. That's nice at least. Isabella and Arturo are going back and forth about the publishing. Arturo is very sensitive and insecure about his writing. He freaks out because her mother's also helping with the editing process and getting it ready for publication, so she's putting like line breaks and shit in there, and he doesn't like it. Marquis says, we're living in a post-movie world. One cannot write movies. It's TikTok world. I'm trying to save you before you end up writing TikToks. How does the author feel about writing plays? Parker's really based and calls them faggots and says he wants to spend a quiet evening at home, and he leaves and he says he doesn't want to see the other guys ever again. So I like Parker. We had a homeless Russian guy saying that he has respect for sex workers. Questions if the author, since we bring up prostitutes quite a bit, perhaps, I don't know what the author's takes are. Arturo's like a little crying bitch about the book and about some illustrations in there, about the binding, about what color it's going to be. I don't know. I do care about when I put my own stuff together, but I don't know. Like, there's a point when it's just, this is good enough, this is serviceable, I'm fine. So I can sort of relate, I guess. Oh God, I did really like this. Our final scene is us in this one bar, and we have Marquis, Melman, and there's a few others. Agnes is here. Melman, I got this idea for a universe. It's half medieval and half... What the hell am I explaining this for? I'm drunk. You want to publish this? Publish. I got better things to do. For yourself, then? He did that hand swipe thing that Livia Soprano would do. I like that. It's autistic, but I really like that. I'm glad that it's there. Melman, artist, writer, it's all pointless. There's nothing to write about no more. Everyone has the same boring life, man. The same blue screen childhood followed by 8 hours of school. That's your early 20s right there. Then wage slave till you die, leapfrogging from Netflix show to video game. I can sort of agree with that. I think there's... I don't know, at a surface level that is kind of true, but I think there's some human moments in there, like regarding this blue screen or whatever. I don't think there's a lot of humanity to be found in if you have someone that just kind of scrolls TikTok or YouTube or does video games without like interacting with others. Because even if you're doing these online activities and you're interacting with others, that's something, there's maybe something you can write about there. but I don't fully agree. And then on the next page, Melman says, but now everything is solved. There's no reason to read. Nothing happens. Not that you can earn a cent. Back in the day, you could live in a loft cranking out shit. If you were poor, you could be notorious, or at least you'd have some rich layabout to patronize you. Who's going to patronize me, man? We all got these billionaires, and they only care about their bottom line. That's it, just money. The billionaires care about their money. The writers care about nothing, and the publishers are sodomite Negro files based. What the hell is even a short story anymore? The written word is dead. This gay world killed it and then invented AIDS to kill the audience and then sent in the termites. Everyone's going to be the same now. Everyone's going to have the same shitty education where you read 2-bit niggers and women. We used to have mentors, man. Now, I can't stand Pound. I loathe Pound, but what was I saying? But Pound was mentored by Yeats, and then Pound took under his wing some other Canaanite. What the hell? Everyone's too busy stacking shelves to stand anyone under their wing now. That's it. 1,000-year chain has been severed. Damn, I'm drunk. Agnes, a woman, asks if he has tried smiling more. Very good illustration here. We're at the bar. It gets less human. We have very kind of detailed faces of our characters sitting at the bar. There's some pages, some ink stains, and then the further we go back, the less anatomically correct the patrons get, the more monstrous they appear. It's well done. I like it. I would say for the mainstream, yeah, I definitely agree. And for the indie scene, mostly pretty bad. There's some stories that I think are happening that are worth telling. I just think they're harder to find, but I think they do exist. Yeah, I'm not completely black-pilled on it. I am going to talk about some of the publishing stuff in the outro, because, yeah, I have some takes on it, on just how things are going and where it could possibly shape up and do better. So I'll get into that later. So, and then Parker, he found his missing pages, so there's that. And then they are arguing amongst themselves about what bar they should go to, and that's where we end this one. I definitely felt a lot more entertained by the third one than by the second one, I would say. Yeah, I agree with all my earlier takes that first and third one, plenty of merit there. The second one, there's some stuff that works. It does not work as a fucking play. It just doesn't. If you're like a play guy, and I don't know if you will read this and can see like, oh yeah, I can see that being performed. I can't. But overall, the illustrations, incredible. Like very, very good artist. I don't know. I might want to contact them and see what they charge, because I don't know what they would do, right? Because I have my guy, he's very good, Neil Cryas, but I might want like some, I don't know, extra artwork or like promotional artwork for book 3. Maybe. I'd kind of be curious to see what he could do, because his art definitely interested me. But like that, the existence of carbon pages, I didn't fully agree with it or love it, but it was worth reading. It did something for me. This is a little bulwark against the tide of, the mediocrity of the modern age. So I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I think things are on a bit of a downward trend for now, but it's not all doom and gloom here. So Carbon Pages, check it out. The price is a little steep. I do think it's worth it. And that's it for our plays. Now we are on to our 6th title, which is going to be Three Themes in Chamber Verse by Christopher Sandbach. Finally.
Then the phone rings and it was his voice. They wanted me to do something.
What?
They wanted me to kill a guy. It was just a dream, all right?
Are you ready for what you have to do?
Don't sweat. I did my homework.
Okay, as I said, our 6th title is Scenebux, a novel by Cairo Smith. Boys, I've drunk an entire bottle of wine before I've sat down to talk about Scenebux here by Cairo Smith. This is my first Cairo Smith book. Now, boys, I have to reveal something to you. I lied during the intro. I think Cairo Smith is a pig covered in cum and shit. This is one of the worst books I've read in a while. Now, boys, I know what you're thinking, that, oh, because White Pill Media doesn't like his book, I guess we need some sort of clip where someone's being tortured or killed to represent the author. What the fuck? Hey, boys, that's really unhinged of you. I don't know why some people in my audience are like this. You guys have this really dark sense of humor. Oh, I guess we're going to show a clip now. There's no clip. Like, is that what you wanted? Like, oh, we have to torture and kill Cairo Smith because he wrote a book I didn't really care for. Shame on you, boys. Just be better. Be better.
Come on, Vic, man.
So all I got is you. How'd you find my guy? Was it Amolia? Kavanaugh? How? I'm gonna get to the truth. I didn't do it! I didn't!
My hateful spiel on this book will have more emotion than this was written with. This is one of the worst books I have read for these not a troughs or troughs in general. I'm not playing that up. I hated this so much. There's not a plot to be engrossed with. There are no characters to care about or connect with. The voice is done very badly as well. Cairo is not a good storyteller. I'm going to emphasize that point again and again. He is not a good storyteller. And because the characters failed to engage me, the rest of the story doesn't really matter. But the rest is terrible as well. Be well assured of that. There is no purpose to this work. There's no reason to care. There's no emotional core. It's a shameless cash grab that reads like something AI could write. You could put in a prompt like, what if you took shitty tweets and memes and you puffed them up into a book? How would that be? Would you charge $22 for it for 180 pages? Oh, but you might say, it's a scene book, White Pill Media. It's supposed to reflect the scene during this specific period of time. It fucking sucks. It's a bad book. That's what fucking counts. It sucks. It was trash. This is one of the more expensive books to date. $22 for this. Carbon Pages was $25. But you know what? It was a hardcover. It had 3 plays. There was some meat to it. I didn't love all of it, but I could see the artistic and creative process behind it, and I would read more by that author. He made a serious attempt. This feels incredibly cynical. It feels devoid of human emotion. It feels devoid of human thought, of human care. Now, boys, I have to share this with you. So our front cover is like an Asian woman, and it looks like she's digitally like a little out of focus. Scenebux, a novel, Cairo Smith. Our back cover, I'm going to read all of it. Part noir, part counterculture, fever dream, all Cairo Smith. Neo-Luddite Ben Exena travels the globe in a drug-addled delirium, tracing the threads at the heart of a growing vibe shift. In this rapid-fire, tech-weird, picturesque, Cairo Smith paints a searing and wry portrait of the mid-2020s. An era careening at high speed toward an uncertain future. Ben Exena is a software engineer who can't bear to look at a screen. When he crosses a shady German motorcycle club in downtown San Francisco, he ends up thrown into a mess of underground parties and venture funds rumored to connect to a certain neo-reactionary billionaire. A mysterious Pacific island, Vietnamese Catholic femme fatale, and anti-terrorist sect all spell deeper trouble for the jet-setting sensitive young man. Undeniably at the head of the new wave, Smith has penned his punchiest and most incisive novel yet. Undeniably at the head of the new wave. I'm going to make Cairo Smith suffer for that one. I really, really am. Holy shit, just, my God. Like, I've never read any other Cairo Smith. I know he's done other projects, but I don't want to read anything else by him. Just straight in the fucking dumpster. Frankly, if this is the best that the New Ritual Press can come out with, just bury it. Bury it right now. Fucking bury it. I'm going to go over some excerpts, my thoughts. We'll go page by page. Our main character, Ben, is he's a sensitive young man in the current era. He's a bit pathetic, but he's not pathetic in a way that makes you pity him. It's not pathetic in a way that he starts at a low point and he grows into something better. He is pathetic and you resent him and you hate him. And you wish that he does badly in his life, and he never grows into anything more interesting or better. This is not a continuation of something like Nutcracker, where you have a protagonist that's pathetic and small, but it's very comedic, and you can laugh. I'm not really laughing at Ben. I'm more of cringing, and I fucking hate him, and I despise him, and also the politics of the author. It's not a very comedic book. It tries. I sincerely wish that Cairo Smith was a tenth as funny or as interesting or as good of a writer as he fucking thinks that he is. The scenarios presented in this book just as a comparison to Nutcracker, it's not nearly as funny. It has these strong feelings about being this scene, right? And I know, like, the author talks about it like, oh, it's supposed to be a snapshot of this specific time period within, like, the Twitter alt-right. I don't even know if we would say alt-right. Just Dime Square adjacent scene, right? That's not an excuse, right? That's not an excuse for a book. It's just full of these little snapshots of this time and place, the scene, if you will, but that's not a book, right? Doing a bunch of little snapshots and like portraits of memes is not a work. It's not a narrative. There isn't a plot or a character or a reason to care. Our main character is he's a willing cuckold. Like, I'm not exaggerating, and not even in like a pitiable way. And his viewpoint of the world hasn't really changed by the end. The politics are disgusting, and it's just not clever. It's not funny. It's not interesting. Oh, this piece of shit. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but I don't know how many people believed me in the intro when I said, oh, Scenebux, that was good. Sorry if that got you. You're too trusting. You're too trusting. We open with chapter 1 titled The End of the World. Our main character says that he is writing to clear his conscience. It's Monday night. He's at a tiki bar beneath San Francisco called Coconut Woman. He talks about how the internet has had such a negative effect on him. He likes to joke about being molested by the internet. I really think I was. That's why I quit. There's a Vietnamese woman at this club, and he's talking to her about the end of the world. He's trying to impress her with his knowledge. Just the voice in general for this work is terrible. Now you could say, but White Pill, it's accurate to Twitter. It's accurate to how people speak online. Okay, maybe some of that is true, but just taking tweets and throwing it into a book and then charging $22 for it, that's not a book, right? That's not a fucking book. It's just lazily copy pasting shit that's relevant to the online scene and then saying that this is a work of fiction. I'll talk about it a bit more later, but frankly, like, yeah, AI could do this. If I just told AI, just grab a bunch of tweets from people in the e-write and then compile a not very engaging narrative about it, it could do something similar to Scenebux, and that's not much of an exaggeration. There's a limited, like, surface level enjoyment of this, and I didn't even enjoy it that much. There are a few parts where maybe you could chuckle at it, but the ending especially is atrocious, and Echosmith reveals what he really fucking is at the end of the day. And maybe he wasn't hiding it, but it just makes it apparent that he is not someone I could really get along with. And I don't think the majority of people listening to this could find that his position tenable either. So he's talking to this Vietnamese woman at the club. Her name is Lin Zhao. Apparently some woman called his Matsudo glasses frames Miyazaki Twinkcore, and I resolved to wear them forever. Is it just me who thinks that guys that refer to themselves as like a twink or uses language like that, which is a homosexual term, right? It's fucking weird. I don't like it. It would be like if a woman who wore like something that's like slightly masculine and she's like, oh yeah, this is dyke core. It's like, that's fucking weird. You shouldn't address yourself that way. I don't like it. He's talking to this bitch about like about the Cold War, about how close it got to firing nukes at each other between the America and the USSR. It's not particularly interesting. Ben reveals that he's a writer, and he looks over to the Leviathan, and she asks, why do you keep looking over at that couple? The Leviathan is his girlfriend and her coworker. They're both dancing at this club, and the coworker is a very muscular guy. He says to her that they're not a couple. You might as well just put me in the cuck shed now. It's obvious the Leviathan, my 6-year live-in girlfriend, is fucking Bic prepping. Even if she's not fucking him, she acts exactly like she would be if she were fucking him. Oh, are you like Polly? She asks with a visible sneer. Jesus, no, cringe. The Leviathan pays the rent, sets the rules, and falls all over her cock-walling lawyer friends with only the thinnest veneer of an excuse to spare my pride. So he's a little resentful, pathetic, beta male cock, and okay, this could be like our extreme low point for our character. Our modern soy male, loser, faggot, and then he eventually rises up and becomes something better. When I tell you we start at this extreme low point and we never go very far beyond this extreme low point, that's not a spoiler. That's just fucking true. Boys, please God, do not waste $22 on this worthless piece of shit work. We never truly advance beyond this point. In fact, you could say we sink below this low point that we're at right now. She says that he needs to try to find purpose in life and figure out what he wants to do. He exits with the Leviathan. The Leviathan works as a lawyer, and she does immigration stuff to try to get like non-whites into the country and through the immigration process. On page 11, the second drink insulates my jacketless, pathetic twink body from the cold. Legitimately, what straight guy refers to himself as a twink or having a twink body? Seriously, who the fuck does that, man? That's fucking weird.
He's a fag.
You could say that, oh, I'm just kind of like a thin guy, I'm lean, right? Or that would make sense, right? If you were just a normal guy, you would call yourself like, oh, I'm kind of a lean guy, or I'm muscular, husky, I guess if you're fat and trying to say that you're not fat. But there's a million and one ways to refer to yourself by not calling yourself a twink, which is like specifically homosexual. So he goes up to this homeless guy as his girlfriend is calling an Uber. The homeless guy says, "Get out of here, you faggot." And then he realizes, oh my God, this homeless guy is right. I think you nailed it, and I will. So I'm going to talk about voice in a little bit, but it's a guy that is like a willing cuckold in this humiliating relationship where his girlfriend is the breadwinner, and he's basically nothing, right? He's a little nothing protagonist. He's very pathetic, right? So that's on page 11. On page 12, title for chapter 2 is Bike Cuck. Right, get it? You remember the bike cuck meme? And now I said it in the chapter title. That's really good, right? You don't feel bad for spending $22 on this, do you? Bike cuck, that's a funny meme. So this is page 12. I suppose you're wondering how I ended up in this situation. All good stories and bad online recipes start with a little history. I'll tell you, the Leviathan is 4 years older than me. She's staring down the big 3-0. We met on Hinge during peak pandemic. She and her ilk would call it peak panini. They don't like saying the word pandemic. I guess it's some kind of trauma. We actually met up for the first time at a BLM protest. That was the only thing we felt we could do in the flesh and still be responsible. Call it secular mass, a cleansing of sins. We marched and got drunk and fucked in a park behind some trees. We actually wore the same exact outfit, black petticoats and white shirts by coincidence. Boys, just make this. All right, am I insane here? Am I insane here that a guy here is meeting a random woman at a BLM protest, meaning he's at least left-leaning, at the very least, at this point in his life, 4 years ago, or 6 years ago, I apologize, 6 years ago, that we're having sex with a complete stranger in a park at a BLM rally? Do you believe this voice? Yes or no? Now, White Pill, you say, this is a comedy, right? It's kind of absurd. But comedies follow their own logic, right? And this is completely devoid of logic. It doesn't work. I don't buy it, right? I'm completely out of the story at this point where we're having like either, it doesn't say that he used a condom, but I suppose he went to this BLM rally with a condom in his pocket, because you never know, bro. Or they're just having raw, unprotected sex in the park at a BLM rally. It's stupid. It doesn't work. There's no thought put in. Well, don't worry. There's no thought put in for the rest of this shitty book. Just be consistent with voice. It doesn't make sense. He says he's not really a lib. He doesn't know what he is. He started working as a software engineer. He had a bullshit job working on a celebrity-only dating app called Keeble. So they started a relationship together. They stopped having sex after a while. He bought a VR headset and would jack off in cyberspace for hours, and he was just straight gooning. I mean, do you get it? Do you get it, my fellow X-posters? He's a gooner, right? That's a topic of conversation. That's what's going on right now. That's within the top, keywords being searched, gooning. So I threw that in a book, too. That's clever. Blah, blah, blah. I had my favorite creators, all random dudes from Europe and the UK who ran Patreons, were Mercy, Elizabeth, and Samist, did the foulest shit in 4K stereoscopic full immersion. I think Mercy is Overwatch. I've never played Overwatch. Elizabeth, I don't know what that refers to, and Samus, that's obvious. So he calls this the rock bottom of his life. He realizes that the internet is alive and evil. It's a demon. This is not hyperbolic. The internet is not evil. It's also not alive. It's just, it depends on how you use it. Like if you use it as a tool to assist you, then it's just a tool to assist you. I don't really like weak people projecting evil onto things that are not necessarily evil. There are things that are, I think, more inclined to be used for bad reasons. They are more disposed towards that, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have to be used for bad. This is a guy that made the active choice to participate in gooning sessions for hours and hours at a time and just ruined his life. That's not the internet's fault. But White Pill, maybe the author's making a jab here and doesn't think that the main character's in the right. Which, alright, that's reasonable enough. Maybe the author is saying that. And maybe that is the author's voice coming through, but regardless, we will get the true author's voice towards the end. So yeah, we'll get there. So he got fired from his job working on that dating app, and then he stopped looking at screens altogether. It was too tempting. He looked for internet addict support groups, but he didn't find anything much. He wrote a letter to the Leviathan apologizing for gooning to Overwatch gangbangs while she was away, and she laughed and said it was fine. I don't think she understood even a little. That was 2 years ago. Since then, she's been paying more than her half for everything. And since then, he's been working as a writer, and he is going there now to explain why he hasn't finished his manuscript. Hasn't really been working too much in 2 years. He will reveal that he does some writing on the side, and he's he writes romance novels for women, which, get it? I mean, that's also popular, and it's a keyword on X about female literature and romance, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, romantasy. So he does that, and therefore that's in the book too. That's clever. The book is how many keywords and things going on in the moment that are happening right now can I shove into a work, and I guess, quote unquote, we can call it a book, right? That's what Scenebux is, and it's a shameless cash grab. There's no soul. There's no human emotion to it. It's devoid. It's devoid. It's devoid. It's devoid. He goes to his publisher. They need 200 pages by Friday. He basically creates porn for women. And I know it's absurd. I know it's supposed to be funny. I know it's supposed to be stupid. But I'm just saying, all right, I know all that. But there's so little care put into the Scenebux book by Echosmith, who is full of persistent wit. I'm going to say persistent wit again and again and again, because Echosmith is a smart fucking guy. But how exactly is it explained that a guy that masturbates for hours on end to, I don't know, Overwatch gangbangs is able to write pornography that women would enjoy? I don't know. Who cares? It doesn't matter. You paid $22. It doesn't fucking matter. You're supporting the arts, bro. You're supporting alt literature, bro. Aren't you happy? That's what fucking matters. Don't think about it. Don't ask for a competent comedic novel. Don't fucking think. Don't think. This is... So, Echosmith, not a good writer. We've established that a few times already. But even more, on page 20, where he is now walking back to his apartment, and there's a biker rally going on, and some of the bikes are blocking his way back to his apartment. So this biker says that the alley's closed. He says his apartment's right there. Tough shit go around. He says to this biker, again, this willing cuckold who has not been seriously employed for 2 years. His girlfriend is obviously fucking her coworker, and he's a scared little pussy that can't even look at a computer screen. He says this on page 20, "Dog, move your fucking bike." Now I ask you, boys, does this work? Now, White Pill, you're saying this is a comedy. It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be funny. No. Comedies make sense. There are no comedies that don't make sense. Maybe some absurd, irony-poisoned, millennial Zoomer trash doesn't follow that logic, but If you have a character that's a weak little pussy nothing guy who should have his fucking neck snapped 2 pages ago, and now he is talking down to some bikers 2 pages later, it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. No other work does this, where you have such radical character change and there's no thought, there's no effort put in. This is not Ben's voice. Ben, who is a willing cuck, does not say this to a biker, dog, move your fucking bike. It doesn't work. Oh, also, the biker sticks a thick, calloused finger out and holds it just an inch from my chest. It's a calculated escalation. I fall for the bait and slap his hand away. So, our character Ben is willing to slap a biker's hand away, but he is not willing to say anything to his girlfriend about her behavior in a nightclub. Okay, makes sense. I believe it for sure. And he gets slapped around a bit, and I just don't care. We're 21 pages in, and I don't give a fuck about Ben. I don't care about his story. I don't want him to do better because I know he's not going to do better. I know this is like our weak male protagonist that must be humiliated in every aspect of his being, and we have the privilege of paying $22 for it. Like, who is Ben? Like, who the fuck is Ben, where we have just such radically insane character changes from page to page to page to page? Can you name another comedy that does this? Just this radically insane character change here. This voice. It's completely devoid of character and action and thought. He gets back to the apartment later on. She says something about getting married for the taxes. He thinks that she's just trying to figure out if he's going to get a real job. She says that she wouldn't take his name. He squeezes his eyes shut. I can't do this Leviathan shit. Not for long. I need some kind of pilgrimage, a great journey, a turning. I don't think she'd even notice if I was gone if I took a few months and disappeared. Just for this characterization, it doesn't... Yeah, I don't know. It's not set up well, like as a comedy. All it takes is this one little talk with a Vietnamese girl in a club, and then for a homeless guy to say fuck off and get out of here. Okay. I guess there is some momentum going on where he needs to get some pages in or he's going to lose his job with that publisher, but that's kind of it. There's just a value of absurdism over logic, and that's not how you build a real story, right? It maybe works as a green text, and maybe it works as a post on X or a Substack article. Not a novel, not 180 pages. That doesn't fucking work, Echosmith. It doesn't. Chapter 3, he's trying to find out about these, the bikers. He wants to know more about them and like get revenge on them. He went to the police over them, but nothing came of it. So he's out playing basketball and he's wearing his WNBA tank top, and he runs into Lin Zhao again, and she has a connection with the bikers through graphic design and coke. They owe her $6,000. And she is okay with him getting a little revenge where she passes him some sugar packets so that he can put it in their gas tanks. So, okay, she says, oh, I don't want to, be involved in you keying their bikes, but putting sugar in the gas tank, again, I'm not a car guy, but I would have to imagine you'd have to change like the fuel lines at the very least, and if not just that, there would be a lot more involved in getting that bike back in shape. So it's as destructive, if not more, than just keying the bike. So whatever, just moving on. And is it a little funny that our character is actually a pussy who thinks about all this violent revenge fantasy he has on the bikers, and then when the biker shows up as he's putting the sugar in, he flees? Sure, like there's a bit of humor there, there's a bit of comedy, it's a little funny. He runs into a bookstore, he tells the clerk there that he's undocumented, he looks at his own pasty skin in a mirrored reflection and adds, I'm Chilean. Lynn is walking by and she comes in the bookstore. Oh, and she said that the bikers have a patron who funds them. And he asked to go to a party where the bikers might be at next time. So Lynn agrees to that. And he goes home that night. He finds that he's alone. The Leviathan left a note that she's out for drinks. And he checks the Find My Location for her iPhone. And he sees that she's at Vic's place. I resolved to have an affair, just one, to balance things out, then I'll leave her. And then he starts looking at Jin Lao online. We'll cover it at the end, the resolution between him and the Leviathan and her cheating, but Ben is not a great guy, right? A bad boyfriend. He's looked at a lot of pornography. I don't think that's a good thing. I think if any of our boys listening to this were involved with a woman and they found out that she spent hours each day looking at pornography, they wouldn't like it. At best, they would feel kind of insecure about it. So looking at pornography is obviously not as bad as actually cheating on someone, but it's still bad. But no, these two things are not equal. They don't balance out. And at least Ben is trying to, not engage in his porn addiction anymore, whereas the Leviathan goes full steam ahead, but we'll cover that later. But as so far, 30 pages is a long time, and we just have a very inconsistent voice. It doesn't quite play out, like the actions of Ben don't line up with who you're trying to establish as Ben. I think we're making Ben this weak, porn-addicted cuck because that's, I don't know, it just feels like a stereotype, like a character trope for X or right-wing Twitter, and then you just ran with it. And there's no thoughts to actually making Ben the character and having Ben the character work. That's how it feels. So he's also doing some research on the biker gang, and he thinks that there's some group that they're a part of, and he's also just spending some time writing. He gets invited by Jin Lao to this scene thing, so he goes to Oakland. There are no black people at this party in Oakland, even though it is deep, deep in the ghettoist part of Havens Court. It's gentrification. We have a little fourth wall break where Ben is thinking about how there are no black people here and he doesn't know anything about the filter yet. We'll get into the filter later. So Jin Lao is inside and she's talking with some people and he's, talking with some other people. We get some great quirky scene people where there's like a woman and her boyfriend that go around to different parts of the world and they have sex there and they film it for people. We just put up Anal in Antwerp. It's not paywalled. You can Google it. There's some general crying about young people being exposed to the internet too soon and how that it molested them. Maybe some of that is true. Right? I'm not saying that's completely devoid of truth, but at some point, you're a fucking adult, figure it out, right? I don't know. I don't really have too much sympathy there. If you're like 30 years old and, I'm addicted to TikTok, uninstall TikTok. For me personally, it's kind of like turn-based strategy games where I can just play those for hours and hours and hours on end, and I literally just have to uninstall them and just not install them again. And every once in a while I might install them for a few days and then get rid of them again, but that's my choice, right? I'm an adult man and it's just this little crybaby millennial bullshit. Get the fuck over it, It's like if you were in the 1960s and I'm addicted to TV. I got raped by TV, you guys. Help. Oh no, I can't, I have no self-control. There's maybe some little part of it you could relate to, like, okay, yes, technology can be addicting, but it's just little self-sabotage, crybaby, wah. You're addicted to it or you're not, right? You have control over it and yourself or you don't. He's making out with Lynn at the party, but then we have the biker show up and he is fleeing the party from the biker. Talks to Lynn about their patron, and she mentions something about the T4 fund, so he's interested in that. And she pushes him towards checking out her ex-boyfriend who is involved in building pre-classical AI, who is a good mediator and maybe can help them settle the beef between him and the bikers, which we're very invested in this conflict of. There's a Waymo, which is those like AI self-driving cars. I don't know if these are really going to take off. They seem like a hellscape, frankly. So the biker's chasing him. He's coming down the stairs like a scripted boss fight. You boned my wheels, Lane. Pourquoi? He gets in the Waymo, and the biker's trying to attack him as he's locked in the robot car, and the robot car won't move because the biker's blocking the path. So he's crying and he's threatening that the police are on the way. And that's voice I can believe from a cuck. You know what I mean, right? We're slapping a biker's hand away. We're saying, fuck it, move it, dog. And then I just need a little more consistency. I need a real character. I don't just need like a meme archetype here. It doesn't work. However, Ben is able to get in contact with the Lynn's ex, and the ex says that, hey, we'll go out to this island. You can meet me there, and we'll go out in the ocean where there's no devices for recording, I guess. They're going to Little St. Demeter, U.S. Pacific Island territories. I mean, do you guys get it? Right? I mean, Little St. James, Epstein's Island. We're going to an island like that. Do you get it? That's topical. That's funny. That's great. It's Little St. Demeter. It's not Little St. James, but wow, that's clever. Persistent wit. Persistent wit. Persistent wit. So as Ben is leaving, he also leaves Leviathan's laptop open on Find My, so she'll know I know about Bick. Him leaving the laptop open and passive-aggressively letting his girlfriend know that he knows about the cheating, that is voice I can believe for this cuck. That is something I can fucking believe. That works 100%. I believe you for that. Okay, so we go to Little St. Demeter because, you know, Epstein's Island, I guess. So that's something. There's a mansion out there. There's a few people living in the place. There's Dana. There's that fat guy, brother, whoever. None of these characters really matter. None of them are interesting. You won't recall them. Brother Easton, that's one of them. Oh, and Max, that is the ex-boyfriend of Lynn. Oh, and there's a girl that ended up sleeping in his room the previous night, and her name is Jacaranda Rosenbaum Joselwitz. She's a Jewish. Go figure. Oh, Max Pacifica. That's the name. That's the name. So he's trying to train an AI to think like those world creators of old, those men who existed without the mental red tape of modern thought. He wants total purity, blah, 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 etc. So they swim out there in the ocean so they can't be recorded. They talk a little bit. Max gives them some information about where to go next. And then they've drifted too far. So they manage to make it to some rocks, and they have to like do a jump, right, to get closer to the land. They both make it, but then for fun, Max decides to jump back and then try to reach him again, and he ends up slipping. But Max ends up slipping and slams his head against this obsidian ledge, and he dies. And like, is it kind of funny in like a snap, like quick little death thing? Like, yeah, sure, it kind of is. But it's also just, I'm thinking back to like absurdist comedies I can compare this to. There's, what is it, Dumb and Dumber, right? And they're traveling with that one guy who's in Jacob's Ladder, that fat Italian guy. I should know his name. He's in other movies as well. And they give him the wrong medication and he ends up dying from it. And it's funny, right? But also, for Dumb and Dumber, there is, as absurd and kind of stupid as it is, there's also kind of this emotional core, right? Where, oh, we do kind of care about this thing and that thing, and we want these things to work out. What do we want to work out here for Ben? He's a passive-aggressive cuckold who at sometimes is also very aggressive and violent, seemingly. I guess we want to find out about the filter. I don't really care, but I guess there's that. There's just nothing else to really care about. It's just kind of a, oh, this guy Max died, and it's a chuckle, right? I suppose. Not $22 worth of chuckling, but it's there, I guess. I mean, obviously there's no weight or depth to this death, but there's no weight or depth to anything. That's the issue with this, like, irony, poisoned, millennial Zoomer writing. There's no point to any of it, right? So there's no point for me reading it because there's not a plot or a character to get attached to. Comedies work when there's like an emotional hook, when there's a heart, a genuine heart to it, and then absurd things happen on that journey. This is nothing. This is like fucking Sam Hyde. And Sam Hyde is sometimes funny, definitely not all the time. And frankly, you know, same question for Sam Hyde or Cairo Smith. I want you to make me a fucking gorilla's nest. Now, if I gave Cairo Smith a bunch of sticks and told him to make me a gorilla's nest, he'd probably jizz on them and try shoving one of them up his own ass. Regardless of that, we will continue reading Scenebux. So they go back to the islands. Max Pacifica is dead, of course. Oh, and something gets mentioned. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Something called a Aestheus puzzle, which is maybe something that Robot is the Jewish girl that was staying in his room, and she says that she knows someone who can help him solve it, and this will lead him to the T4 fund and get to the root of who funds these bikers. So they end up traveling to Europe together, and they go to Amsterdam. But White Pill, what is the Aestheus puzzle? It doesn't fucking matter. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? You don't care. I don't fucking care. None of this matters, dude. Bro. That's the scene. The scene is nothing is authentic except for the emotional message our author tries to pull at the very end. And I certainly wouldn't wish death upon Cairo Smith for the message he posts at the end, but we'll get there. He buys a phone, and this is a kind of a big deal for him because he hasn't had a phone in years. They're walking around, they go into a pub. He says on 67, I'm drunk and I hate soccer and these guys are spraying spit on me and I miss my dumb lawyer non-wife. I start crying. I know it's not glamorous, but Max Pacifica would be alive if not for me, at least for the moment. Where is the heart? If none of it matters, why am I reading, right? And I don't think Cairo Smith can really answer that. It's as entertaining as just reading X on like for hours on end, right? It's as entertaining and worthwhile as that. It's fucking useless. Now I don't think X is completely worthless. With X I've like connected with people that I would not have otherwise ever connected with, right? And that's led me to some creative works. I don't love all of them, but some of them are definitely worth my time. I'm glad I reviewed them. So it's not completely worthless. I think the internet is kind of what you make of it, right? And if you choose to engage in slop content and this never-ending feed of entertainment, then of course you're going to have a bad time and you only have yourself to blame. But if you try to reach more authentic, worthwhile moments and things to care about, then yeah, it can be better, right? There's still some drawbacks, but it can be better. Like, even in the most absurd comedy, right, when our character hits a low point, you care about them. You want them to do better. You want them to succeed. You want them to achieve their goal. I don't care about any of this. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. And maybe Cairo Smith doesn't care that I don't care. But as you know, Cairo Smith is full of persistent wit, and he's undeniably at the head of the new wave. And this is the punchiest and most incisive novel yet. He breaks up with Leviathan over the phone and says, can we not break up till the end of the day so that he can try to have an affair to be even at the end of it. Again, it's too absurd to have any type of like emotional tug. Max's death is brought up again. Of course, it's absurd. It means nothing. Like, nothing means anything here. So, I don't know. Shrug. Give me $22, I guess. But he and Robot are walking around, and I wrote that I guess this is what porn gives us. The author likes it. It's just this kind of sexual humiliation. It's not even that Ben, who has wanted to have sex with the Robot a few times and is asked to have sex with the Robot a few times and has been rejected. But they're out walking around. They find a prostitute. They are seeing this prostitute together. Our author is something, right? A dime square type. I guess that's a slur we should start throwing around. This, whatever the fuck you want to call this thing. Ben can only describe it as draining and purifying. He says that Robot, part of what she wants is to watch me, and the German hooker is patient and sweet and only teases me a little. Robot barely lets me touch her, and the thing with the hooker is purely transactional. Robot makes it clear all my energy is to be directed towards the German while she works on the front. So it's this thing with I guess the only way I can really describe it is a sexual humiliation. It's not even just that Ben is a cuckold, right? And we do have a muscular lawyer Chad guy that's fucking his girlfriend, and he's passive aggressive about it. But Ben is such a pathetic nothing that even when he does have sex with the Robot later, it's not satisfying for her. It's she would rather have a non-man over him. Are we supposed to like laugh at how wacky this is, at how dehumanizing and atomizing this situation is? Are we supposed to masturbate here? So even when he is in a sexual encounter, when he's literally fucking a woman, he's still emasculated. It doesn't feel right. Now, I know what you might be saying. White pill media, you're making a mountain out of a molehill here. No. There's a scene later on which I think confirms what I'm talking about. Two scenes, really. But yeah, I'll accuse Echosmith of playing into a bit of a fetish here, perhaps. And if it's not a fetish, it's something deeply unpleasant. Now I don't need a protagonist who's like Mr. Dr. Giga Chad who is having sex with all the women, but I also can't tolerate a protagonist that's the opposite of wish fulfillment, and he's just this humiliation cuck that I don't know what you're supposed to deal with, except he's just sexually humiliated. That's just the book, right? Ben is a pathetic fuck in every aspect of his life, and I guess we're just here for the unsatisfying journey. So they're back in the apartment later on. Robot says that she doesn't want to have sex with him. Talks about Greater Israel, and then they meet up with the weird German anti-AI people who live in an underground bunker. They say to him that they can discuss Scenebux later after they do the attack on what they call the Den of the Basilisk. So, okay. We have that going on. They call the Basilisk, for its part, the theoretical evil superintelligence bent on subjugating humanity. They're doing this for defensive action. And they talk about Scenebux, and he wants to get to the bottom of it. And then later on, when Robot is high, she smoked pot without me. Is this really my stalwart travel companion or just a fickle vixen of the jet set? Do you want to fuck in my room, I ask. The voice of a cuckold. Again, he's like this nervous little gerbil guy who is very passive-aggressive and afraid of his girlfriend who's the breadwinner, but now magically he's just hey, do you want to fuck? 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 Okay. So apparently he can reach T4 if he solves something called the puzzle. They're in this van on the way to commit a terrorist action against an AI data center. He and Robot decide to bail out and not participate in the action, and Robot is explaining the word for burglar in Jewish law literally means one who comes through a tunnel, and here we are coming through a tunnel. I'd like to come in her tunnel. It's just this pathetic voice that's not very endearing. It's like pathetic in a way where if you're hanging out with this guy, you tell him to shut the fuck up, or you might slap him and just get the fuck away from me, man. We should fuck in the L base before we leave, I pitch, now that she's less high, so you can say you did it for the cred. I don't know where we're going on the bus. Hopefully it's either a place where we can have sex or see cool trains. Yeah, it's just this, like, desperately insecure, horny. A leftist could write this. I'm being serious. Like, there is a leftist version of this book about, like, a soy male that's, like, hovering around various women. He's passive aggressive and like an open / cuck relationship. He never really improves his lot in life. I guess there's some unbelievable wish fulfillment aspects of this work which wouldn't happen in the leftist version of Scenebux. But it's still like, my God, I don't think authors can write anything but themselves, and holy shit, I want to kill Cairo Smith. He's terrible. He's awful. He's fucking awful. They go to a club. Robot is staring at the muscly bare legs of the lady aerialist like a dog under a ribeye. I wonder if she knows how obvious she's being. She should crush my head like a watermelon, Robot says, and there's my answer. Club or whatever. He's talking to a guy about it's actually more of a pivot to the white male for 25. He says, the dying breed of the arts, you know. Oh, I say, yelling over whoops. Well, I'm also that, so I suppose that's cute, even though there isn't a push for white male artists. There just isn't. I'm sorry. Let's not get into modern politics, but no, that didn't change. That's not changing. Robot has somehow found already a finance mommy girl boss to chat up. And you know what I'm saying, right? Where it's just this thing to commit it to the page is, I guess there could be some value, some artistic purpose to it. But at the same hand, it also just kind of feels like it's just fetish material, right? Where it's this autistic dyke thing that's on the page, and just the descriptions of female bodies versus, I guess, the descriptions of male bodies, and our male protagonist in particular, where he's not sexually appealing to anyone or anything. That's why it feels fetishy to me. Oh, and after the party, he tells Robot when they're on this train, I want you to be fucked up less so I can hit on you more. I tell her on the train to the airport. It feels weird if you're out of it. Just, yeah, is this not like beta male shit? Where one, okay, if you did run into, I know it's an absurd plot and everything, but if there was a woman and she had no sexual interest in you, you'd probably just kind of stop, right? You wouldn't just keep subjugating yourself to this humiliation, I suppose. So they're hanging out for a while. He gives her a massage. Unbelievably, and I do mean unbelievably, but they start to have sex. So, one of Robot's grandmothers survived the Holocaust. That's nice. The German guys have all been arrested. She puts her pale hand under the covers to hold my package, almost like a nurse would. I asked him about a scar. I beat off too hard to video game Fuda one time without lube. I tell her, I don't know why. I don't say it's just a botched circumcision. Are we really gonna fuck now, or is this just some more weird shit? She pulls the sheets away. He's only partially conscious for the duration. It's hot, a little rough, almost aggressive in its rhythm, almost angry. We both find our satisfaction on the field of the makeshift ward bed. Then she removes herself and goes to the bathroom without a smile. She says you can stay here, but no more stuff between us. And he's told to go to an address for, to keep the plot going. So he does have sex with the robot, unbelievably. I don't know, it doesn't fit with our narrative. What's likable about Ben? I'm seriously asking, what's likable about Ben? And do we really believe that he keeps himself in good shape? I don't know. Just this hyper insecure little rat fuck guy, addicted to pornography, cuckold, and whatever. It's just, I don't care about the scene. It feels like I'm being thrown a bone here, but like, what is this? Like, what the fuck is this? Putting down men without ever truly building them back up. It's there's no romance here, there's no love, it's unsatisfying. Maybe the point is having an affair doesn't make yourself feel good. However, the Leviathan, when she's having her affair, she feels really fucking good and satisfied. Our protagonist, when he engages in the same behavior, does not feel good. And that's a running theme, I guess you could say. So he goes to this building because he solved the puzzle thing. You don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And the meeting place is a party. It's got the vibe of the Counter-Strike 1.6 map CS office. Go fuck yourself. But full of frat kids and Red Scare girlies. None of these people are interesting. There's nothing interesting that can be said from any of these fucking parasites. Christ, what is someone from Red Scare going to say? Ooh, I almost kind of want to say nigger, but I won't. And ooh, we better not say anything about the Jews. Ta-da, I saved you. Like all Red Scare episodes, I fucking saved you. Who needs their politics from a fucking woman to begin with? We have some sound bites from people at the party. They're talking about the Pope and being woke. If anything, as much as I kind of shit on Protestants, if you made me choose a denomination, I absolutely don't pick Catholic. I think I'm 100% a fucking Protestant just because we can murder the Pope. And that's what I want to do. I want to kill kings. I want to kill the Pope. They're evil. They're fucking evil. Maybe if the Pope was based, that would be kind of cool. But he's not. And then just the idea that you have to be a part of this church and accept the Pope as your leader, and your leader is this like corrupt old fuck that wants white people to go away. I can't do it. Like, at least Protestants, you can, interpret the Bible in your own way and say that, yeah, fuck the Pope, whatever. But these people they're Halo and the Persian Wars. He meets with some young white guys. They say that there's no T4 anymore. They're the Young Realists now. Talking about the biker gang, and they got a grant from T4. They say to look for someone called Gabe Findham at Edward Capital. Okay. So this guy asked to meet him in Dubai to chat. I don't stay long after that at the Young Realist party. I don't want to fuck any of these 20-year-old BPD e-girls or hear any more pop political philosophy. The author, I think, believes that he is above it all. I don't think he's doing a bit. I think this is what he actually thinks, and he thinks that he's not a part of the Red Scare and the Dime Square, whatever crowd. Cairo Smith. You are full of persistent wit, and you're undeniably at the head of the new wave. These are your people. You belong there. You stay there, Cairo Smith. Don't ever try to leave. Believe me, you're not talented enough to branch out. Where are we off to next? We're off to Dubai. Get it? Because Dubai porter potty, e-girls, whores. Yeah, topical, right? Because literally, the first person he meets in Dubai is an Instagram model while we're on the plane. And guess what? She is a prostitute. Whoa! That's fucking topical. How does Cairo Smith come up with all these ideas? He's so fucking smart. We make another joke on page 100 about him not being over Max Pacifica. Alright, it's a joke. right? The one character we knew for a little bit, he died. Echosmith, what are we supposed to care about? I need you to tell me, what are we, the readers, supposed to care about in this work? Because you've strung me along for 100 pages and I don't have a reason to care. It's not any of the characters presented. It's not the plot. It's not the mystery. This doesn't work, right? You don't know how to fucking write, apparently. But you have to give me a hook. You have to give me a reason to care. You have to give me a reason to keep turning the page, because you're also not funny enough for it to be a page turner and it to be comedic. So you gotta give me something here, and you haven't. Oh, and at the airport, he runs into a guy called Merrick Glowy. Get it? Because he's a special agent that works for the U.S. government, and he wants to know more about Findom, who will have some information, so he wants Ben to wear a wire. Glowy, that's clever. I almost didn't cringe at it, but I did. Is there any original thought in this work at all? Or is it just sound bites from X? Is that it? I guess. Undeniably at the head of the new wave, Smith has penned his punchiest and most incisive novel yet. Persistent wit. So he speaks with the guy. He was like pretending to be a journalist. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. This guy wants to know why they destroyed the AI in Berlin, because it was going to be this new godhead free of blah, 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 blah. Who gives a fuck? My motive, honestly, was to bang this autistic Jewish chick who was hanging with Max and then decided to go to Berlin after Max tripped and fell. They thought that he killed Max Pacifica. He didn't. Oh, I'm not the man behind the curtain, he says. It's not an AI, is it? I asked. That would be a funny turn, like New Vegas. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's accurate. I guess it's true. I don't know. Like, some of this voice, I think, makes sense where if you had a guy in situations like this, he would make references to video games. But I also don't think it's clever or interesting. Oh my god, it was like being on in Ireland at Moloch Moor in the Burren, and one of the retards just brings up like it was like fucking anime or whatever, and just shut the fuck up, right? We're in nature, we're in one of the most interesting landscapes you could be in, and just shut the fuck up. I don't really like modern voice. I think it could be done well in some ways, but in this way, it's just aggravating, right? Let's just, I don't know, we gotta get moving. Robot insists that he gets to the airport right now because the people he spoke with are actually evil, and then he sees that there's drugs planted in his bag from the guy that he just met. So he flees the airport, and then he runs into Jezebel, who's the Instagram escort who has a client with a private plane. He ends up fleeing on the plane with them. He pulls out what funds that he can online, and then he realizes that he needs a lawyer. So he gets into contact with Chloe, who's the Leviathan, right? Because there's no other lawyers you could possibly contact with like $15,000 cash, which would at least be a start, right, for a case and to give him some legal advice. But we're going back to the woman who is willingly and who was openly cheating on him and humiliating him, because I guess that's just what we're doing, I suppose. I think I can get the firm to do this pro bono. It's more than I could handle all by myself. When I ask, I'm going to say, you're still my partner, okay, to increase the odds. This is the first time I've missed her. Christ, what have we done to each other? Thank you, Chloe. We wrap up our call. Brother Easton is in Laos, and he has a lead on number 2 behind the T4 project. As they're flying, they're trying to find a country that does not have a extradition treaty with the United Arab Emirates. It's kind of like having a nut allergy at a restaurant, but for outlaws. Laos does not. Most of the stopover countries do, but one shining lying nation will get me from Armenia to Bangkok to Vientian while flipping the bird to the Emiratis all the while. God bless Israel, our greatest ally, the defiant and unapologetic shelter to one international criminal in need. And he is playing Mario Party with the prostitute on the plane. When am I supposed to laugh? So Robot told him to flee, and that was that. And she is out of the story from now on. She does not, I think maybe she gets mentioned one more time. And that is it. He gets to Laos. Brother Easton is there. This other woman who was also at the island, I think it was a cousin to Max Pacifica. It doesn't matter. Her name is Dana. She's also there. I know what you're thinking. White Pill Media, you're overreacting. He had one positive tongue-in-cheek thing to say about Israel. We'll get there, boys. We'll get there. But on 123, Brother Easton explains that he hired a Yemeni kid off the Steam forums to set up his webcam pointing at the latest missile site in Sanas. He says he specifically picked a demi-gender furry because he figures the guy, demi-guy, would have a real faggoty bone to pick with the Houthis and not tip them off. I'm going to straight edge to this dude. Brother Easton laughs. So Brother Easton looks at streams every day of the Houthis, and then there's an explosion. Did you see that? Brother Easton whoops like we won the World Series. Did you see that strike? The smoke is curling. Some Houthis are missed. Brother Easton's life ticks on. Ah, fuck. It's good to see you, dude. White Pill Media is no fan of the Houthis or of Muslims or the Middle East or any of that, but White Pill Media is certainly not a friend to our greatest ally, the Jews. We have two things back to back that are pro-Jew and anti-anyone else. Preferably, White Pill Media would like everyone killed in the Middle East, and then we colonize it. Oh, is that they're at this club. Brother Easton reveals that he attempted suicide a while ago and the rope broke because he was too fat. There are no characters here. It's just snapshots. Okay, so Dana, who Brother Easton is in love with, but they're not in a relationship with, she is making out with two Lao guys to the beat of Darude's Sandstorm. Good for her. This is Ben's voice, his internal monologue. Good for her. In a few months, she'll probably go back to her rocket science life. She's smarter than both of us retards put together. Now, boys, perhaps you felt that White Pill Media was a little sensitive about the earlier comments, and, my hackles were raised about it, about weak men being sexually humiliated, about women being so much better than men, about these women being better than these weak, pathetic guys, right? But so we have Chloe, who is up on a pedestal, even though she openly cheats on her boyfriend. And to be fair, she should have just broken up with Ben if she wasn't into him anymore, and that would have been fine. But not a great person for cheating on someone you're supposed to be in a relationship with. There is Robot who Ben cannot sexually satisfy, right? So that's a factor, and there's definitely some fetish humiliation there from our author. I think perhaps maybe you watched a little too much pornography. Maybe you're the guy with the VR headset, Cairo Smith, who is undeniably at the head of the new wave and full of persistent wit. And then finally, we have here where Brother Easton is also not getting sex, and Dana is going to get fucked by two Laotian men and is doing it in front of them, and Ben thinks that this is good for her, and she's smarter than both of us retards put together. Brother Easton, don't know a ton about him, but he had a career before this. He's more respectable than Ben for sure, but all of our men are humiliated and put down sexually and also professionally. I don't think I was wrong to point out a running theme there, that there's definitely an undercurrent for sure. So Glowy shows up again, and he gets taped up, and he is talking to this guy who is a part of T4, and he's recording it, and he's supposed to ask about the filter. This guy that he's talking to is supposed to be a faggot. He realizes that he's flirting talking to this guy. This is on 133. This is fun. Why is this fun? I'm having a little bit of a crisis of masculinity. As I diva my way through his living room to the couch, I remember something I read online about amphetamines making you gay. You know, this is actually, I know I've been kind of harsh on Echosmith so far in this review, but I mean, Bap writes about this, so it can't all be bad. And I mean, who hasn't been there where you think you're gonna get a face full of Swooyadal, and the next thing you know, you're choking on a cannoli? Who among us hasn't been there? So the tech guy gets shot in the head. There's a chase scene. They're able to escape. Brother Easton doesn't really like him and thinks that he's cursed. He speaks to Chloe again, and he cries over it. Brother Easton and Dana have a moment. Dana starts crying and gets down on the floor to hug him. This is what she didn't even know she was waiting for. It's a deal, she says, although I really still wish you would come home. God, what a weight off her shoulders. What a beautiful scene. I'm only slightly looking at how her shorts get taut on her ass as she kneels beside him. I don't know, it's just this like persistent like beta male soy jack voice where he's really horny and then he's also a cuck. I hate it. Like, this is the type of guy I cannot fucking stand. Sprinkle in a couple of pornographic, images on X feed, and this is what this book is. And then just some sexual humiliation as well. And then you have Scenebux. So basically, you could be the next undeniable head of the new wave and full of persistent wit if you can pull off something as good as this. Just have maybe emotional moments in your comedy and then undercut it by making it a joke or over-sexualizing the moment. That's what you have to do if you want to be undeniably at the head of the new wave and to pen your punchiest and most incisive novel yet. That's what you need to do. Can you boys handle that? Can you? Okay. Back in the States, he has lunch with Chloe, who brings Bic Preppin. He realizes that the relationship is over. He thinks that she deserves a lawyer who can be horny for a shaggy millennial. I grab a handful of books from the shelf to take to Margot's and read. It's stuff I've wanted to get through for years but never got around to. I promise her I'll either find a place or drive all my crap back to Idaho by mid-July. She says mid-July is fine. She never apologizes for all the cheating. Everyone gets to have a bad ending unless you're a woman in this book. All of the women, essentially, for the most part, end up better than the men. I don't think I'm really exaggerating there. I think that's true. So he manages to get in contact with, it's not stated, but it is Peter Thiel, and he asks if he's never heard of any of these things, like the Agi House, T4, The Filter, The Young Realists. He says we do a literary review, we do a sculpture gallery, we briefly did a film festival. The rest is, to use your language, muckracker nonsense. I've already spoken longer than you probably deserve. Thank you, goodbye. In a weird way, I feel like he was telling me the truth. Oh, and he thinks that the motorcycle gang is completely unconnected from the filter and all this. I think our author is maybe not doing a bit here and saying that Peter Thiel isn't connected to this stuff or a lot of stuff with the right-wing Dime Square movement. Peter Thiel is not a friend, yours or mine. He is opposed to some of the leftist world order stuff, but his world vision, if it was implemented, would be as destructive to our people as the leftists winning. So the enemy of my enemy is certainly not my friend. And he might throw certain people who will not attack certain groups a bone here and there to make some shitty art, which will have no impact on the wider world. He might do that, but that's about it. Do I think Peter Thiel is involved in everything with the right-wing scene? No, I don't. But the amount of people who for years, and some of them to this day, pretend that he had no involvement in like Dime Square or any of that crap and sending these people money to promote certain ideologies and put down other voices. He certainly did, right? Peter Thiel behind everything? No, he's fucking not. But there is his, like, gay, calloused hand that's, like, AIDS, decrepit, you know, in the background. Maybe he's not as involved anymore because Times Square produced nothing in its time. So maybe there's that. He meets up with Glowy and he asks about the filter. Glowy doesn't know what it is. There's no revenge on the Leviathan. It's not even a fuck this cunt, I'm glad to be out of that relationship. It's more of the Leviathan is such a much better person than me, is going to be a high-paid immigration lawyer with her Chad boyfriend, and I'm such a loser cuck, I'm happy for her. It's just more humiliation nonsense. It's not even like, fuck this cunt for cheating on me, I'm glad to be out of that relationship. It's, wow, I'm a bad person, I'm glad she's moving on. I'm glad Bick gets to give her what I couldn't give her. I suppose that's what it is. He's trying to get closure on Bikegate one way or another. This is on page 150. He runs into Lin Zhao just by random chance. And she wants him to go to some festival. It's going to be some party. And she is connected with the T4 Young Realist. And they're doing some research for them. They go to some camp. The author doesn't have any interesting insights here. Oh, okay, we have this on 156. Leviathan, she believed in the second wave, in the tabula rasa of the sexes in the Great Society. I hope she can live it out with Bick. Meanwhile, I need to figure myself the fuck out and figure out how these goddamn rods fit together. He's setting up a tent. I think you could have the opinion of, wow, I wasn't a very good boyfriend and I'm, you know, moving on, but also she was a bit of a cunt for cheating on me. You could have that take, but our author doesn't allow us to have that take. So he has sex with the Vietnamese chick. Okay, whatever. Some Odinists come in and they take them up to the like party, the cabin. But to get into the party, you have to say the gamer word. No, dude, I'm not doing some racist shit. But he has to, at your leisure, says Tim. I take a breath in. Next page, chapter 11, the gamer word. I say the word. It's kind of funny, right? It's kind of funny. It makes me laugh a little bit. But at the same time, just say nigger. I don't know. It's, I don't know how Cairo Smith would describe Scenebux. Well, one, undeniably at the head of the new wave, Smith has penned his punchiest and most incisive novel yet. It's full of persistent wit. That's number one. But number two, I don't know if these guys would call themselves alt-right. I think they might call themselves like Twitter guys that are opposed to some leftist stuff, but also don't want to be racist and definitely don't want to be anti-Semitic. I guess that's how you would kind of have to categorize them. Look, if this is Scenebux, if this is, you know, the scene adjacent to Peter Thiel money and all that shit and Red Scare and the Dime Square and whatever, you can be in the scene, you can write a book about the scene, but please, please, God, no slurs. Please, please, please don't say any slurs in our scene book. Oh, God, no. Maybe it is accurate. Maybe this is, you know, where Cairo Smith belongs. This is on 165. I have a few things to say on this page. So we're at another party. A weird kind of pain in my gut hits me. I'm thinking of Moses, not the guy who lived to 120 years old. Moses, my buddy at SF State, lover of Naruto. Creative writing major, fat, great smile, often in the friend zone. Once walked a mile to let me into my building when I lost my key. Also black, or black, capitalized, if you want to be lib-theistic. Would they have been cool to Moses if I'd brought him tonight? I'll get back to that in a second, but he says, I'm overstimmed, I don't want to go up to the master, and I could wash you in the bathroom tub. Fuck, dude, the only black people here are on the stereo, like they're trapped in the walls, trapped in crystals or something. Get it? Do you remember the Trump meme being trapped in crystals? Do you get it? It's these cynical little AI references to, like, oh my fucking God, I want to go crazy. Just hey, Dubai porta potty girl. Hey, trapped in the crystals. Hey, this thing. Hey, this thing. Hey, this thing. What the fuck? How can you be that cynical when you're trying to make a piece of art? But maybe Smith wasn't trying to make a book. He's just trying to make some money, I guess. Jesus Christ, it's not funny. It's not clever. It's just, do you remember this thing on X? Oh man, I'm too drunk and now I'm crashing out. I'm libbing out. I'm spiraling. Oh no, white and Asian and Indian people freely associating at a private party. God forbid, someone call the quota officer. I can feel different levels of irony crashing against each other inside me, desperately trying to depict themselves as the Chad and the other as the soy jack. We have this weird pain in our guts because this fat black guy would have not really been welcome at this party where it's not even explicitly white. It's not even as racist as it should be. There are Indians here, there are Asians here, there are some Jews there at this party, and oh no, these people don't want to associate with black people. Like, geez, man, we're not allowed to have a mostly white event. That's unacceptable. It bothers our author that maybe the people here would have a problem with a black guy showing up. God forbid they get one thing where it's just white. That's not okay. It's not okay. It can't be allowed. Then there's some snippets of conversation about someone being in a polycule, de-dollarization, preparing parallel systems. I'm not vibing bra. I am anti-vibing. The vibe was left behind with the Bimmer at Wendigo. And then he's told that he wants to see you. Who? Fraught. And Fraught is the guy in charge. He gets to meet the man behind the filter here, and they open a door, and there's a big Nazi flag, and then he opens a second door, and there's a even larger Nazi flag in there, and, you know, it's kind of amusing, it's sort of funny, and then we meet the guy. There's so much to talk about here. Finally, when he had sex with the Vietnamese girl, she stole his DNA and gave it to the master, and this guy likes him because he's of Europa, trace Basque, but majority German. What the rapid sequencer test just indicated, R1b, the Overmen haplogroup. Guys, I'm just going to throw it out there. I as racist as I am, as much of a guy who thinks genetics are very important, I've met 100% pure white people before, and they've been the scum of the fucking earth. They've been some really bad, degenerate, terrible fucking people that you wouldn't want to associate with, and frankly should be killed and stopped from reproducing because they're a net negative on our society. In an all-white society, there are still some really bad people who are white, right? That exists. So crazy racist that I am, I don't love someone for just being white. You have to, be white. And then also, like, I know it's crazy, but like a good person, someone that you would be okay with being your neighbor, to being a friend with, to being a part of your family, they should meet some level of that criteria. But this guy, leader of this crazy little Nazi racialist movement, likes Ben because Ben has the right DNA, even though Ben is a nothing guy who, I guess you can say he writes porn for bored housewives. He's a degenerate that masturbates to pornography all the time. He's a willing cuckold. He's weak. He's pathetic. But he has the right genes. So therefore, this head Nazi guy who would know all this about him really likes Ben. Now, I know Smith isn't a good writer. Despite him undeniably being at the head of the new wave, I found this writing to be rather poor here. I know, shocking. But because the master is trying to recruit him to their organization, what the fuck would Ben contribute? He's a software engineer, big air quotes on that, whose only software engineer experience was making a dating app for celebrities. That's it. I'm sorry, that's it. That's literally it. But this guy wants to recruit him to their organization. As retarded as this is. What is the filter? The filter is, it has to do with genetics, right? And They're making something custom designer so as to have certain effects and to spare certain ancestries. Yours, of course. Hers, referring to the Vietnamese woman. The people in the house out there. He was wrong, the Fuhrer, to target the Ashkenazi. They can be quite useful. So this guy is explaining all this evil shit to him and says, either you are in our fold and one of us, or you are our enemy, and what will occur will occur. Why would you tell this guy anything? Why the fuck would you tell this guy anything? They say that maybe killing him right away after he was looking into them would be bad and draw unnecessary suspicion upon their group. Okay, you also don't have to have him in this room and give him this information. There's no point in recruiting him. He's not a good guy. You don't want this guy on your team. You want to gatekeep white nationalism. You really do. And it's not even white nationalism. The shit they're talking about isn't white nationalism. What does the filter do on 172? The filter is only going to cause sterility, Ben, says Lin Zhao, speaking up for the first time with sincerity. No ill health effects for the unselected groups, just a graceful, reproductive terminus. Blah, blah, blah. These people know on some level that they're dead ends. This will be a reduction of suffering. It's effective altruism. The coming race will end the madness. Spay and neuter. So we're talking about genetics on a global scale. They make a comparison to if you put a man in jail, this man doesn't have access to a mate, so therefore he can't reproduce. So this is a form of genetics that most people in society agree with. A guy that commits a triple homicide shouldn't pass his genes on, and we agree with that, right? As a society, the vast majority of us agree with that. So what they would be doing is just sending out this thing with the filter, which would make every group that they don't want to reproduce unable to reproduce, and they would simply die out within like a generation, right? It would just be the end. They would just die out. They wouldn't be in ill health, and they would just go away. So what groups are spared? What groups are a part of the new coming race for the world? Well, 1, whites are in. 2, the Vietnamese apparently are in. Okay. And the Japanese, they said some Japanese people were there. I assume the Chinese get to go in too. Koreans, right? If we're talking about Vietnamese, does that just mean like Laotians are in, Cambodians are in, Filipinos are in? I don't know where it ends, right? And then they said some Indians were also at the party, so I guess high caste Indians are also in. Well, why not high caste Middle Easterners too? Why not just the best and brightest from wherever? Oh, the Jews. The Jews are definitely in, because for your crazy Nazi racialist group that wants to essentially genocide, 90% of the world population, or 80%, 70%, whatever, they're also really in favor of the Jews. So in Echosmith's book, we really like the Jews, we hate the Houthis, and also in this new racial order, the Jews are a part of it, because of course they should be. I like it, and I don't think there's any pro-Jewish sentiment in this book or a part of this dime scene square. Not at all. And Ben is just horrified by what he's being told by this guy, where of all like the crazy racialist stuff online, this is pretty mild, right? This is, by the way, whites make it, also all the Asians make it, essentially, and then I guess the Jews make it. The only reason that's in there is, I guess, Echosmith likes Jews. I suppose that's why it's there. So who's going? Well, all of Africa. I guess the South Americans, the Mexicans are going. The Indians, both the dot and feather kind, are going. Australian Aboriginals, they're going. What the fuck is wrong with that? I would snap take a deal where you just get the non-whites out of America, out of Europe, out of Western settled countries like Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Those are all ours, and no non-white ever comes in again. I would snap take that deal, no questions asked. But that's probably not going to happen. It's just not really going to happen. I sincerely doubt it. But in terms of like crazy race war shit, this is probably the most mild, right? The least destructive, the most kind of, friendly way to do it. I guess you could say like eugenics with a handshake. But he goes home and he keeps writing everything down. And he's using this as a insurance policy. The payload of a dead man's switch, I'm going to finish it and rig a system to send out all over the web if I die. Oh, because the guy said earlier on 174, perhaps I'm compromised. I don't know. I possess some hope that you may, in your due time, come back to me in daylight and help us with our work with earnest zeal. In your heart, you know we're right. Help how? Help how? He's not a geneticist. Help how? Help how? Help how? He writes porn. He barely has some software experience. Help how? Undeniably, at the head of the new wave, Smith has penned his punchiest and most incisive novel yet. Okay. The majority of people would be really okay. There's some black people that I think are okay, but if it was this or nothing, I would take a deal where they just get moved back to Africa. I would take that first, right? I would. But if it was the filter or literally nothing and things keep going the way that they're going, I'll take the filter. Snap take. No questions asked. Snap take. I'm taking the fucking filter. That's not really a difficult choice, right? It's not a fucking difficult choice. And the thing is with Ben doesn't even go like, oh, this is too far for me, but I'm going to aggressively pursue a policy of deporting people, and we give them first-class tickets and Jordans and endless bucket of KFC, and then you get the fuck out of America. Not even that. It's, oh man, there was this black guy that really liked Naruto in college, so I guess white people can't have their own country, I guess. What are we saying? What the fuck are we saying? Before I was talking about how there's not really a heart, there's no reason to care about anything in this novel. This is it. This is the heart. This is what Cairo Smith cares about. He comes to his decision. He can't stay silent. The watershed comes not from imagining the plight of the sterilized masses, but instead imagining myself in a world where fraught wins. I would be racked with guilt. I would have allowed entire civilizations to end out of cowardice. Even though I had a chance to stop it all, I wouldn't enjoy living in a world like that. What civilizations? What sub-Saharan civilizations are you fucking talking about? What civilizations in South America? What Mexican civilization? They're barely a functional state, right? The only functional part comes from the white people living in Mexico. Those are the people keeping it together. And because there's too many non-whites to whites ratio, that's why Mexico is hell, right? What part of Australia is better with Aboriginals in it? Tell me, Cairo Smith. I know I'm being edgy, I'm being extreme, but I really need you to tell me what is the worst thing that would happen with the sub-Saharans being gone tomorrow? How is this bad in any way? So he's trying to get in contact with Glowy and warn him. So he does. He gets. He's able to send a letter out, and that it's being actively developed in a Korean lab. Yeah, they're going off to save the world and stop white people from, having their own country, I suppose. Even if they were using the filter as like just a threatening device, like, hey, we have the atomic bomb. We have the atomic bomb of eugenics. If you don't let us have these white countries and everyone gets the fuck out and never bothers us again, we'll release the filter and kill you all with it. That's not even in play. That's not even I want to negotiate with these guys and try to come up with a more humane option where we don't have to use it, but we have it and we threaten to use it. Not even that. It's just dismissed outright. I knew one fat black guy in college, so therefore whites can't have a better future. Just wow. That's our heart. That's our heart. It's Cairo Smith being pissed off that the right-wing sphere became more racialist over time. And yeah, it happened. And oh no, these people online, they don't like the Jews anymore for some reason. For no reason at all. Some people are prejudiced against the Jews. Oh, and we end with the motorcycle guy showing up, and Ben says the last line is, "I think I can take him." That's the end. These are Echosmith's real beliefs. This is the heart of the story. The racialists, the crazy James Bond racialists, are accepting of a lot of non-white races, but not blacks. And that's a bridge too far for Echosmith. Yeah, and then he just has a big list of references that he made in this book. They're not clever or interesting. But, I think I'm probably wrong, because Echosmith is undeniably at the head of the new wave. Smith has penned his punchiest and most incisive novel yet with Scenebux. I would certainly not say that the book is surface-level Twitter observations with no depth, no soul, no nobility, or exploring these people or topics deeper, that it's a complete waste of time and money. Everything is so fucking ugly, and it's not that Ben is disgusted by the world that he lives in and his own behavior, and he wants to change and be better, if for no one else, himself. No, there are no higher aspirations here. There's no comedy. There's no tragedy. It's nothing. The suffering our main character goes through, it's deserved. It's deserved. There's nothing offered here, no solution for the sensitive young men in our world in general. All must accept that if anyone is trying to do anything, do nothing. And what comes, comes. I've decided, and I don't really do this, but, I felt a vein bulge when I was reading Scenebux. So I decided to look into some reviews people have done of Scenebux, and I found the reviews to be disgusting. So I am going to read some of them out to you. But what is the point of this? Is the point that just right-wing internet circles have become more radicalized and racist over time, and this is deeply upsetting to Echosmith, and he wants to turn back the clock? Is that what's going on? Is that the message of Scenebux? I guess that kind of is. Is that why this was written? It's just irony, poisoned trash. The heart is the end is basically the author just being a leftist. I think there's a good portion of people who are quote-unquote on the right who maybe they want to say a slur every now and then, but at the end of the day, they're not really racist and they don't advocate for the betterment of white people. If there's anything that's slightly uncomfortable or difficult, they would advocate against it. And I despise these people. Frankly, I don't think they should be considered on the right or whatever. Just call them a leftist. Call them a right-wing leftist or whatever, but please, God, don't call them right-wing. On Goodreads, we have 6 reviews here. Overall rating, it's like a 4.4. There are 3 people who rated it 3 stars. For 4 stars, someone says it's a fun read, but it had a very negligible effect on their life. Nice artifact of online space. Which I think, okay, I think it does kind of capture a moment of online space, but I don't think that's really worth capturing, right? There's not a story attached to that. It's just, I don't know, the Wayback Machine, but also with a leftist bent of, don't be so racist, you guys. Like, fuck that. Echosmith is more of a big dog. I knew that he was a bigger guy in this thing, but he's a little bigger than I thought because on Amazon we have a bunch of reviews, 4.6 total rating. First one, Scenebux is a fast-paced modern thriller as hilarious as it is terrifying. Where is it terrifying? They say it was engaging. It was most certainly not engaging. Next one says it's grounded in the now, but it reads like a work that won't ever go out of style. Oh, fuck off. Like Fitzgerald captured the flaming youth of the 1920s, Scenebux embodies life in the 2020s. Add the gonzo Hunter S. Thompson, the snark of Harlan Ellison. Scenebux is nutrient dense. And look, we don't live in great times, and many people, myself included, don't quite live up to the ideals that, we would like our society to to be in, right? I acknowledge that. I think most people on the right acknowledge that, but they're trying to work and achieve something better than themselves. It's not just lying in the muck and shit and like reveling in it. Echosmith revels in it. This is good for him, right? Just like, I don't know, like Red Scare, Dime Square, and just people that maybe teehee, will say nigger or whatever, but I don't want to be a racist, but like I'm right wing, like I'm edgy, I'm dangerous. I think that's where they're most comfortable, where nothing really changes, right? And you can go these like little faggy parties and then write books where people call yourself undeniably at the head of the new wave. One guy, Nick F. I'll assume this is Nick Fuentes because we don't like that little spick. Page turner, couldn't put it down. Laugh out loud, funny and well plotted. Interesting protagonist in a very well realized setting. I recommend. Wow. Oh my god. This is Corporate Clark. A long time ago, I reviewed some of his works on this channel, and I gave him a not favorable review back then. I think we just had like that one little interaction, and that was it. He is not a good author, but he gave Scenebux 5 stars. Scenebux is well done, fun, and very cool. An intelligent page turner. Where the fuck do you get off, man? I was genuinely looking forward to each reading session. I'm dealing with a newborn at the moment, no one asked, and found myself grabbing a few extra pages at very odd hours in the night. It is sort of a cyberpunk adventure that is not based in the future. Blah, blah, blah. It feels futuristic because it sits on the edge of the present. It flows from one dramatic scene to another. No, it doesn't. And there's a lot of action, but the set pieces never feel forced. Going to Little Epstein's Island, the Dubai e-girl, the glowy, all of it, right? All of it. Going into that like feminist, far leftist bookshop. None of it feels forced to you, really. Each scene arises organically, driven by the characters of the plot points. There's not much of a plot. There's not much in terms of character. The plot itself is strikingly original. I don't know that it is. I promise you I could find some work that deals with we're designing some plague thing. Oh, you know what? It was a terrible fucking book, but there was some guy who wrote something about like future Japan where the Japanese, like the ultra-nationalists, were working on a virus to kill off the non-Japanese living in Japan. And our protagonist, who is white in the book, I think, or he's mixed-raced or whatever, he stops it with his, like, Korean slut girlfriend, or she's Japanese, whatever. So they end up stopping it from going off, but it's not that original to have like a group of people trying to wipe out others with, genetics. Thematically, it loiters at the crossroads of cutting-edge tech, new right politics, and Zoomer masculinity. I hate all those fucking words so much. I fucking hate them. These things are central to the events and characters, but the book is never preachy. Yes, what do you call the ending? What the fuck do you call the ending? Being racist is bad. That was the ending. It explores many edgy questions and leaves you thinking deeply, while none the wiser as to Smith's own political/cultural views. Echosmith likes the Jews. I know that much. I picked that up from the book. I got that. The characters are larger that life. I'll assume he meant larger than life. I'll give Corporate Clark the benefit of the doubt here. Larger than life, but complex and within the envelope of believability, as a thriller cast should be. Nobody is totally good or bad. Some characters are totally good or bad. Everyone is anti-villain or anti-hero. That's not true. Smith states in the afterword that the book is very much within the zeitgeist and may be unintelligible to later readers. I don't think this is totally true. Obviously, part of the fun is figuring out who the real-life equivalents of the cast are, but I think the book would fundamentally make sense as someone not on X or in the future. It's just some of the jokes will be invisible. I'm sure I didn't spot them all myself. Overall, pretty much a perfect thriller, and it just shows how ridiculous the quality of indie fiction is. You know, the one question I have is, what's it like to write an Amazon review with someone's cock in your mouth? I need Corporate Clark to get on X. I need him to message me. What is it like to write an Amazon review with Smith's cock in your fucking mouth? Paul Astor meets Nutcracker, equal parts Coen Brothers, highly ambitious and ultimately rewarding for digital natives. Hard to say if it's more or less unsettling than The World It Parodies. Very unique book. Okay. But Cairo Smith, he's got fans. He's got a big audience. I guess he is the voice of the scene. Holy shit. Put a gun in my mouth, boys. Put 2 guns in my mouth. If this is it, if this is like the great indie voice that's gonna shake up things, fuck it. Let's pack it in right now. God damn, let's fucking pack it in right now. Holy shit. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, and then on newritualpress.com, it's just the back cover here. We have some little blurbs. The writing is certainly accomplished, brilliant even, in its casual utilization of funny idioms without breaking the pace or feel of the prose. Toxic Bro Dude. I'm sure this guy's a fucking genius. I haven't read anything he's written, but I'm sure Toxic Bro Dude is a fucking genius. A breezy, twisty, turny, lit novel. Phil Rott. Okay. Great dialogue, voice. I want to kill this guy. Alexander Sarando. Great voice, cleverness, and inventiveness abound. He's honing his already formidable skills at storytelling. Boys, at Whitefield Media, obviously a Chad, but can anyone state, like, anyone that you've done this yourself, or you know someone in your immediate, like, vicinity that went to a BLM rally, had protected or unprotected sex with a woman that you met maybe not even an hour ago, and then also you are that type of guy who has to be like ultra Chad, and then you're also a weak beta cuck. It works. It just works. Oh, and then this is one of my favorite ones. All literate people, especially porn-brained, irony-addled internet autists, should applaud that something so timely and absurd is available for consumption. From Arbogast. Oh no, Arbogast. Oh no. Scenebux, like Neuromancer, is an exciting neo-noir thriller from start to finish. I read it on a Sunday bombed out on cancer meds and I had a blast. Paul Buhart. I hope the cancer kills you, Paul. And then ARX Han had a review on Substack. He overall likes the book. Scenebux is an interesting book, and Smith is categorically different from most young indie male writers who typically produce literary fiction with varying levels of quality. Okay? He writes quickly and prodigiously with a rapidly growing oeuvre that spans literary works, genre books, and even films and screenplays. If this Scenebux is any indication of the quality of Cairo Smith, I'm not remotely interested in reading anything else he has to show. What separates Smith from other writers is this grouping is a lack of dourness. The failure mode of the outsider male novelist lies in the over-reliance on nihilistic repetition. Many writers over-anchor on a very particular form of grimdark sex writing, a circular regurgitation of the sex-addicted male with accompanying existential angst, which has long become tiresome. This was tiresome. This book was very tiresome. What are you talking about? This isn't fresh. This isn't new. This is the same shit. Just reheated. What the fuck? The problem with these writers, in contrast to Smith, is a excessive heaviness to their work, insufficiently leavened by humor and left unbalanced as a result. Okay, but there's no heart here. There's no characterization here. There's nothing here. Maybe some people go too heavy with the tragedy, but there's no tragedy here. There's not even enough comedy to make it a strong comedy, and the comedy always needs to be balanced out by some tragedy. It's not just irony shit. That's not a fucking story. Smith's repertoire has a wider breadth and is decidedly lighter, and in the case of Scenebux, driven by a persistent wit. He says the humor lands somewhat inconsistently here and there. He says detached irony is perhaps the appropriate tonal voice for the protagonist in a light-hearted literary comedy, but I was left wanting something more from the character of Ben Extina. But then he cucks out from his good point when he says that it's not that the execution here is at any point bad. It is. Loss of narrative momentum tied to the lack of stakes for Ben as the primary character. His ironic detachment makes it hard to sustain interest in the plot and feels like an excuse to keep rotating the carousel. The critique of the millennial writer is that they have often turned to irony-poisoned detachment as a redoubt from sincerity and a retreat into moral relativism. By contrast, Scenebux concludes with a clear moral thesis, ultimately repudiating the ethno-supremacism of the new American right and the self-ratcheting genocidal logic of racialism taken to its extreme. Yeah, I know one thing for certain, ARX Han would not make it if White Pill Media was running the filter. He is at least a little more critical and a little more thoughtful in his critiques of Scenebux, but ultimately, what I can say about Scenebux is it's absolutely not worth your time. It's a TikTok book, basically. It's cynically done. That's probably the best way I can describe it is cynically reading a bunch of shit on X, putting it in a cauldron, stirring it about, and then calling it a book. There's no heart, there's no character, there's no purpose to it. Echosmith knows little of the human condition or how to tell a story, whether comedic or tragic. Frankly, he's not a good storyteller. So I guess that's it for Echosmith. Is there anything else left to say? I suppose, you know what, boys? You know what? For our friend Echosmith and for being undeniably at the head of the new wave, let's give him one more for the road.
I'm gonna get to the truth. I didn't do it! I didn't!
So, boys, we've now reviewed all the books I set out to do at the start, and now they're all done. There's also no outro, so we can end this Not a Trough right here and now. I want to say thanks, boys. That's it. I'm going to see you next time. So, yeah, have a good one.
Might as well tell you now. I bought the most beautiful boat today.
Cool. The 50-footer?
The very same.
I might as well tell you. I decided on Columbia.
Oh! Hello.
We need you to do something.
Like what?
Our friend. He's gotta go.
No problem.
Don't fuck it up, it's important.
I know it's important.
Boys, this is the 7th book that we're reviewing. This is Three Themes in Chamber Verse by Christopher Sandbach. There's no avoiding it now. We're here, and we're going to get through it together. I lied. Once again, yes, boys, I'm sorry I manipulated you from the start. About Scenebux, and then about Three Themes in Chamber Verse, but we're here now, and I suppose the only thing to do is to simply go forward. I actually like how the book is presented. I think the publication, right, just the quality of the little book I'm holding is good. Kind of a manila cream color. We have a puma, or it's maybe just a mountain lion and a cub on the front cover. It's nice. It looks good. Like the fonts, they all look great. On the back, we have this little like stork or majestic bird with some stars. And I'm going to read the back cover to you before we kind of dive in. What if a single emotion strained itself to breaking? Would it yield? Can words and thought transmute to music? Can Cole's obsession crystallize into the hardness of desire? Le Fèvre et le Humor is a sequence in 3 parts. Its poems attached to fever, fixation, and desire as formal problems rather than narrative events, favoring compression, fracture, and controlled repetition. This book is concerned with how intensity reshapes language and what remains when heat dissipates. So we claim in the table of contents that the first poem starts on page 15. That's not true. It starts on page 17. And also we end on page 67. It's 50 pages, and these are not, the vast majority of them are not very long poems. This was, I believe it was $15 for this, which is, I don't know what books of poetry go for, but this feels pretty goddamn expensive for what it is. But what we have here is a series of poems. Some of them are repeated a few times, and we have obsession, ruin, and desire. Now, if you couldn't tell from the back cover, this is clearly something that's right up my alley. But in the preface, I will not read the whole thing. It's not too long, but it's probably too long for me to repeat all of it. The poems are about 3 movements governed less by object than by the inescapability of the subjective quest. The organizing terms obsession, ruin, desire are therefore not psychological states so much as climates of tonality. Obsession is treated as a formal problem, repetition, fixation, excess of return. Ruin is not aftermath but atmosphere, the condition in which ethical and as aesthetic structures decay at different speeds. Desire finally appears not as appetite but as residue. The irradiated substance remaining after fixation and collapse have exhausted themselves. What does that remainder look like? My answer, and the answer I submit here, is music. I have come to think of poems, especially in sequence, as inhabiting keys rather than themes. A key does not dictate content, it establishes gravity. It determines what kinds of motion feel natural, what kinds of resolution feel false, what gestures must be repeated until they either break or transfigure. In this sense, tonality becomes a discipline rather than a metaphor, a way of preventing more intensity from mistaking itself for meaning. Tonality, as I use it here, is not nostalgia for harmony, but a refusal of arbitrariness. To score a book in this way is to betray belief that tonal coherence still matters. It may seem antiquated, even reactionary. That charge I accept, but these poems confess nothing. I know I had the, Tony, he has to come to terms with what he has to do, and he has to do the hit, and Christopher Sandbach is our hit for this video, but really, the most brutal killing was Echosmith by far. No one got close. Even Christopher Sandbach strongly don't like this book. I didn't love any of the fucking poems that we read. It really just showed, at least the Echola thing, it made me laugh, it made me chuckle at a few of them, but with this, just, can you feel just the pretension? Now again, 100% willing to say that this is mentally far above me, just intellectually, this isn't something I would really engage with. So this is just man off the street reading this. I'm not the target audience. I don't know who the target audience is, but it just sounds fucking obnoxious. So we have obsession, we have ruin, we have desire. Maybe the clips for Tony should have been used for Echosmith, but I kind of went with Sandbach as, my guy, because even though I don't have as much to say about this as I did about Scenebux, I felt that Sandbach was a bigger name, so he was more deserving of the, we have to kill this guy. But I'm just kind of, unimpressed with this. It's not really much of a hatred for Christopher Sandbach at the end of it, so I'm sorry. I used up a lot of my wrath, my justified rage against Echosmith, and there's not much left over for Sandbach. It's more of just, I don't think this is very good. And not to be a dick, well, let's be a dick. I think he has spent years and years and years working on this collection of poems. Boys, it's not even 50 pages, right? It's not even 50 pages. It's not too many poems in total. And many of the poems here are the same, except they have a few stanzas changed in between them. Some of them are just repetitions with a few different stanzas. If you've been working on this for fucking years, that's not a good thing. Holy shit. Is Sandbach supposed to be the poet laureate for the OJC, for the OGC? That's not a good thing. If I was an OGC guy, I don't know how I would feel right now if this is Sandbach, if this is your big creative force in the OGC. Oh boy.
Bobby Baccellieri, the last man standing.
I don't want to say nothing, Tony. You don't want to get yourself in trouble.
A lot of funerals in your corner of the world, huh, Bobby?
I hope our OGC guys are doing okay. Hopefully you can, take a deep breath. I'm not going to drag your boy as much as I did Echosmith, so just relax, settle down. Let's get into it. So these 50 pages of poems are divided up into these 3 sections. Our first section is obsession. I'm going to read out because each section has a page describing obsession, and then a page for desire, and then a page for ruin. So what is obsession? Let me show you. Obsession starts without hope. It's born in strange places and sideways looks in public places. Obsession starts in a conversation with someone you maybe just thought you wanted to fuck. Obsession starts without hope. I've fallen back on form here because obsession has form. Every work of art is an uncommitted crime, and every artist is a kind of criminal driven by an obsession with what he alone sees. Obsession, it has form until it doesn't. It is a fixation, a line, or an idea that enters your mind once and either flows back out or sticks, but either way, it comes howling back in. There's nothing you can do. Obsession has shape, and if it has shape, it has form. Here's the form. I don't hate all of that. Obsession starts without hope. I kind of like that. But just sort of an issue. I was going to bring this up more towards the end, but I'll bring it up now. Kind of a bigger issue I have with poems, and this Christopher Sandbach, he kind of just really emphasizes my thoughts and feelings about poetry. Is it's difficult for poems to build context, a reason for caring. Like if I get shown like a photo of a gravestone, right? That's sad, right? It's a strong image, it's a powerful symbol, but it can also just be, yeah, it's a tombstone. Why do I care? It's a nameless grave. I'm not attached to whoever was put in that grave. Maybe it was really tragic, their death. I don't know. There's no context to it. It's hard to build that with such limited resources. I think our themes here, the obsession, the ruin, the desire, attempt to build context, a reason for caring. I don't know if it quite works. Poems overall, there's an attempt to be profound as much as they can without context, and that's just too big of a hurdle for me. I find them a undesirable art form, and there's just better ways of conveying emotion and themes with context. Songs or paintings or other forms of art, they don't need a preface, right? You don't need a preface of, oh, this is what ruin is, this is what obsession is, this is what desire is. Here's my fucking book, it's really good, read it. You're, oh yeah, I'm a few pages in, this is good. It doesn't need here's why you should like this book, it's clever. I don't know, maybe that's me being a dick. But like a good song, you don't have to have sometimes I don't think it's a horrible thing if like the singer or the creator will give you like a little context before the song starts. Maybe that's a little bonus, but it's not necessary, right? It shouldn't be necessary. Like the quality of the song shouldn't depend on that. Now, I know I shit talked kind of flash fiction and all that a while back. I actually just finished something at work, which this was a few years ago when T.R. Hudson still made stuff. Boys, you'll remember, I gave very favorable reviews to T.R. Hudson's two books, Automaton and The Perfect and the Wicked. And T.R. Hudson, he thanked me profusely for my genuine criticism and my appreciation for his works. I remember it was a very good time had by all. He's certainly a guy that can take criticism just as well as anyone else. Anyways, moving on. But he had a little, I forget what he called it, Double Dealer. I think that was the name of his podcast in that little anthology thing he did. But on one episode, I remember he made a recommendation for a book called Company K, which is set in World War I, and these have a bunch of different perspectives from soldiers fighting in World War I. These are very short chapters. It's not a very long book overall, and this is more in line with what I would call flash fiction, but I think it's way, way better done than like kind of modern flash fiction, and they're all bound together around this theme of World War I and being a soldier. So there's that kind of connection there. I would say Company K, it had some extremely powerful pieces in there, and you were able to build like character pretty well. Like a very skilled author, writer, I think a poet can do a shit ton. He kind of... Yeah, he took me back a bit, seeing that, okay, like you had like 5 pages here, sometimes a little less. You still like made me feel something. So it can be done. I still find that poetry is definitely on the weaker end of the spectrum for me. Also, Christopher Sandbach, he does not really take me anywhere. But now we'll get back into it. I had that whole bottle of wine last night when I was recording for Echosmith shit, and today I'm trying to take it a little easy. And I never tried it before, so I got some Guinness extra stout at the store, and I just had my first swallow. Very bad. I've tried so many stouts since I've got home from Ireland. They have all been fucking awful. Like coffee stouts, Some of them, it tastes like coffee, a very bad coffee, and that's it, right? There's no like deliciousness to it like a Guinness had. Nothing. I don't know if Americans just can't do a stout right or whatever the fuck the problem is, but no, they've all been terrible, and the imported ones, pretty bad, especially Guinness. It does not come over here well. Murphy Stout from Ireland, they're kind of in these like tall boy cans, and that tastes better than Guinness, and it's the best tasting one I can find so far. I know for a fact it would taste so much better back in Ireland, but so far that's the best one I can get. But yeah, I tried the Guinness Extra Stout. It's gross. This is page 18. We tell ourselves stories. What's funny is we really do say I love you as goodbye in Los Angeles. You were dressed in nothing but a tan line and one shoe. I watched your ankle flex. You sort of confessed you'd slept with someone else last week or not. The past was traffic and you weren't impressed. Your toes were blistered from the heat. I thought they looked like grapes embalmed in reddish paint. You let me touch you, then said, please don't get caught. The ceiling fan revolved, deliberate and faint. You fixed your gaze on the vent's dull brass, reflected once, then gone. A kind of saint, I flipped a quarter and it landed on your ass. I love you is how you say goodbye in cyberspace, too. What? That's our first poem. Okay, like, I kind of get it. I sort of, like, see it. Some of the images, they're fine, but it's also just... I don't know. It's not quite good enough. It doesn't quite do enough. And look, maybe if you're really into poetry, then you'll have a better take on this than me. But it's just okay. Yeah, all right. We have this on 21 Variations on a Natural Woman. And what would you do seeing me stare at your calves, blanketed lightly in hair? Gross. Very fucking gross. But we repeat this a few times. This woman has very hairy calves, and that's very gross. Sees the ick in her glare. Maybe there's a little fixation. Oh no, we're still going. There's even more about this woman with her hairy calves. Rot flower, you bled on my chest and you came in the night. That's fucking gross. Oh, we're already done with the obsession part. Like several of the poems in the obsession part were just variations of the woman with her hairy fucking legs. I'm sorry, boys. I am sorry. Ruin. All right, now we're on Ruin, page 33. I'm gonna read our preface here. Also, we have a little like forward thing from Emily Dickinson. Fuck that. Like, we don't support that shit on this fucking channel. Fuck that. Mullion. Ruin is when you can't stop and can't go away. / ruin is the mayor cutting a ribbon made of smoke. The senator calls it infrastructure and files a bill to rename the crater. The priest calls it providence. The banker calls it liquidity and sells futures to vegetarians. The general salutes a statue that has already excused its head. Children are dragging a lined skeleton down Main Street while teachers pass out maps with no borders left. Architects stare at blueprints full of holes and say symmetry is alive, and the parade keeps moving, but the drummer has no drum and just bangs two broken doors together. Ruin is not aftermath, it is atmosphere. It is the reprise played before the song bends the steel. The orchestra tunes itself to fire alarms. Alleys sing like choirs without throats. Monuments erase their own obituaries, and everyone claps because they got nothing left to drop. The senator waves again. Look, progress. The cop pets his horse. The shop girl sells souvenirs. The poet eats plaster and calls it sacraments. The child holds up a brick as if it were indeed a dove. Ruin opens its mouth and lets them bricks fall out. Crooked, burning, call it love if you must, call it ruin if you dare. Call it nothing and still it will get tangled in your hair. Ruin touches everything. Here is ruin. God, I hate this fucking voice. We have a broken sonnet, one about a festival being over. I guess it was like an Antifa rally. We had one about, kind of two about wanting to have sex with a Mexican woman and race mixing, so that's good. Another about being a boy at the Memphis Zoo and seeing a snow leopard. Okay. There's a longer one about a hunter and what is it? It is a snow leopard or it's a mountain lion, whatever. That one's not bad. That one's like 3 pages of the same poem, so that's probably why I enjoy it a little more. I think some of this is kind of crap. It just feels too modern and just not interesting, like repackaged kind of X crap. The debt is fake. We've got the bomb. Let NASDAQ crash. Let hell unpeg. A blonde uncoils in Oklahoma. The debt is fake. We've got the bomb. She draws our flag with lipstick balm. A drone films her from mountain ledge. The debt is fake. We've got the bomb. Let NASDAQ crash. Let hell unpeg. The fountain screams, the air smells spare. This is a different poem. Yield says, my song is revenue song. What's real is yield, and she was fair. She walks the mall in just a thong. And we just have like 3 in a row with, it's just like these kind of just shit little kind of cutesy, I guess, X sayings or post, you know what I mean? It just sort of feels that way, and then also there's a little sex appeal in them. It's not quite good enough. So reading this, it really made me think of Big Fish. So I watched Big Fish again, and you know, I'm not gonna spoil Big Fish at all. It's just about a guy who tells some stories. It's great. It's legitimately like one of my favorite films, and seeing that again, it made me feel good. Just after reading some dog shit from Cairo Smith and then this from Sandbatch, which, you know, I didn't feel nearly as negative about, but I certainly didn't like Sandbatch's work. And just seeing like a real storyteller, and they tell a good story, and it's wholesome and it's authentic. It's such a breath of fresh air compared to the dog shit that some of these people are making. I also watched The Man Who Would Be King again, and I saw it before, and I enjoyed it, but seeing it the second time, it's even fucking better. Like, it really is, like, top-tier movie for me, so that was also good to see that. Oh, Big Fish and Sandbatch. Okay, so hopefully I did remember to post bait on X about who are we reviewing in the next Not a Trough with a character from Big Fish who's also not a very good poet. And now we're on to Desire. Desire is true sensuality. You woke up together, maybe. You know how when people sleep together, often enough their hearts start to sink. Not exactly ba-dum, but more like ba-ba-dum off. Human, a little drunk. It's a song, not a gong. Desire is what happens when you wake up together and your hearts and your hangovers are both doing that. Desire can last. It lives with smells and rough skin. Desire arrives knowing obsession was a joke. None of this matters after you meet each other, my friend said. But he says, none's this matter to everything. A sensualist is not merely a hedonist, says Anna Krivolapova. Dude, if you just want to fucking torture me, just put out one of these books and have it have like 7 fucking syllables in one of the words there, and I'll die. I'll fucking die. If you want to laugh, that's what I would do if I was some fucking indie writer listening to this shit. Like what, like 9, 15 syllables in there? Fuck it. A sensualist is a man who is sentimental to the point of wickedness, a sanguine melancholy that becomes its own weather system. Pleasure, joy, and rage ferment inside his chest to a level that can only be tempered with education. I like that. Desire is obsession, educated by ruin. I don't know if I've ever felt true desire. Lilies of the morning. When each morning comes, Aurora walks barefoot through the valley, snaring her dress on every thorn. In her train, all the lilies wrench at once, running downward into earth, tearing skyward at the air, uncurling white tongues. All the lilies wrench at once, rending downward into earth, tearing skyward at the air, uncurling white tongues. All the lilies wrench at once, rending downward into earth, tearing skyward at the air, uncurling white tongues. All the lilies wrench at once, rending downward into earth, tearing skyward at the air, uncurling white tongues. I'm just fucking with you. I still don't like poems. I still don't think Christopher Sandbach is a good poet. I'm just fucking with you, boys. Like, I don't think that's bad. I don't think that was like a terrible thing to read, but it also didn't really move me. Sorry. You know, if I was a Magic the Gathering card, I would be called Low Cunning, and it would be black. It might be blue. I don't really like, well, I don't like blue, but like black and blue, that can be okay. Like blue paired with something is a lot more tolerable. But I don't know what the card would be. It would be like a fat guy who's also like kind of autistic looking, and he has like a wicked sneer or grin, like low IQ Machiavellian face. Yeah, that would be my Magic the Gathering card, Low Cunning. And we end with a poem about the sea. And apparently, wait, I don't even know if this is his. It says from Canto Nova by Gabriele D'Annunzio, and I'm pretty sure that's an Italian fascist. I might be wrong, but if that is true, then, I mean, the last fucking poem ain't even yours. I don't really love that. I feel like, the last poem should be, your own poem, right? I mean, I don't know. It's the last one for the collection. Whatever. Okay, so acknowledgements. We're done. We're done. It's not even 50 pages really, so we are finished with Christopher Sandbach's book. So we're finished with Christopher Sandbach's poetry. Boys, I forget. I feel like in one of those podcast episodes he did with Cap, he stated how many years he's been working on this. Frankly, if this shit is even older than 1 fucking year, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, holy shit, it wasn't worth it. I'll say that much. He says, I also have to thank the readers who continue to show up for history and who stuck with me while poem after poem was workshopped, revised, discarded, and tried again. My sole condition for publishing this first book was that I remain responsible for every aspect of it that could be brought under my control. Accordingly, any errors, mechanical or curatorial, are mine entirely. Look, I think this is maybe Sandbach's first published work, and frankly, right, everyone has to start somewhere. I don't think poems will ever quite be my thing, but even if you were really into poetry, I don't know if you would look at this and go, yeah, that was worth $15, or yeah, that did make like a big impact on me. Maybe like you would flip through this and go, oh, you know what? I liked like 2 or 3 of these poems, and maybe you would read them again every now and then when you wanted some like good poetry to inspire you or make you feel good. Maybe that's what poetry is supposed to be, right? And it's just, oh, I read it aloud and I felt good. So sorry, did anything that I read out sound good to some people? And even if it sounded good, was it like great? Was it, I have to go out right now and I have to buy this book of poems? Maybe that's not fair, right? How often have I really done that with a prose book? Not really, but like if I hear like a really great premise for a prose book and it's from an author I know or I've heard of, I'll go check it out, right? But with this, it's like, here's a poem about ruin or obsession or whatever, and I don't have a whole lot to like rip it apart about, but nothing to really promote it either. And I think we have a few guys here who are OGC guys, and so I got a fucking question for you boys. So on Amazon, Christopher Sandbach, who it seems like he has a bunch of followers on X, and he's a pretty big name. Not looking too hot. This book was in fact published on March 3rd, 2026. So we're nearly at the 3-month mark. We're just shy of 3 months. And we have 3 ratings on Amazon. We have 1 review, which is from a Belgium guy who gives it 5 stars. The 3 reviews are also 5-star ratings. But honestly, I was expecting a little more from the OJC to like come out for their boy. Like when White Pill Media joins the OJC and all right, enough joking around. White Pill Media would never get past the pre-screening. Like, what's the fucking point of being a creative and joining this organization if you can't force the other guys to buy your shitty book and then give you 5 stars for it? Like, what the fuck is the point? Surely that group has more than 3 people in it, right? I mean, I'm just saying, you should be able to force people to review your shitty book and give you a review you don't deserve. Otherwise, what's the point of it? I think Christopher Sandbach approached this in a much better way than Cairo Smith. I think he legitimately did put heart in, he put effort in. I can appreciate that on a creative to a creative level. However, I still don't think it's very good, and that's my honest take. I certainly would not buy this again. I wouldn't really recommend it to people. And I would be very hesitant to check out anything more by Christopher Sandbach. Maybe he's a good prose writer. Maybe he's not. But three ratings for the little crown prince of the OJC. That is somewhat surprising to me. Like Cairo Smith can command more followers than that. 7 titles here. My only real recommendations would be Carbon Pages and Confessions of a Occult Detective. That's it. That's it out of 7. I knew the poetry ones were probably going to be duds, so, I knew I probably wasn't going to recommend them, which knocks us down to only 4, and then of those 4, I thought I'd do a little better than what we did, so got like 2 recommendations in there. Sorry about that, boys. Also, I meant to have more than just like anthologies. That was kind of, I guess, that was kind of, what I was planning on. I will give you a little spoiler for the next Not a TROUGH. I've seen this book around. I haven't looked at it, and I just know with knowing extremely little about it, that in the next Not a TROUGH video, without reading page 1 of his work, I'm gonna rape the author. Worst boyfriend ever, and the cover is Shinji from NGE. I'm gonna rape that fucking author. I just know it. I haven't looked at the work at all, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna be more brutal than Cairo Smith, so I just want you to be prepared for that, okay? The author, he's not gonna handle it well. I'm probably gonna tag him. I'm probably gonna @ him on X over it too, because I want him to suffer for him choosing that as his book cover. Are we at the outro yet? That's what I want to know, White Pill Media. Do you boys want the Spark Notes version of the outro so you can just skip it? Hi guys, it's your boy, White Pill Media. My life's so hecking hard right now, and I don't know, you guys, it's like really bad right now. So there's the Spark Notes of your outro. But with that out of the way, if you boys want to proceed, we will now begin with our outro. We are all finished with our books.
I've come back. Give me a drink, Brother Kipling. Don't you know me?
No. I don't know you. Who are you? What can I do for you?
I told you. Give me a drink. was all settled right here in this office. Remember, Danny and me signed the contract, and you witnessed it. You stood over there. I stood there, and Daniel stood here. Remember? Carnahan. Peachy, Tolliver, Carnahan. Of course. Keep looking at me. It helps to keep my soul from flying off. Carnahan. The same, and not the same, who sat beside you in a first-class carriage on the train to Marmar Junction 3 summers and 1,000 years ago.
2026 years under the tyranny of Christ. One day we shall be freed from this burden, and there will be no forgiveness. But until that day, we persevere. So, what do we have to discuss for this outro? I have some stuff to talk about from work. I have a little bit about my own writing. I'll briefly mention that. And then it's not really much of an update, but yeah, there is like a little update regarding the A thing. I'll save that for last. But someone on X messaged me that I should try to reach out to A, and I appreciate them sending me the message, but I had already reached out to A, or attempted to. I'm going to save that for the end. And I will also like to begin this outro by saying sorry to the boys. I know that the last video must have come across as rather mentally ill from your point of view, and also from my point of view. But it's just something that is gonna bother me for kind of the rest of my life. Not like this. It's not like it's this giant axe poised above my neck, about to fall at any moment. But it's just this like pang, this regret that I would give a lot to undo what I did or didn't do, and just being unable to. It's always just kind of gonna follow me, you know what I mean? But I want to say sorry. It was definitely pretty mentally ill episode for your boy White Pill Media.
How are you?
Better.
So I'm gonna talk about my job first, and I'm sorry if these stories are a little disconnected, but I'm gonna do my best to give you like an idea of how it's going. It's going like pretty good. I am liking it. There have been like some complaints, some incidents, some little anecdotes, so I'll discuss that. But basically my position is we have the caster and the slabs. Like as soon as they're off the caster, they're glowing red hot. Our craneman, he grabs them, he brings them over to me, he sets it down. I do a visual inspection on the slab to look for defects, and then I, record it in the computer. If the slab's good to go, then I just tag it with a identifying metal plate with this nail gun. And then, if necessary, I write on the slab if it needs a special type of cooling, like air cool or water cool, or stack it over here in the special pile of slabs, because it's a transition, meaning that the caster was going up or down in width significantly. So some of the slabs that are, transitions in between those 2 points are off, so they get specially designated. For the most part, my job, I'm also the go-between between a lot of different groups. When everything goes right, it's such an easy job. So 80% of the time, it's pretty chill. 20% of the time, it's hell on fucking earth, right? And it's super chaotic when shit goes bad. It's pretty hot. The slabs, when they're brought to me, are glowing red hot. When they're small and skinny slabs, meaning as big as they get. It would be like over 400 inches long, right? That's like the big boys, and about 80 inches wide. That's about as massive as they get. They're still hot when they're that big, but they're not nearly as hot as the smaller, skinnier ones. Those are kind of painful to get close to, and you do have to get close to it to make your inspection, and then to, you know, put the plate on the slab and then nail it there. And I don't like physically attach, you know, I don't hold the plate to it and then nail it. The nail gun has a magnet on the end of it, so the plate goes to that, and then I just press it on the slab. But it can be a little painful when it's really hot, and you know, as they're stacking the slabs in the yard and making piles. It's an indoor place, but we have these like giant bay doors that are open. Just walking in between the piles of hot slabs is a really bad idea. Like, the heat is kind of just overpowering. But I know for sure it's going to get a lot worse in summer. And so far, right, as of now, it hasn't been that bad. I sort of like it when the craneman, he sets the slab down. Sometimes, like, the rush of air will, like, cause, like, little spurts of fire to come to life on the slab. I also have like this chalk stick, so I can write like a special code type on the side of the slab. That has caught fire more than once. My nail gun has also caught fire briefly by, you know, touching the slab for too long. Not a good time. So I was doing training on the job where I had a guy showing me the ropes. Frankly, a good amount of the people training me did not really give a fuck. They would be like asleep in the second chair and go, "You know what you're doing, right?" And then some of them literally would go to sleep on the job, and I knew like the basics, but yeah, I could have used a little more training before I was turned loose. There was one time where me and my trainer were standing outside. We have this big steel barricade between like these big slabs which are raised off the ground, which is where the craneman sets the slab we need to tag on. You look at the underside of the slab as they're bringing it down, or when they lift it up, whichever, and you're just looking for cracks, and then you need to report it, right? Well, this guy is coming in a little jerky, and my trainer even comments on it that, "Oh, this guy, he doesn't have very good control." So we have this steel barricade, and you have to stand behind the barricade while the slab is still in motion. So we're behind the barricade, but he's like jerking the slab, and it's just moving a little too much in his grip, and boom, slams forward. The barricade does hold, but it's like 60,000 pounds slamming into that steel barricade. Not very fun. We had our measuring stick out there, and he bent it, but thankfully we had another measuring stick, because even though they fixed it, quote unquote, that stick's not really usable anymore. That was fun. It's kind of cool when the craneman lifts the slabs off the table to go set them down. You get this like rush of heat, and that can feel like pretty good when it's a cooler night. I call it takeoff. I don't think anyone else calls it takeoff. One of the bigger hurdles was just getting the computer stuff down, learning all my different screens, but I have the majority of that down now, and I've been on my own for a few weeks. It's not bad. Kind of the roughest part of the job is you do doubles every now and then. It's on a rotation, and it's a 17-hour workday. I literally mean 17 hours. Like waking up at 3:30 in the morning so I can be at work by 5, and then I'm at work until 10 o'clock that night. It's not great. I'll level with you boys. It's not great. It's a pretty hard fucking day. But since I've been in my new department in the caster yard, I have not seen Caleb, who I mentioned in that Merlin review. So I haven't seen that guy since. I'll never see him again unless he gets moved into my area or I move into his. I don't think that's a great situation, but it's out of my hands. There's nothing I can really do about it. The guys like that were training us for a little bit, they came over from that yard and they're just shooting the shit with us for a while, and it was good to see these guys. They treated me like everyone else, like we're on good terms. You know, it's like you can see these guys, and at times they're like a little brutal and they're a little fucking mean. And then at this time, we're just in the trailer. There's a bunch of us, and everyone's just sitting around joking and having a good time. And there's nothing like mean spirited or cruel about it. And like that's nice. I wish it was just more of that stuff. But they talk about Caleb, just some more jokes at his expense. And I kind of get it. When people are working the doubles and the 17-hour work days, then your entire day is literally at work. It's work and then sleep, right? So I think people really dig into each other at this place because they spend so much fucking time at work. What else are they going to do? They don't have a life outside of it, for a good portion of time. So yeah, that does happen. It's shitty. But it was pretty funny. Like one guy, he brought in he had like a fast food sandwich, right, for himself. And he's like, hey man, one of the guys goes, hey, can I have half of that? He's like, no, I don't have a knife. I can't cut it. And another guy pulls his knife out and says, let's cut up that sandwich 7 ways. We'll all get a piece of it. I don't know. I like these guys, but I'm smart enough to not let my guard down fully around them, and that can't happen. So it is what it is. We call the walking bosses at work white hats because they wear white hard helmets. We wear orange ones. The hard helmets are rated for molten metal, and they seem pretty fucking good. I have felt my hard hats after like tagging a slab and then coming back inside my little trailer area, and the helmet is fucking hot. It's like burning hot. It doesn't feel that hot when I'm out there. Like it's hot, but not like me putting my hand on my helmet after taking it off. It's like, Jesus fuck. But one of the white hats we call, or well, no one else calls her this, but I call her Monster because it's like some of the people go like, oh yeah, she kind of looks like a bitch, but really she's not that bad. No, that bitch who looks like a bitch is a fucking bitch. But I don't call her Monster because she's mean. She literally goes around with like a white Monster energy drink in her hand. She's done it multiple times. That's why she's called Monster. There was another person who was being trained at my position. She was an older woman, and she got moved over to the Ripper beds. I think because her trainer didn't like her very much, and that's just kind of how it goes. I think the old lady, her name's Deanna, the one who was training the other old lady who didn't really like the person she was training. Deanna seemingly likes me, or I'm just the best out of the new recruits, so that's a good thing. But it just kind of goes to show where you kind of have to be popular, and if you're not at least popular, you can't be unpopular, right? Because that shit, it really does matter what people think of you at this job, and that makes sense. I get that, but I kind of fucking hate that because there has been plenty of little passive aggressive bullshit since I've been here. Some of it's like some of it's pretty unpleasant. I had a pretty rough first night by myself just because the slabs are coming out very, very fast. And I started seeing some defects that I had never seen before while in training, or what I thought were defects, and I was just really scared about not reporting them in case they were bad defects or they needed to be scarfed, meaning someone takes a torch to it to get rid of the defect, right? For example, on the bottom of the slab, if it's not cooling properly or there's something else wrong with it as it's coming down the rollers, right, from the caster, and there's some indents on the bottom of the slab, those are drag marks, and that's not a good thing, and it needs to be addressed. And I saw some drag marks, but white pill, these weren't significant enough drag marks for it to need to be scarfed. You shouldn't have marked that down. Bosses were a little pissed with me. It's like, okay, I'm by myself. This never came up during my 2 weeks of training. I'm sorry. And the front of the slabs, there were some like gouges from the torches, right? Because on the caster, you have this, as the metal is coming down, it's all in one giant strip of metal. But you have like this little overhanging arch which moves. It can move up and down on the caster, and it has this bank of torches on it, and these cut the slabs to the length that they want them to be. Well, sometimes it doesn't do a very good cut, and that means that there are gouges in the slabs. And I thought, oh, I mean, these gouges, they don't look too good. These look deeper than gouges I've seen before. Maybe I should report this. So I was reporting that. That was a fucking mistake too. They weren't deep enough to be an issue, and just little things like that. It's better now. I'm definitely doing a better job, but my job's pretty chill. It's just the three of us down in the yard, which it doesn't sound like a lot of people, and it's not. It's just me. I do the tagging, I measure slabs, I do all the coordination between guys. I look for defects. There's the craneman, there's the DMI guy who they have a torch as well, and they do dye tests on the slabs. I'm not 100% sure what they're doing, but it's like for checking the integrity of the slab or whatever. They're just doing tests like that. I fucked up one night because in the computer it said the slab was supposed to be a corner test, and I did mark it properly on the slab and let the craneman know, but you're supposed to fax this sheet over to a few guys in the quality department. I didn't do that. I did do it, from now on. I've never made that mistake again, but still. One of the guys who trained me a little bit, who is a big boy, and I really mean a big boy, like well deep into the 300 pounds. He was like literally asleep in the other trailer, and he had his like fat arms tucked into his shirt, so his sleeves were just dangling empty. And yeah, he was literally asleep at a desk, and he had like a big 25 pack of Pepsi. I can't remember if it was sugar-free or not. I'm not sure it matters when you're drinking that quantity. But boys, I want to say that pack could not have been half full by the time that shift ended. I want to say it. I want to say that that's true. But it's not so bad. My shifts are 9 hours because we're coordinators, so we have to come in an hour early, so the OT is nice. I mean, I'm guaranteed 5 hours of OT each week. That's time and a half. If you work a Sunday, it's time and a half all day. If you work a holiday, you get 2.5 times your pay. And I unfortunately am not working Memorial Day, but I still get 8 hours for that. That's not too bad. Oh my God, I have to say this. So one night I come into work, it's my shift, it's the midnight shift, and guess what? They are doing a scheduled 24-hour shutdown. No slabs are being cast. We are still being paid. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, White Pill, what do you do at, in the caster slab yard if they're not casting any slabs? White Pill Media got to read for 9 hours. I was paid to read for 9 whole fucking hours. It was still kind of bullshit though. Like I had to make 2 phone calls, which probably took 5 minutes combined for the Crest guys to come clean us out of the slabs that we had so that they could, put some more rock down and make the ground a little more even. That was uncalled for. Frankly, I probably should have called my union rep about that shit.
I can't believe I have to drive all the way to work on a Saturday. All the way to work!
Dude, it was terrible. So from my other door in my little trailer, you can see the train yard. You can see some train tracks, right? And that's where the torpedo cars come by bringing molten steel in, and also where the standard guys go out. And these guys repair track and all that for the train cars. While we are shut down and not doing anything for our entire shift, the standard gauge guys, it's like 3 a.m, it's cold, I have a heater and AC, and I see them hanging off the side of the train, and it's 3 a.m, and they have shovels and shit, and they're gonna go repair track. Couldn't be me. It couldn't be me, boys. That is rough. That is rough. Those guys never get a fucking break. But it's terrible. So we can see when they're gonna start up the caster and everything, and it's like, okay, so we're out of here at 6. They're not gonna start up until 8:30. Like, no fucking problem. We ain't doing any work tonight, boys. We ain't doing no fucking work tonight. But we're looking at the screen every now and then. It's, wait a minute, they just bumped it to 8. Wait a minute, they just bumped it to 7:30. Wait a minute. Oh wait, it's back up to 8. It's back up to 8. Wait a minute, it's back to 7:30.
No. Wait.
The closest it got was 7:15. We were out of there. We were fucking out of there. We didn't do any work that night. That was a very good night. I think I sort of want to take the millwright exam. You can take the millwright and electrician's exams every 6 months. They do host them. It just seems like that would be a good skill set to have outside of work. My job is super easy. I make good money. I get the OT every week. And I don't know, like, if this place idles again or if it shuts down, then I don't really have a good skill set at the moment from the current job they have me on. And I'm currently a box 2, but being a millwright, that would immediately put me at a box 3. So that's not really a bad thing. But I don't know. It's something to think about. Oh, and one day there's some big issue with the electricians running around the yard. They said there's a grounding issue, which is a big problem. I'm not trying to underemphasize that is a serious issue. But they're trying to figure out what the issue is. They're making the crane power down. As the caster is still running, the caster really does not fucking shut off. It can technically stop, but it's not supposed to. Really, it's like a continuous pour. Everything basically works out, but then the very next day, both cranes are down. The electricians shut down both cranes as they're working on them, and we call crest. The crest haulers are these giant vehicles. They can haul up to like 300,000 pounds, right? They're big. They're very, very big. And they have these huge tires on them. And for the caster, the runouts, that's the guys that I'm in contact with whenever shit goes bad or any issue, right? There is like literally a hole at the end of the line for the caster at the rollers, and it can hold up to 3 slabs basically. And when the 4th slab comes down from the caster, it will push a slab out of the building, and there's just a big hole in the side of the building and a little ramp for the slabs to slide down. Well, since both cranes were down, we needed the crest to get over there and to pick up any slabs and to bring them into us so that I could tag them and everything would be kept in order. It is a pretty serious issue if there's a tagging error. Now, again, if I was like 1 slab out of order within like a group of slabs and they were all going to the same customer and they were all the same grade of steel, not really a problem. No one would know. However, if you do fuck up and, you know, you tag and it's going to 2 different customers and they're different grades of steel, they're different lengths, they're different widths, now that's a really serious issue. So it's important to keep the tagging in order and to not fuck that up. The slabs are worth a lot of money. I think it's like $100K a slab, and it depends on like the size. I think that's on the smaller end. They're like worth $100,000. I think the bigger ones are worth a lot more, so it's a good amount of money. I don't think we got to that point where Crest needed to get slabs that day. There has been a day where they had to grab slabs, but we had about 4 to 5 minutes before a slab was going to get pushed out, but the electricians finished up and we were good to go. Still fucking stressful as hell. I know I'm just the guy like sitting, and I have some cameras so I can see what's going on. I can see like the torch cutter, the caster, the deburring table, the rollers at the very end. I can see all of it, waiting for the countdown, and I know we have maybe 4 minutes before shit goes bad, and then the electricians give us the A-OK, so we're good to go. There have been a few bad nights where torches break down. They had to manually cut them, but even though they manually cut them in the computer, it was registering the manually cut slab as 1 slab, when in reality, they brought me 2 slabs out of that 1 slab. They do fix it. One day, the shift before me, the craneman dropped a slab and also knocked over a pile of slabs, and our big boss came down apparently to observe the craneman, and that's a really big deal. Like, dropping the slab is really fucking bad. Well, you have to imagine it's anywhere between like 40,000 on the lighter end to about, like 75,000. I think that's basically where they top off at in terms of weight. And dropping a slab of that size, now again, no one's supposed to be in the crane's, travel path as it's, moving in the yard, but Still, you're dropping this huge fucking piece of metal. You could kill someone if it like spins out of control, or someone's not paying attention to the crane, or you damage a really valuable piece of equipment. It is a big deal. The night when it was just me making tags by myself, like the metal plates, they have a little like laser printer machine. This was slightly embarrassing, but some of the keys don't work on the keyboard, and I was like trying to type in like the quantity of tags that I wanted and what starting number I wanted, and the keys literally wouldn't work. 1 through 3 would not work. Well, 1 through 3 have never worked, and I eventually figured out that I can use the number pad and all of those numbers work just fine. It's just the keys at the top right of the keyboard, those do not work, not all of them. So, somewhat embarrassing. I do figure it out myself, though, and I make some tags, and it's not a big deal. Some of the people, they just refuse to make tags. I don't know why. It's really annoying. It's just, if we all, did our fair share, then it wouldn't be such a big deal for, like, me and the older woman. We're the only ones that make tags for some reason, but whatever. It's a part of the job. Guy before me fucked up. He was on shift when they were getting out some really important slabs that all needed to hit the 80-inch, which is where they like roll the slabs into like hot metal rolls, right? And all the slabs were supposed to go immediately, right? Don't hold them back in the yard for any reason. Super important. He calls me, we're missing the slab. Okay, so I do find the slab. It was set aside as a corner test. The dumb fuck before me, you were supposed to ignore all of that. The slabs were just supposed to go to the 80-inch. Nothing else matters. So whatever, we figured out, we're in good shape. One night, we lose power across the entire plant for a few minutes. I'm just sitting in the office, I'm talking with the DMI guy, and then just everything goes dark. Stuff starts to flicker back to life. Fucking chaos. Our crane died. Our craneman is bitching in the crane. Shut the fuck up. What do you want me to do? His name is Kendrick. Kendrick is black. He constantly needs bathroom breaks from the DMI guy. He is stupid. He's mushmouth. I can never understand him. The power drop also fucked up the count in the computer for the slab, so we're actually one ahead and the computer is one behind. They eventually figure it out. I have to reset the computers as well because they're not connecting to the internet for some reason. Stressful fucking night. I think most of the people I work with are pretty decent. Some of them are pretty shitty. Like when I had a double, a 17-hour shift, what time do they come to relieve me? So typically you want to get there like 10, 15 minutes, like 10 minutes basically at the latest, because you just want a clean changing of the guard, right? You just want to, hey man, here's some issues that are going on, blah, blah, blah. This piece of equipment, it's operational now, or hey dude, this piece of equipment is still down, but I've been on it with the electricians or the millwrights. And just to give updates and just to make it smooth, right? And if the guy before you has had a lot of issues, you can like assist them and getting them cleaned up and out the door so that you can take over. My relief comes 2 minutes till. I do not like this chick. She's basically just trailer trash. I don't like her. One night we have a crane lose power, which is a big problem. We're calling lots of people, electricians and shit. The cranes are about 3 stories up, right? So there's a really big staircase to get to it. Now imagine this big indoor yard. You have a crane on the left side, which is up like at the ceiling, okay? And it has tracks along the side, which moves down. And then towards the middle of it, a part of like the bridge that it's connected to, you have the hook, you have the giant hook, and that's connected to the hep install. The hep install is the tongs, which they use to grab slabs. Well, the craneman loses power. They said that they had something just spark and then go out, and they're stuck there. They are in a really bad position where they're also blocking the other crane, which is on the right side of the building, right? And that one cannot squeeze past it to go to the caster to get slabs. So what do? There's 5 electricians on the ground. The caster foreman monster is being a bitch. Of course she is. The foreman was really angry, and they apparently wanted our craneman to get down and hop in the other crane right now so we don't run slabs out the building. Fucking how? Fucking how? What do you want them to do? Do you want them to jump out of the fucking crane and break their legs and then crawl over to the other crane? What the fuck do you want from them? They're stuck. They don't have power. Crest does have to bring some slabs in for us, but they do what I had heard as a term from some of the cranemen before, but I had never seen before. They call it bridging. It's not as exciting as it sounds. I thought it was going to be like more technical or mechanical. It's not. But the crane that's on the left side of the building is stuck. It's out of power. So we have the DMI guy get in the crane in the right side of the building, and they go up. And what they do is they just get close, and then they just go boom, 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 boom. And they're just like pushing and shoving the other crane down the building so it can be docked and the electricians can take a look at it. So that's what bridging is. It was kind of cool to see, but also not like as technical as I thought it would be. It's just they shove one crane with the other crane, and that makes sense, but I don't know. I thought it'd be kind of cooler. Oh, and then had a day where we have like a smaller manual hep install that the cranemen like because it gives them more control. That one broke down because some retard, one of the black cranemen, slammed it into something, so they can't even repair it here. They tried, and it has to be sent out to some other company, and nobody's happy. So what people have been using are the bigger manual hep installs, and these are not great for the cranemen to use. They're still good. It's just more difficult to make grabs, especially on smaller slabs. And 175 long is pretty small for a slab. I have seen plenty of cranemen grab 175 long slabs, and it hasn't been a problem. They've handled it. Well, my DMI guy, who they give breaks to the cranemen, and they're trained to be cranemen as well. They sign off on the job. So he's up there, and he makes a few attempts on the 175 slab. He can't get it. It gets shoved out of the building, and I have to talk to Ronald about it, who is very upset. And then I have to call Crest so that they can go get it. And I run out there with my cordless nail gun, and I tag the slab because I don't want any fucking sequencing issues at all. So the slab is tagged. Don't have to worry about it, right? Because everything is now in order still. By the way, we have the experienced craneman on the ground who knows what's going on, but they're on break. I know for a fact, if that motherfucker would have gone up in the crane, they would have gotten that slab if they had wanted to, but they weren't going to try. So I'm so fucking mad. Just everything was going good. It was a smooth night, and then this dumb fuck can't grab the slab, and the more experienced craneman, he's not going to try it either. So great. Just fucking great. Yeah, Crest was also unhappy, but they go do it for us. And then, oh, guess what? It happens again. And before the slab gets here, Runout calls me and they go, is your craneman going to be able to get the slab? And I say, I'm not sure. I'm going to, give them a warning so that they know it's coming. But yeah, we'll see. So guess what? Another small slab comes, and the guy up in the crane, he literally doesn't make any attempt. He doesn't even try to grab the slab. And you know what? The slabs weren't moving super fast that night. I would have made a fucking attempt. There are some nights when it's 10 minutes in between slabs because they're very wide and long. Those are good nights, boys. And then there's sometimes when they're super fucking fast and you don't have time to sit down, and it's a trade-off. But he has a bunch of time and he doesn't even make the attempt, and I'm so pissed off. And the phones in Runout aren't working, so I have to run over to Runout, and this guy, he's red in the face, and I just tell him my craneman can't get it. He's like, he didn't even fucking try. It's like, I know he didn't try. I know, I'm sorry. I'm just the in-between guy. I'm sorry he didn't fucking try. But Cress gets this one again, and it's just, god damn, like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you fucking try. Maybe you can't get it, and that's unfortunate. That sucks, but at least you made an attempt, right? You tried. I don't have too much left to say about work. This is kind of the last little anecdote. Sorry about this if it's kind of boring. You know, I had another craneman. It was my first time working with him, and he's black as well. And I thought, you know what? Lonzel, he's doing real good tonight. I'm liking Lonzel. He's quick. He's maybe a little too quick, right? He doesn't have the best like control of the slab, but he's pretty good. He's pretty damn good. And I thought, you know what? Race relations in this country, they're being healed one slab at a time between me and Lonzel. No bullshit, right? So, Lonzel, after he picked up a slab and I, did my inspection, I go back in my trailer. Lonzel's carrying it away. He slams the slab into, we have some fans near us going towards the slab because otherwise it'd be even worse and even hotter. Lonzel kills one of my fans. I don't know what I did to him or what, but he kills one of my fucking fans, and I don't know who to report it to. And I thought, is this something where it's in-house in the union and we don't say shit to nobody or what? So Deanna, who is the one coming to replace me, and she's the one with the most experience, I talked to her about it, and she goes, I'll make the call. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the next night, we had a more experienced craneman from one of the other yards, the big fat guy who trained me a little bit, and the other craneman. He's there to train some of the guys on the electric hep install. In reality, 100% our big boss sent him there to observe all of us and see what the fuck's going down in the caster yard. I don't think I gave him anything to report me on to the boss, so that's good. We also got a steak dinner from the company, I guess for starting up and no injuries and that type of thing. So everyone got a steak dinner as a thank you, and I thought the meal was pretty decent. The guys drop off 3 meals to me, and then I, contact the DMI guy and the craneman and say, hey, I'm putting the food over in the main trailer. Eat when you're on your break. Torch is not cutting a few times. There's some issues with kerfing. Kerfing is a little skin of cut metal that forms on the bottom, just the underside of the front and end of slabs from the torch cutting. And the slabs get run over this deburring table, and that's supposed to remove all the kerfing. Well, sometimes the table, which is spring loaded, it doesn't work. There's something wrong with it. So you just have to pay attention to that as well, because kerfing is a problem. It has to be decurved. That's basically been it from work. I have noticed just being with people a lot, which is different from a lot of my past jobs. It can be a little frustrating. Another work story with Kendrick is he contacts me on the radio every other fucking slab, and I want to slap him. Just shut the fuck up. Leave me alone. You never have any legitimate questions or concerns. You're a fucking retard. Shut up. And he's calling me over the radio because we do have limited amount of space to make stacks of slabs in the yard, right? And whenever we're getting close to full up, we need to contact Crest so they can clear us out so we never run out of space. Crest is pretty good, right? They're pretty fucking good. You can basically set your watch to when Crest is going to show up and clear you out. I go out there and I look at it, and we have a ton of space. I would not have to contact Crest for at least an hour, and then 30 minutes after that, which is about how long it could take Crest to get there sometime sooner, they would be able to, make sure that we're okay. Going, hey, White Pill, can you call Crest? Can you call Crest about this? Hey, White Pill, we have an hour. We have at least an hour. What the fuck are you fucking talking about? I get him on the radio and I say, hey, Kendrick, I called Crest. They're on the way. He's like, oh, thanks, White Pill. I didn't fucking call Crest, stupid fucking mullion. By the way, not 5 minutes after I lie to Kendrick, Crest literally shows up and they start clearing us out. Plenty of time left. Just, oh my god, please, just shut up. Shut the fuck up, Kendrick. Lonzel, he killed a fan, but he's not Kendrick, and I appreciate Lonzel. Kendrick is also just a bad craneman, and there's one night going super fucking slow. It was terrible, and I have to, I'm taking over from Deanna, and when I got there, Deanna and one of the DMI guys, they're like really in each other's faces, because apparently when the DMI guy was giving the craneman a break, he was setting the slabs like too close to where the tagger stands when they do the tagging, and it's hot. The slabs are extra skinny, so it's even hotter. So she's very upset with him. He's like, what do you want from me? I'm not a craneman. I just give breaks. And, he's just doing the best that he can. So whenever Deanna goes out to tag a slab, he is bitching about her to me. And then when he's out of the room, she is bitching about him to me. And I go, yeah, I get it. Yeah, 100%. I'm with you. And I just have to say this to both of them. It's like, Jesus Christ, I don't want to be here. I don't want to deal with this shit and this drama and bullshit. So this was kind of good timing, I suppose, but I just got a beta reader report back from a beta reader that I've had since book 1 for book 3, so I still have to look through all of it. I kind of glanced at their notes, and I know before I said, you have to write stories that are emotionally true and you can't really write outside of yourself. I don't know. I think you kind of can. They liked, I had a few, emotional punches for book 3. They did work for the beta reader, so that's good. Yeah, I haven't, I haven't fully looked at their notes and everything, but they thought it was good. They thought some of this voice and, character thoughts and actions were, disturbing, but, it was powerful, so that's good. I mean, that's basically what I was going for. I don't know. You can kind of write outside of yourself. I don't think everything's reflective of the author. So publishing in terms of things going on in our corner of the world, it just seems a bit slower. I know this isn't necessarily reflective of everything. Of course it's not. But for me, who has reviewed a lot of books in my time for this scene, some anthologies which were kind of just mainstays for what I considered to be the community, Berserk Archives and Agion, things have really slowed. I mean, the last Berserk Archives was published in October of 2025. The last Agion 11, was also published in October of 2025. I guess that's just a bit of a coincidence, but I don't know, that's just kind of crazy to me where, things have really, really slowed down. I don't think there's been a big kind of book that everyone sort of checks out. I guess Nutcracker was maybe the lightning rod, but Jesus fuck, I hope it's not Scenebux. I think people are trying to make Scenebux the next Nutcracker, and that's a real shame if that happens. I don't know, there was an authenticity to Nutcracker that Scenebux, it really just doesn't have. And that is authentically Echosmith's voice. Choke that voice out. Kill it. I don't think I will ever read Madworld Digest. I just don't think I ever will. But I saw that they had some physical publications of it on Amazon. And just an observation, but you can, and this is just kind of natural how any series goes. You will never have as many people as at the start as you will have at the end. Of course, that's just true. But we go from 46 ratings for book 1, 27 for 2, 16 for 3, 13 for 4, 9 for 5, and 4 for number 6. And number 6 was apparently published in January of 2024, so it's been up for 2 fucking years. I don't know how big like the raw egg nationalist crowd is or whatever. I think they've probably lost some favor over time. I'm certainly no fan of them. But things just seem a lot smaller. It sort of feels like the scene is just limping along. Yeah, I'm still doing reviews, obviously. I'm not giving that up. Of course I'm not. But it just doesn't feel great. I would say, like, from me reflecting on things that, you know, I'm going to talk about this a bit later, but, you know, I'm making some good money at this job, like some seriously good money, like the kind of money where I could, you know, fund my own sort of projects, like legitimately fund projects. Nothing crazy, like I couldn't have full-time employees, but could I set aside like tens of thousands of dollars a year? Because I mean, my mortgage, it's not very expensive every month. I don't have a lot of crazy other expenses. I don't have a family to provide for. So yeah, that's realistically something that I could do. And if I could like hand someone like, here's like $30K, you know, after saving up for a while. But it's definitely possible with this type of job. And I don't know. I definitely want to finish book 3. I want to finish book 4 by next year, the end of it, which I think is definitely doable. And after that, I think I do want to do something else. I still enjoy writing. I enjoy creating. And I'm not suggesting that, you know, everything on our side has been like amazing. Of course it hasn't, but I think even if you are like a good, talented, creative force, just getting people to be willing to open up a book is maybe too big of a hurdle. They're just not really willing to engage with it. And that really is a fucking shame. But I don't know if that's going to really change anytime soon. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like that's likely to happen. I kind of want to work on a visual novel. I think that would be more realistic to do than just going into some bigger video game. Not that I know anything about coding, but a visual novel, I think I could handle that. And then I could pay someone for the artwork, get some music, get the voice acting. And if you're a good writer, you know, that could carry you. That could fucking carry you pretty far. And if you had good art, there's a lot of appeal there, right? It could happen. I don't know. Maybe that's kind of just crazy, but it feels like that's worth pursuing a little more than just finishing Dullahan and then jumping into trying another book when I just don't think there's much of an audience there for it. But like a visual novel, which is just a book, right? A book with some fucking pictures attached to it, but I think that's more appealing to the average person. Even though it's like the same amount of reading, they'll still rather engage with that than just a straight up book. Whatever. But that's something to think about, like at least a year, if not, closer maybe to 2 years from now. But I think that's what I want to pursue next. I still want to do creative stuff. I still want to, you know, make right-wing art. That's what I want to do. So I can be my own Theo Bucks going forward. That would be kind of fucking sick, right? I am the Theo Bucks. Just Jesus Christ, we can't leave it up to New Ritual Press if what they're shilling is Scenebux. God damn it, boys. We gotta do something better than that. Come on, we cannot let them control the court. I suppose the real question is to at Christopher Sandbach and Echosmith or to not at them. That is the question. Now, boys, I can feel your anxiety. I know you're literally on the edge of your seats right now, but, well, I have already done it. No, White Pill. Oh, gosh, no, please, don't do it. They're big accounts. They have a lot of followers. No, White Pill.
That those of you with weak constitutions may want to leave the stadium.
I gotta get out of here.
Too late.
Okay, I did not at Christopher Sandbach or Cairo Smith or bait them into checking out my review. I didn't do it. Hope you're fucking happy. But at the very least, we should have some honest book critiques here. Otherwise, what the fuck are we doing? What's the point of this thing? It's just right-wing trainees that kind of want to say nigger, but also they're too afraid to say nigger. That's basically what this thing is then. So it's probably a good thing that I did not at them or DM them or contact them in any way, and they will never know that these reviews exist. Probably a good idea that I didn't do that, but this review will remain up here uncensored. So I'm out of topics to talk about, boys. There's only one thing left. I've played for time as long as I could, but yeah, so there's been an update with the whole A thing, and I'll get into it. There's not much of an update. It won't take very long. I did send that friend request to A over Steam. A few days after I'd sent it, I had not gotten any kind of response from it. Started to debate that perhaps if you had notifications off on Steam, then you would not see the Steam request. And also, like, this is how I play Steam, but I always have like a desktop shortcut of the game that I want, and I just double click on that and then I'm in the game. I really don't go into Steam proper unless I'm going there to purchase a new game, right? I think that's how most people do it, you know? So if you don't have notifications on, you wouldn't see that someone is trying to send you a friend request because you're not going into Steam proper if you're just playing the game that you want through the desktop shortcut. Yeah, I'm not sure if that train of logic is correct either, and that maybe I was just coping, and that the other possibility is that A saw my friend request on Steam and he was ignoring it, but I wasn't really sure what to believe. But for a while I was just waiting and hoping that A would go into Steam proper and see the notification, and then when he does, then, you know, he would accept it. That's really what I was hoping for. Now, in all the time since I sent that friend request, I will not reveal to you boys exactly how many times I refreshed Steam to see if he had accepted my request. For your sake and mine, I will not say how many times I did that. So after a few days of not getting a reply on Steam, I decide that I'm going to try sending an email to A. Send this email out. I had no clue if this was a good email or not. It's what I found online. I'm not exactly sure if it's going to work, but it's just like a basic email. And I know what you're thinking, but White Pill Media, can you not just on Steam write on A's profile and send him a message in that way? However, if you have your profile set to not allow people to comment on your profile, then you can't write on their profile. Otherwise, I would have been able to leave a message there that he would have seen for sure. Try to make a group on Steam where he would definitely recognize the name for sure in case he didn't recognize my name when I was trying to send him that friend request. So that was another plan. However, you cannot ask someone to join a group on Steam if you're not friends with them. So that was also a dead end. And just not feeling great. I won't completely get into my mental state. But A has not said no to the invite, even if he's seen it. But he also hasn't accepted it either. And White Pill Media is feeling a little frantic about it, I suppose. Part of it is just, I just want closure on it. I want him to, and even if he hates my guts and he wants nothing to do with me, I still want him to know that I am sorry about everything that went down. And then I get excited because I see that I get an update in my email. So I check this update from the email I sent to A, thinking that he replied. A did not reply. It's an automated message saying that the email I tried to send to is not a legitimate email. So it got bounced back to me. So that one doesn't work. And there's just one more email that I could try. I'm not sure what else I can really do about it. So I'm feeling pretty down at this point. I'm not sure what exactly to do, except I do have that second email. So I decide to send another email there in the hopes that maybe this one will work and it will get through to A. I think it's a very old email, so I'm not really optimistic. The first one I sent it to, it seemed more recent, so I thought that one would be the one. So I try that. But also, what I've been doing when I have a Monday double, I'll go to this place in the city I'm near, and I'll go there and I'll get a big sandwich, because I want, like, a little reward for working 17 hours, right? Just, you know, a nice, big, good sandwich. I'm going down there, I'm doing that, and I could not write this. I couldn't write this if I wanted to. I'm just not smart enough, boys. You know that. And as I am exiting this sandwich place for my Monday double, I get a text message. It's this message of, hey, blah, 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 sandwich is really good there. And then they also say my name, and I have no idea who the fuck this is. I don't know, like, is this like someone from, is this like a family member and they recognized me but they didn't say hi for some reason, or what? What the hell is going on? Then this number I don't recognize says, this is so-and-so, I miss you, man. And I know this guy, and I text him when I get home. He takes a little time to get back to me, and then I reply. He saw me, but I didn't notice him. I would have talked to him then and there, but I didn't even recognize him. I didn't see him. It's a guy from high school that I haven't really spoken to. I saw him a few times, like maybe freshman, sophomore year of college, and then it just kind of petered out. He also played Minecraft with us, and he was with like the crew whose base we robbed after exploiting their nether portal. He was with those guys. And just like that, I run into this guy that I haven't seen in about a decade. And you know, I'll level with you. I got really, really depressed when he messaged me, and I knew who it was. Even though this is a pretty good guy, we were part of the same friend group. We weren't really close. And White Pill Media's not doing so hot, but I just thought that nobody gets this lucky twice, right? Nobody gets contacted by someone that they haven't spoken to in years twice in a row. So whatever luck that I had is gone now. I really wanted to get in touch with A, and now I'm not going to get in touch with A because I'm in contact with this guy. And I know, like, that's me. I'm being a rat fuck. I'm not a good person. I acknowledge that. But then, in my cruel, manipulative, little, low cunning mind, I thought, wait a minute, White Pill. Think about it. This doesn't mean that you don't have any shot at getting in contact with A. Think about it. This guy recognized me in that sandwich shop. He texted me, meaning he had my number from all those years ago. Very possible that he also has A's number. So if I meet up with this guy, then perhaps I can get A's number out of him. And then there you go. You know, it's not that I'm really happy to connect with this guy. It's, I think I could use this guy to get what I really want. And the guy who texts me from the sandwich shop, he also puts me in contact with the third guy who was the leader of the faction whose base we robbed with the nether portal. And those two guys were always really close. So the three of us, there's a plan for us to get together and to get drinks. Yeah, you know, I know I'm like a pretty subtle guy. I'm pretty clever. I just thought we'd be having dinner and drinks, and I would use my cunning to turn the conversation to discussing A. They'd be talking, and I'd go, yeah, you know, that's a really good point. Really makes you wonder, you know, like what you said right there. Like, what would A think? Like, what's A up to? White Pill, I was asking what appetizer you wanted, pretzel bites or nachos. Well, you know who really loved nachos? Like A really loved nachos. Hey, do you think that maybe, like, oh, let's just all pull out our phones right now and let's see, like, oh, does anyone have A's contact information? And we could call up A and get his opinion. Does anyone got his number? Anyone? Like, I'm a pretty clever guy. I think I could have, pulled a little suave move there and, turn things my way. And I don't even know what me and A would talk about even if I had managed to get into contact with them. And so I'll talk about it in a minute, but I did get together with those two other guys and it was nice to see them and everything. But I'm not sure, what would me and A have even talked about, right? Minecraft, like 12 years. 12 years is a long fucking time. What would we have talked about? Minecraft?
What's wrong with you?
Copacetic. Where were the vipers? Fun night.
Fucking A.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
10-4.
You remember the look on the other guy's face?
Oh, the fucking Grizzly Adams douchebag.
I'd go to see A, I'd be wearing a little creeper hoodie with the hood up, and it'd be so small on me now, it would sit halfway up my stomach. The creeper face would look, really stretched out. That'd be good. That would be iconic. If he would have given me another chance, that I would have told him that I wouldn't fuck it up again. I know I wouldn't have fucked it up again. But as far as I know, and these guys, they didn't know anything about A. No one's kept in contact with them, so they didn't have anything for me in terms of that. So I got together with the guys, and we had appetizers, we had drinks. It's good to see them. One of them is married and he has 2 kids. That's good. His job's going well. The other one has a girlfriend. They've been going out for a while now, and he's taken over his family's plumbing business. His family has a house that they're renovating so that they can rent, so he's been living there and doing that, so he doesn't pay any rent or anything. That's nice. And things are up with those guys. I'm happy for it. I feel like shit for feeling disappointed that someone reached out to me from 10 years ago, and the only thing I can think about is, oh, this isn't A, this isn't what I want. Like, maybe you just kind of need to take what you can get, and just be thankful for what you have, right? These people they recognized me, they're willing to get in contact with me and, get together. So, yeah. And they said we should do it again sometime. I don't know if that's something that people just kind of say, but if it's real, then that's nice. A is probably doing just great. He probably has a stable of bitches that he makes cosplay as Code Geass girls. He probably has 4 of them at least. There's the one with the orange hair, the one with the blonde hair, the one with the red hair who's like half Japanese, quote unquote. And when we say half Japanese, we mean a white girl with red hair that's half Japanese in this world. There's even that black one, and I wouldn't even call her a nigger. I would be on my best behavior. I would call her a mulatto and say that she has really nice mocha skin, and I would mean it too. There's that green hair bitch. Her name was CC. Yeah, that was her name. But it was more like DD. You know what I'm saying, boys? Or more like GG. Or more like Fifi. EE. That one doesn't quite work. Like GG, DD, those worked. You weren't far ahead, White Pill, but you were ahead. Know when to stop. Hell, if I got in contact with A, I would have gone to some anime convention forum and kidnapped some Becky who has a bunch of pimples on her face and wants like some Full Metal Alchemist manga shit, and I would dye her hair green and it would be like Uncle Eddie from Christmas Vacation. You're welcome. But I guess this is just kind of how life goes sometimes. There probably won't be any type of closure for this, and I think I just need to be accepting of that. These guys, they didn't have A's contact information, and they didn't know anyone that would have A's contact information. There's still the chance that he might see my message, because I mean, like, there are those Steam sales, right? And you know, when the Steam sales show up, I always make sure to go. It's like, maybe I don't even want anything, but I still like check it out to see, like, maybe if there's a good deal. And then if he does that, then he might see the notification, right? So I don't know. It's not like a 0% chance of anything happening. So there's still like that possibility. Like, you don't know. But that's going to be it. The next video is going to be on Serene Estate's Last Guy, an indie game I've been meaning to cover for too long, so sorry about that. And then after that will probably be another Not a Trough, but it might be some other books. We'll just have to see. I wish things had gone differently here, but they didn't.
Sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good.
That's what I would have said if I was some donkey nigger mouth Protestant, but the second email paid off and A got in contact with me 5 days after I sent it. I fucking delayed the recording of this video because A got in contact with me. Motherfucker. Oh, geez, I guess things aren't going so well for White Pill. Oh gosh, I hope he's gonna be okay. You dumb fuck. I got you. Again, low cunning. I need to like design a custom MTG card. Low cunning. That's a good card name. That could work for MTG. You can visualize that card. It works. It was 5 days after I sent the email, but he replied to it. And I ended up seeing the email when it was 5 a.m. So you're not allowed to clock out until like 5:45, right? You get relieved an hour early, so the person who was relieving me came in at 5 to relieve me, but I still can't leave until 5:45. But I'm in the other trailer and I can look at my phone now. So I saw that he had replied to my email and that it wasn't just an automated response saying that I tried to send an email to a bad email. I didn't read it in the break room. I just saw that he replied, and I don't know. I wouldn't say I was scared, but just a little apprehensive maybe. So I felt good, right? It worked. It fucking worked. This was the email from his Twitter account, which he had set up over a decade ago. But somehow that email fucking worked. It was still in use. I couldn't fucking believe it, man. So I don't actually check his email out until I get home, which is a little after 6 in the morning. But boys, what you're telling me is that being a mentally ill stalker literally paid off and there's no downside to it. That's how it looks to me, boys. Being a mentally ill stalker literally paid off, zero downside.
Let me hear you say it.
So, after the Minecraft vid, I ended up sending that Steam invite 2 days after that video. So, it was May 6th then, and then 9 days later, I get the response from him on the email, and then it's 9 days later where the second email paid off. I waited a few days for the first email, and then it's 5 days after I sent the second email that he replies. So it's the 15th when he gets back to me. I was feeling very up upon seeing that he replied to me, that I got some response from him. And then I started to feel less good once I read the email itself. He asked if I added him on Steam recently. And I'm home at this point, so I check, and he has accepted my invite on Steam. So what that means is that he did have his notifications on Steam. And he saw my notification on Steam, and he knew it was me, but he wasn't going to accept it, I guess, until I sent the email. I'm not sure exactly why, and also just he must have seen the email for a few days as well, and that hurt a bit. It couldn't have hurt nearly as bad as how he must have felt being ignored in that lab, so it doesn't fucking matter. And the first email that I sent to him, I just asked if this is A from our high school. I wasn't sure how to get in contact with you, but I found this email. Been a long time. Wanted to see if you wanted to catch up. So I just wanted to reach out and see how things were. Let me know. Okay. Several days later, hey, you found me. I'm down to catch up. Did you also add me on Steam recently? I'm pretty awful about checking my email, so sorry about the delay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being like a suspicious, neurotic fuck, but that's just how it felt to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but it was like a several day delay, and I don't know. Maybe this is just an email that he doesn't use very often, or whatever, just let it go. But I give him my phone number in the follow-up message, and we text a bit back and forth for the next few days. Now, there is a lot more to get into, so give me a minute, boys. Let me just kind of work my way to it, because me and A do have a phone call. But before we jump to that, I just start thinking about all of this stuff, this friendship with A. It's so odd where, it was like a physical friendship where, we did spend a lot of time like digitally, like playing Minecraft together, but physically we were in the same place playing it together. And that is different. It was different, even though, we were interacting in this virtual world for a good amount of it, but now it's just this digital connection between us, and that just feels odd. It's different. We knew each other for about 3 years. I think maybe we knew each other, like of each other a bit in freshman year, but it's not really till sophomore year that we start like hanging out in the lab together. Haven't spoken for 12. It's like August of 2014 is the last time we speak. I still don't know who called who that time in college. It's like the first or second week of college where that phone call is made, and I'm not sure. I think I call him, but he may have called me. Since then, no contact between us, and it's odd. Like, the more that I'm thinking about it before this phone call and everything, I just think like this is like really odd. This is kind of strange. Like, we have this ratio of basically 4-to-1 of time apart versus time together, right? I mean, 2011 and it's 2026 now, and it's like 3 years together, 12 years not together. It feels strange. Some of the reason why, I guess recently over the past few months, I've been focusing more on high school, and that is, well, one, not really making good connections in college or post-college, really. Then going back to high school and dipping into that well. So I've raised up this friendship with A to this great importance in my mind, but perhaps it was just like a casual high school friendship to him and not terribly important. I've probably definitely raised it up in my mind as well because I have lowered my memories of BB, John Boy, and the twins following the Ireland trip. Now, it's actually been the 1 year anniversary of the Ireland trip. As you're listening to this video, we left on, what was it, May 23rd, and we came back on June 4th. So the trip has already started 1 year ago. And the trip didn't really, it didn't really bother me. I suppose it would have affected a weaker man, but yeah, not really me too much. I think following the trip, I don't think I was really friends with any of those guys. Like, none of them tried to help me in any way, and thousands and thousands of dollars on this trip, and no one wants to bother, right, to assist. It's White Pill Media is going to plan everything. White Pill Media is going to be the chauffeur, and then White Pill Media is the guy I'm going to fucking tear into. And the twins tear into me. Who comes to my defense? Nobody. Not a fucking squeak. Nothing a year later. Nothing from these fucking guys. So with those relationships being tarnished and lowered in my mind, I view A as there's this unfinishedness to it, which is true. And I feel like that since I did the wrong to him, that it makes these memories, this friendship more pure, like more precious. It's more elevated in my mind's eye. But then I start to think that maybe A just considers me like some guy that he played Minecraft with at school, and it's really just strange and weird that he's trying to get in contact 12 years later. But we did see each other about like every day for like 3 years, and some of freshman year too. Like that counts for something, right? If you see someone on a daily basis, that means something, right? That means something. But we never really did hang out outside of school. I don't remember ever like getting an offer to go to his house, and then for my house, we could never really have anyone over because the house was always too dirty. I can really count on one hand the amount of times I was allowed to have friends over to our house growing up. Always had to beg for it. And do a fuck ton of cleaning. We have a 2-car garage, my parents do, and it cannot be used. You cannot fit a single car in there. Growing up, you could fit both cars, and then you could fit one car, and now you can fit no cars. Just filled with junk. It's fucking disgusting. I remember once I was rather young, and there's just some junk, some just garbage in my room. Not like literal trash, but it's just junk. So I decided that I want to clean it up, and I know that if I mention it to my mom, that she's just going to take it and it's going to get put in another part of the house, and the problem is not going to be fixed. On my own initiative, I take this junk out into the trash and I just put it in the trash. My mom literally digs in the trash and pulls it all out and brings it back into the house. Shit like that. So A is a guy I would have liked to have invited over, but it didn't happen, and that's not a great excuse on my part. I absolutely could have invited him to do other extracurricular activities, but we didn't, and it's just, I don't know, that's something that's always pissed me off. Well, listening to those Minecraft vids, he mentioned, like, us, like, at school, like, several times, right? It mattered to him, like, you heard him, you listened to those videos too, it mattered to him, but then I think, yeah, it mattered to him 12 fucking years ago. It mattered to him 12 fucking years ago, not now. He's way past it, and I should be way past it too, but I've gone back to this well, probably because it's, I don't know, just a better time in my life, you know? Like, maybe that's bad to say, but a couple of not very good years in a row, you tend to look back on some earlier memories where things weren't quite as shitty, right? I think that's normal. I think some of it too is I feel that following the blow up of the Ireland trip that I have wasted the last 12 years in terms of relationships. I've made some bad investments / use of my time. It's not like there was some great choice between A and the rest of the guys, but I did choose to not contact him, right? And just not great kind of family life. I didn't try to connect with my second oldest brother. Fuck him. I've never really liked him, and I don't really give a shit. The eldest one, he's a piece of shit. He's just kind of a user. He took plenty of gifts from me and then just spit in my face. Just I don't know. We would get together for dinner about once a month, and he canceled that. And I don't know. Just he's not really there for you, right? That's probably the nicest way I could frame it with that brother. Did I mention that I went through that Shield box set I got at Christmas from him? Just recently. I forgot if I mentioned this in a previous video, but it's even worse than I thought. When you open up the box set, there's a place for the DVDs to be stacked, right? Now, it's not like a good box set where all the discs are separated. No, it's a big pile of about 10 to 12 DVDs stacked on top of each other, and that's how the box set is set up. It's that shitty, it's that cheap. It's an even worse gift than I thought. Couldn't even get a decent one. I just can't stop myself from thinking about 12 years of friendship with the guys. More than 12 years. More like 15 years of friendship with those guys. And how did it all end up? It blew up in Ireland, and that all went down the drain. And I know that's not a good way to look at relationships, but I can't help myself. That was the end result. The end result was 15 years of friendship, and it amounted to nothing. And I felt very wronged by those guys in Ireland, and I was wronged by them. And with the thing with A, I wronged him. He didn't wrong me, so I felt that there's something to fix there. 30 years old, and it's all just kind of fallen down a bit, and I'm just trying to recapture a more like noble, innocent past. That's kind of how it feels. And I don't know, I don't really want to the relationship with those guys, that's done. I don't really want to reconnect with my brother at all. God bless. I remember how just like angry and passive aggressive he would get when I couldn't pay rent. This is after graduating college, and I lost everything trying to get the comic book off the ground. It was a bad comic. It wasn't going to succeed, but I lost everything. I had like less than $300 when I had to call it quits. I didn't discuss that with A or the other two when we, were at that bar. But they asked, like, oh, White Pill, the last I knew about you, you were working on that comic book. How'd that go? I tell them it wasn't very successful, and, we just kind of leave that there. But I remember it was a pretty rough night. Like, emotionally, I wasn't doing very well. And my dad was definitely pretty short with me. And he had gone out to get some food, and he brought it over. We were at my brother's house, and it was in like the process of being renovated. I remember threw the bag at me, and it hit me in the chest. I do remember that, and I don't recall my dad doing that with any of my other brothers. Can't stop myself from thinking, how would 12 years of staying friends with A have gone? I know I shouldn't even call him a friend. I wasn't much of one to him, but maybe we would have both had a better time in college, I guess. Like that would have been something, at least, I suppose. But me and A text a little bit back and forth. He is not living in this city, where we grew up. He's living somewhere else, which is where I thought he was living, but I thought that maybe, based on some of his social media, he may have been living somewhere else entirely. It's not very close. It's not too far away to visit, but it's not a very close place either. And there was no chance whatsoever of me just running into him in my city just by chance, like happened in what happened with the sandwich shop. There's no possibility of that ever occurring. So we're just kind of exchanging some pretty basic information by text message, and he does say that he has a girlfriend, but I thought maybe something was lost in translation here, and he really meant to say that he has a staple of Code Geass cosplay bitches. That seemed more accurate. Yeah, he's doing programming stuff, but I kind of just feel like an intruder, this unwelcome guest trying to barge into his life, and he has to grin and bear it. He didn't want to reply to that Steam invite. He didn't want to reply to that email, but I guess he felt obligated to.
I wasn't there during the occupation. I didn't see all the things you had to struggle with day after day. I don't think I can pass judgment.
He just doesn't want to anger you. He really thinks you're a vicious, cold-blooded killer, Ducat, and so do I.
I don't care what you think. So I suggest you keep your opinions to yourself.
But it just seems like he really hesitated to reply to that email in that Steam invite. Did I not hesitate in sending those things? I did, right? It took like a few days after the Minecraft video for me to even send the Steam invite. And in the years and in the months and the years in between the last time, we saw each other, it came up a few times about should I contact him, should I not? And ultimately I decided no each time. I don't know if when he thinks about school, does that incident come up? I think it's kind of impossible to not remember it from his point of view. I don't think it's possible that he's forgotten it or anything like that. And when he thinks about it, does he think about who was sitting beside him and didn't do anything for him? And that's why he hesitated in getting in contact with me. Maybe it's just odd to hear from someone that you knew 12 years ago and you haven't spoken to them since then. And it's kind of weird, It's like, oh, I haven't seen this guy in a while. Or maybe it wouldn't be so bad if you were hearing from someone that you were really excited to hear from, and I'm just like not that person for him. I'm just like, oh yeah, White Pill, we played Minecraft. What's up, dude? I haven't heard from you in a while. What's going on? I hate that I do this. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I was very up when he replied to me, and then I defeat myself 1,000 times, right? I do it to myself and I can't fucking stop.
I don't think you're being entirely honest with me, Benjamin. You're not a man who hesitates to make snap judgments when the situation calls for it. It's one of the signs of a good commander. Now, I'm asking for your opinion of me, and I'd find it hard to believe you don't have one.
All right. I think you're right. You have been judged unfairly. I've judged you unfairly, but I think you probably had good reasons for everything you did on Bejor.
Yes, that's it exactly. I had good reasons. Some of the harsher actions I took were forced on me by Central Command. I wanted to use entirely different tactics with the Bajorans. I wanted to rule with a softer hand. But my superiors didn't see it that way.
You were a soldier and you had to carry out your orders.
Precisely.
You are such a fool!
Leave us alone! This doesn't concern you!
He's patronizing you. You were a soldier and you had to carry out your orders. He doesn't believe that lame excuse any more than I do.
But he said that he was more free on Sundays to talk, and That was in an earlier message, and I didn't want to like just bombard him with text messages, so I thought I would text him about it on Saturday that, are you free tomorrow to talk? And then I decided I would try to work on coming up with a list of topics to talk with him about. So during work, in between me tagging slabs and checking for defects, I was writing down a list of topics to go over. He says he is good to talk the next day. So yeah, we agree. It's going to be about 2 o'clock. I got off work at about 6 in the morning Sunday, and I wake up just before I'm supposed to speak with them. Some of the topics I, wrote down that I should discuss, like college, the comic book, failing, working at UPS, this other job for a few years. In terms of trips that I've done, I guess Ireland trip is the biggest one. Trying out technical college, working for Amazon, ending up at the steel mill, being a writer, working on book 3 currently, maybe a few recent work stories. And then, I don't know, just other topics about like what do I want to do in the future, like finish the book series, work on like a video game, visual novel thing. Travel to Ireland each year, wanting to get some land, a bigger house away from people. And in terms of like what's new with him, it's been a long fucking time since I've been in contact with him. College, work, what kind of job have you stayed where you're living now? Girlfriend, how long have you been together? House, do you like your job? Personal life, are you staying out there? I did not bring up, and I wrote it here, but I didn't bring it up. Like, do you remember the last time that we spoke? And, that would have been the first or second week of college. Last time that we saw each other was his high school graduation party. That doesn't come up. So I call him. It's about 2:02 when I make the call, and the call doesn't go through the first time. And, I get a little despondent thinking that, he doesn't like actually want to talk, and I'm feeling like pretty down. And then it's about like 7-8 minutes later, he calls me back and he says sorry, he just didn't see the phone call. So we do connect. It's been 12 years since I've heard his voice. He does the majority of the talking. He does rock climbing, and some of the stuff I've known from like stalking him online, but obviously I pretend to be ignorant about all of it. He's got a good job. He does not have a house, but he's renting and he's looking at getting a house soon. Girlfriend for a few years. She's great. He, in fact, does not work on rocket ships, but he works on the programming and like the displays and shit for boats and motorcycles and stuff like that. And really, when you think about it, the boat is basically the rocket ship of the water. So there you go. And I told you he was fucking smart. Yeah, he's doing all this programming shit. He gets to work remotely, and he makes a fuck ton of money. He didn't say that he makes a fuck ton of money, but you can tell he makes a fuck ton of money. Since he gets to work remote, he like goes out to Colorado and other places for like parks and shit. And as long as he has good internet connection, he'll just go there with his girlfriend and they'll just hang out for a while and really get to know a place. And he only has to come in the office every now and then. Sounds pretty sweet to me. He was in a band for a while. It seems like he's doing very good. And he does the majority of the talking, which I'm thankful for. I hit most of my bullet points. I don't go into like heavy detail about, everything, but kind of looking at, my like life since kind of high school, it has been kind of this thing went badly, and then I thought things were getting better, and then this thing also went badly, and then I thought things were getting better, and they were for a while, and then it went badly. And if you look at it like that, and I guess that's how I look at it, it's a series of not very good events. So it's a little depressing to stack my life next to his, and that's not how you're supposed to view your life, but I can't really help it. it seems that if I did, fuck him up with that thing in high school, that, he's kind of figured himself out. Like, he's at least, like, evolved, and I've kind of regressed a bit. I think, yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I just had a few things go right, then I wouldn't have, like, hit so many low points. Just series of bad jobs, not very good friends, not very good family, money issues, not being a success creatively. So he's doing more than okay now. It sounds like that perhaps at the start of college he had a pretty rough time, but he was able to figure it out. And it's great to hear him and just like that things are going really good for him. And it's not that, I don't know, I want like anyone to be doing worse in their own life, but I just wish some things had gone like better for me, so I didn't feel like I was always trying to like catch up to people, because it seems like I'm just, I don't know, lagging behind, I suppose. And things are better now. Like, I have like a good job, like a really good job, like a job I couldn't fucking dream of years ago, and I'm gonna have money, and I can get like the house that I really want and the lands that I really want in a relatively short amount of time, right? Like 2 years or so, I could be in a nice fucking house, fund my own creative projects, it's within grasp. I could afford easily, comfortably to go to Ireland every single year if I desired it. It's good, right? It's good. Life is good. I don't know why I'm not happy. And I wasn't trying to do this or anything, but it's just, I don't know, when I'm speaking about the last 12 years, I'm not trying to lie. I'm not like getting into the nitty gritty about like how terrible some things have gone and like the really low points. I'm not doing that, but I'm also not like trying to dress it up either. So I wasn't like trying to evoke pity by talking about like, hey, White Pill, how's your life been? I don't know. I was just trying to be honest about it. But he's doing good. He's got a friend group out there and everything. He doesn't need a White Pill media in his life anymore. That's basically how it sort of, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of how it felt. Like, I'm not really needed. And of course he didn't fucking say that, but just, he's doing like extremely well. His life isn't in ruins, crumbling around him. White Pill Media's life kind of is. Like, I'm building it back up, but he has a social network, right? He's doing good. He doesn't really need some guy from 12 years ago that never really hung out with him outside of school to reach out to him. It's weird. He didn't sound annoyed to speak with me. He's done a lot with his life, and I'm very happy for him. Truly, I am. There's a lot of personal achievements. I'd like some of my own to show off. Like, what do I have? It's just, I'm a writer, and he asked about the books. He seemed interested in those. I make a not very good excuse that, I'm thinking about republishing the first 2 books, so maybe just hold off a little bit, and then when I publish the 3rd one and the 1st and 2nd again, then I'll send you the link. He's like, okay, just let me know. And I will tell him when the 3rd book is published, but right now I'm attempting to go through all of my social media and just trying to prevent any of it from leading back to the channel. It would fucking kill me if he ever found the channel, and he's not a retard. So WPM publishes Dullahan Samradra. WPM, does that stand for White Pill Media? Just Googling it with like a Dullahan Samradra, Dullahan Formore, and looking that up, or Sora, sorry. It links to like the Substack, and the Substack obviously links to the channel, and White Pill Media Substack, White Pill Media, and you search for that, and then you find the YouTube. And so I'm just letting people know now, within a few months, that Minecraft video, 100%, that's getting privated, just on the off chance he could ever find this fucking channel. But I don't know. I don't think he's like a far leftist or anything, but this Nazi shit, I don't think that would play well with them, and I don't know. I don't want to lose him over that. You know what I mean? And the Minecraft thing, it is like some mentally ill shit. That would be really fucking bad if he saw that. So that can't happen. So I'll have to try to hide that and then just bury any type of connection between the books and my channel and Substack, which maybe I'll pull off, maybe I won't. And I guess I just have to bank on him not being as autistic as me and really like doing a deep dive into my channel like I did to him. Doing some, reverse Uno shit on me, that would be fucking terrible. So hopefully that does not happen. I'm terrified of him doing that to me.
There's no reason to get upset. We're just talking. Two old soldiers talking around the campfire.
I'm going to enjoy watching this. He's going to beat you to cut. He's going to escape and go back to DS9 and his friends, and we're all going to have a good long laugh at your expense.
Enough!
He asked about the admin, if I knew how the admin had been. He kind of puts us in the same category in his head, I guess, because we all played Minecraft together. And I don't know, I didn't really love that comparison. I never thought he and the admin were super close. And it wasn't like meanly said or anything. Of course it wasn't. I just felt that, I don't know, he would have categorized me in like, he would have put me in my own category, right? We were our own crew, and the admin wasn't a part of that crew on or in any of the servers. The admin didn't even really play the walls with us. I'm not sure what he would really recall from Minecraft. Minecraft, thankfully, did not really come up, and I'm happy for that. I think that would have, that could have kind of sucked. I think it could be okay, maybe, to reminisce about it at some point in the future with them, but I'm glad it didn't happen in our first time speaking. I'd be curious to get his version of events, like his timeline for Minecraft at school and the various events and incidents. There's a part of me that did want to ask if he has like his old maps, like the old Race for the Wool map and the other thing. And, I thought the conversation was going pretty well. He did keep yawning, and then every 5 minutes he would loudly state, what the time was. But, I think we're having a pretty good time. He said that, he gets a discount on boats and motorcycles for the companies that he does work for, so that he was thinking about buying a boat and said I should come out with him to go check out test drive a boat with them. That sounds kind of neat. I don't really know much about boats, but yeah, I think that could be fun.
All right, I got a call about a boat. Sea Ray 50. I want you guys' opinion on it.
What, now?
Yeah, the owner's got 2 offers. I got to decide this morning. Cuban guy.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just throw some clothes on. Come on.
Okay.
So he's ready to go buy a boat.
You won. It's a little early in the day, no? Sea legs. Yeah, what the fuck?
When we were talking about the admin, I only know a little bit more than he did about him. I told him that the admin was up to his old tricks. He was making a server where atheists could play Minecraft ungriefed, and I was putting a team together to put an end to this madness. I made him laugh. It was good to hear him laugh. And then after that, he said something about going to a Bruins game. I don't really know hockey, but that sounded kind of fun to me. So yeah, that would be cool to do together.
It's a friend of mine calls to tell me he can't go to the Bruins tonight. So why don't you forget your troubles and come to the game with me? Huh? I'll have a little dinner. I'll take the night off. We see a good game. Blackhawks. What do you say?
Sounds good.
We spoke for over 2 hours. It was nice. I'm very thankful that he was willing to speak with me. He said that we should talk again soon, and said that we should see each other when he comes into town or if I go by there. He said it, not me. And it didn't come up. When was I supposed to say it? Like, when the fuck was I supposed to bring it up? Like, hey, do you remember that time in the computer lab? It didn't come up. Maybe I should have tried to bring it up. I'm not trying to be a coward about it, but like just reconnecting with someone over the phone when you haven't spoken to them in 12 years, when the fuck is that supposed to come up? I think that if we don't end up meeting face to face, then I am willing to apologize over the phone. If I'm not able to get him over the phone again, I'll do it through text, but it would be best to say something like this face to face. I feel pretty strongly about that. I'm sorry if people think I'm a coward about it. I don't know, it's kind of serious. I feel like it would be better face to face. And the last thing I say in the phone call is that I'm sorry that I haven't reached out in the past 12 years. And he apologizes too and says that he also didn't reach out. So that's kind of where we just end the phone call. You know, it occurred to me that these Not a TROUGH videos started, they did start after the Ireland trip, and also the outros along with them came along in that time period, and they got a bit more unhinged. And yeah, I don't know. They started in September of 2025, so only, just a few little months after the Ireland trip and that blowing up and kind of, I guess losing that, and I guess sort of losing my social network. And I suppose if we don't see each other within like 6 months face to face, then I am willing to apologize over the phone, I suppose. But I think 6 months is fair. I thought that, maybe I could text him once a month to check in with him. I think that would be okay. I don't really want to bother him or pester him, but, just like an update once a month, I think that'd be okay. I would be able to text him in like June 17th. That would be, that would be enough time in between the last time we spoke for me to ask how he's doing. And another thing with the whole apology and all that is, what if I bring it up and he doesn't remember? Like, it wasn't a big deal for him. And he goes, oh, that? Oh, that? I don't think that's how it'll go. I don't think it's possible that he won't recall it, but what if that does happen? What do I do then? Like, this has been, kind of eating away at me, especially more now that, I finally managed to make contact with A. Like, what happens? This was it, right? This was like the big thing, and what if he just goes, what are you talking about? What am I supposed to fucking say then? I don't know. Maybe he got off the phone and he was laughing about it with all of his friends and his girlfriend that night. That obviously is not true. I don't even think in my crazed mind I consider that, but I don't know. I can't take things at face value, like good things at face value for some fucking reason. I kept thinking that maybe he was just pretending to be nice because he thinks that I'm so pathetic. Like, this is like pity you would have for a dying dog on the side of the road, and he just wants to speak with me and get it over with so he can get back to his good life. And I always have to tear myself down. I can't just let things be good. Yeah, just feeling like this ugly little parasite trying to insert myself into this better life that I'm not a part of. And it's how it feels. I wrote to myself, just wait for the fucking phone call. Goddamn, just listen to him and see how he feels. My life would be a lot better if I could just listen to advice like that. Is that exhausting? Like, that neurotic energy, is that exhausting for you? Imagine how it feels in my head. Imagine how the FBI feels when they have to send a profiler out every 2 weeks.
It always comes back to that, doesn't it? All my crimes. I'm such a monster, such an evil man. Behold,
Benjamin Sisko, supreme arbiter of right and wrong in the universe. A man of such high moral caliber that he can sit in judgment on all the rest of us. What the hell do you want from me?
I kept thinking if I should do something special, like for like if A comes to me or if I go to him. The thing about me working doubles is you then get a big weekend, which is 5 days off in a row. And that's more than enough time to like drive down and see him and hang out for like 4 days. That'd be cool. Yeah, it's possible it could work, right? It could definitely work. And I don't know, like, I guess things are, I thought about, what would I get him? I think wine is a safe bet. There's some wineries nearby. There's some food that's more unique to the city we grew up with. So that could make a good gift, right? I thought at first that it would be a good idea, and then I thought it was extremely cringy, where I thought like, oh, I should get him something like fun, like something Minecraft related, and he really likes chess, So there's this Minecraft chess set, which is like $90. It does look good. I will say it looks good. But then I thought, that's really cringy and weird. He probably hasn't played Minecraft in 12 fucking years. Don't do that, white pill, you psycho. I think wine would be appropriate and normal enough. So maybe just wine. That would be okay and normal. That would be normal. We couldn't help but talk about the server a little bit, about the wars, the battles against the admin, the Emperor of the Atheists. I broke 9 lances against the Emperor of the Atheists before the walls of Garada. I don't think I mentioned that in the previous Minecraft video. It was the name of the city, or it was the name of the server, or it was the name of both. The city might have been called Garada, or just the city and the server was Garada. I don't know if Garada is supposed to mean something. At our horses, we jousted at each other. I broke 9 lances against him. Editor's note, horses were not in Minecraft in the version in which they played at the school. What was there to really say about the admin? That he was driven to madness for his hatred of Christ the King? He would shout things at me as we fought, like, I paid for the server, so please stop griefing it, or we're all friends. Why can't we all just play together? Why are you doing this, white pill? Why are you attacking me? Frankly, it was difficult to find meaning in all of his ramblings. Our admin, he wore a inverted crown in mockery of Christ. Our admin, I remember this clearly, was once a maiden of Garada who was overcome for a desire to be of the Christian faith, and she fled from that city of ignorance, but nay, was captured cruelly by the Emperor of the Atheists, and he had her stripped and chained to his great wall. She was whipped thusly, and her blood collected in a bucket of speckled quartz, much like the egg of a robin. A daring rescue was made, yet in vain. The atheist so-called God watered his horse with this maiden's blood. But Whitebill, didn't you say that you guys went to an all-boys Catholic high school? How was there a girl on the server?
Otherwise, shut the fuck up!
The admin's cruelty, he knew no bounds. Just rules and attacking innocent Christians who did nothing to nobody. But yeah, I don't know. I'd like to get his perspective, and maybe I will next time. Hopefully he remembers it. If he doesn't, that's okay. Like I remember enough of it where, I can recall a good amount of it.
Hello.
Well, you don't recognize me?
We used to play catch.
This thing of ours.
I was involved with that?
You're my dad. You two ran North Jersey.
We did?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Doesn't it seem kind of silly, right? Like just this little Minecraft high school bullshit thing. And that's what I kind of want to discuss. And this guy, in these 12 years, has gotten like super fucking ripped. He has a girlfriend. He gets to work remote. He gets to see nature whenever the fuck he wants. He makes a lot of money. He has a good social network and friend group. And does like programming stuff, which he really likes. He was in a band. All that stuff. And then White Pill Media wants to go back to, hey, do you remember like getting this atheist guy in high school really pissed off at us because we broke the rules on the server? Just seems silly. At work, this is true. The slabs, there's sometimes loose kerf on the slabs, and I do literally have a little pickaxe, and I do smack off the loose kerf. So I think that is amusing in a way that, yes, I do have a little pickaxe. The last thing that I have is that A did text me. It was, that Sunday we finished speaking at about 4, and he texted me at 11:52, so at just about midnight. Hey, had a great time catching up with you. Thanks for calling. I'll have to hit you up next time I'm in town. And then I just say, I had a good time too. Good to hear from you. That'd be nice. It would be okay for me to text him in a few weeks now. So I'm sorry if people are not really into the whole Minecraft thing or the whole the whole story arc with A. It's something I wanted to talk about. I felt that it was important. Yeah, there was some good progress there. I'm glad that I reached out to him. I was really afraid. Honestly, I'm still pretty fucking scared because it hasn't come up, but I have no idea how he would react to it. And he probably would just go, oh, it's okay, man, but I'm still scared. I don't know. Anyways, I've said what I wanted to say about it. I would definitely do an update if I get in touch with A, if it does happen, and I hope it does. I'm not gonna back out of it if he like offers to come visit or says that you should come visit, then I would go visit him. I'm not gonna back out from that. And if we see each other face to face, then I'll bring it up, right? When the time is right, but I'll bring it up. That's gonna be it for me. Thank you for listening. White Pill Media out.
Poor PG, who'd never done them any harm. He just hung there, and he screamed, but he didn't die. And the next day they come, and they took him down, and they said it was a miracle he wasn't dead. And they let him go. And Peachy come home in about a year. And the mountains, they tried to fall on old Peachy. But he was quite safe because Daniel walked before him. And Daniel never let go of Peachy's hand. And Peachy never let go of Daniel's head. His head? You knew Danny, sir. Oh, yes. You knew most worshipful brother, Daniel Dravett, Esquire. Well, he became the king of Kafiristan with a crown on his head. And that's all there is to tell. I'll be on my way now, sir. I've got urgent business in the south. I have to meet a man at Melbourne Junction.